welcome. All right, hi everyone. Welcome to Sunday stream. Let me see if anyone is going to join today. Let me see if I'm even on. I'm going to check my data right now. Let's make sure. Yep, we're on. Yay, we're on. Okay, we're good. All right, I'll wait for a few people to join. I hope everyone had a great I guess Valentine's Day or happy Valentine's Day. I hope everyone's doing well. I feel like, yeah, I went on stream last week. I did, right? Yeah. I know taking one Saturday, it makes a big difference. I will say that. And if you hear any type of crunching, that's Mimi in the background. All right, so I'll just wait a few minutes to see who's gonna join today's stream. I know YouTube's been kind of weird with the notifications as well. So, yeah, if you guys didn't get the notifications or you don't get the notifications, just make sure you have the bell button on, and also make sure that you, what was I about to say? Make sure that the notification is on, and then also yeah, just make sure you're subscribed. I don't know what happened recently, but I had two people come up to me and tell me that they didn't get notifications for my stream. So yeah, just make sure that, like, if you want to get notifications, I should say, because I'm not gonna force nobody, but yeah, just make sure everything's working well. Hi, hey, so lovely. How are you, sis? Happy Sunday. Cece Esther, how are you? You said happy belated birthday. Thank you. Some girl, hey sis, how are you? I hope everyone's doing well. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I had a wonderful birthday yesterday. Took time off. Got myself aligned, and also Dom and I spent a lot of time together yesterday. It's very rare that we spend weekends together, like a full day, because he's always working and working out. He's preparing for his competition, and then I'm usually here streaming with you guys and doing other stuff, editing and doing some other work things and things outside of work too, right? Like in my regular life. So it was like one of those rare well, obviously it was my birthday, so yeah, it was one of those rare days that we got to spend together. It was really good. It was fun, I ain't gonna lie. Really fun. And then towards the end of the night, I was like, yeah, we spent too much time together. It's time for you to get on. Get on, do what you usually do. I like it that way. Yeah, you spend too much time around somebody, like you miss them, like spending time. It's like, oh my God. Like we usually spend time, like, let's say like on Sundays, but it's not the full day. That's what I'm saying. So it'll be like Sunday morning, he goes to the gym, and then Sunday night we eat dinner together. We always eat dinner together, and then we spend time. But it was like quality time. That's different, right? So like spending quality time, like the whole day, like the whole entire day, we were literally together the whole day with Mimi. And yeah, but then towards the end of the night, I was like, yeah, you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go. Yeah, we good. We got enough quality time. You said, can't wait for the Beyonce deep dive. The trailer looks so good. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Wait, let me read a comment before I get on the Beyonce deep dive. Some girl, you said it's nice to hear that your birthday was nice. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. I hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day, by the way. You said it's been a while. Hey, Zane, how are you? Hey, y'all. Hey, Romy. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, is the only thing that was, I guess, yesterday. Oh, the weather was really good, by the way. So I had when I tell you, like, I usually, my birthdays are not that great for weather-wise, because there's always a snowstorm or snow or rain. I was born in a snowstorm, so there you go. And then I would say, like, this year though was the first time, like, it was really nice out, so it was very good. I enjoyed my time outside in the real world. Just we did a lot of stuff, got a lot of gifts, got a lot of stuff. So yeah, now I'm like, okay, birthday done. Now it's good. Yeah, now back to normal. It's good to be back to normal. Okay, Beyonce deep dive. Yes, that trailer, Lord. I wanted to try something new, because I noticed that people who watch the live streams, some people don't watch the live streams and the videos. And this whole time I've been giving people information, but I didn't realize that, like, a lot of people don't watch the live stream. And I get it. It's long. It's 6 hours. I get it. But the problem is I can't clip up the live streams to give people special announcements, because then it messes up the case studies. I know, it's really weird. I don't know why YouTube doesn't have like sections of where you can post videos. Like, it's very strange to me. I wish I could post videos in the postings, but I can't until they would do a workaround around that. Like, most of the announcements I make are on live streams. And then I realized that some people got confused and thought that I only do live streams. And I'm like, no, I do videos. But videos just take me more time because it's a lot of research and I talk a lot and I get a lot of information. I be doing deep dives, so it's gonna take me time to research because I got a job, right? So if I was doing it full time, then yeah, it would be faster. But fortunately, I love what I do. But fortunately, I do have a job, so it's like it's gonna take time. But anyways, all of that to say, yeah, the Beyonce deep dive is gonna be crazy. Let's predict. I'm gonna predict that it's definitely gonna exceed the Taylor Swift one. I think Taylor Swift, I did 9 parts, 8, 9 parts, 10 parts, I don't remember, 9 parts probably. Beyonce's probably gonna be at least maybe 20. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, it's gonna be at least 20 parts. I'm gonna try to do 30-minute, like 40. I'm gonna shorten the streams. I mean, not the streams, the videos. Instead of it being like one video for like 2-3 hours, that's way too long for me to edit. It's gonna take way too much time to edit. It's gonna be better for me to do 45-minute chunks. So I'm just gonna do 45-minute chunks, and then probably post like 2 videos a week. I think 2 videos a week I could do, 2 to 3. Yeah, so we could get through the series within 3 weeks or something. Miss Divine, hey, I ain't seen you in a minute, sis. How you been? I missed you too. Doing good. Unknown Feather, hey, welcome to the stream. Doing amazing, doing phenomenally well on this beautiful Sunday. I know it's a long weekend. If you're in the US, I know it's a long weekend for y'all. It's a long weekend for me too, so I'm excited. Oh, and I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well because I'm gonna be off. So, yeah, unfortunately Dom has to work, which is crazy, but I'm off. So I'm gonna just probably stream tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, probably tomorrow afternoon I will be streaming as well. RKO love, thank you. I feel so loved. Yeah, it was a great birthday. I'm 40, y'all. The big 40. I know. I'm like, damn, I'm auntie for real now. That's crazy. Like, I can remember, like, honestly, guys, like, it's like time is going by so fast, and I feel amazing, though. I feel great. Like, I don't know, 40 to me is like, it's so crazy because I remember when I turned 30, and it was such a pivotal time because that's when, like, my life shifted a lot, and then I spent 6 birthdays in Korea. So it was so interesting to me. Like, a lot of my 30s was spent in another country, in a foreign country. So it's so interesting to see what 40s will bring. My 40s, I'm actually really excited for 40 because now I feel like, okay, I'm at the point in my life where I've done all of the structural work. And of course, there's always work to be done, but the base is solidified. So now it's like only up from here. So it's exciting. I ain't gonna lie. It's exciting. But whoo, Lord, I be feeling so. I'm like, whoa, 40 already, y'all. I'm getting to the mids. But excited nonetheless. All right, let's get started, y'all. We got a lot of topics. I don't even know where to start. Okay, let's start with the dating videos first. Let's do the dating videos only because Valentine's Day was yesterday and it was also my yours truly's birthday. Yay. But I don't celebrate, to be fair. I do not like normally celebrate Valentine's Day. If it wasn't my birthday, I actually most likely wouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day because I feel like it is very corporate, like, commercialized. However, it is good to spend time with loved ones on certain holidays. Like, I try to repurpose holidays as much as possible. But Lord, there's a lot, y'all. There's a lot. So first, we're gonna start a little slow. Let's do the stuff on the thumbnail first. I think that's what we're gonna do. First, let's talk about childhood patterns first. I think that's a really good, important way to start our live stream. Shout out to Queen who sent me this video, and shout out to everyone who sent me videos. Sophie sent me a lot of videos this week. Queen did too. Elle sent me a video. I think I forgot who else. I know Andre be sending me videos. Whoever sends me videos, thank you so much, guys. It's on the Discord. If you don't know the Discord link, I am so sorry I didn't put it in the description box, but I will post it somewhere. So now, let me get my Windows capture up. Ooh, I just realized I didn't have it up, so just give me a second. Why isn't it up? Just 1 second. Let me put this down. Hey, Deja Rue. Welcome, welcome. You came just right in time. I was getting ready to start. All right, there we go. This whole time I was yapping and I didn't even have my screen up. My bad, y'all. All right. So here. Okay, got the chat here. All right. Ooh, gotta make y'all a little smaller. I'm not trying to have y'all too up there. All right, here we go. All right, and then this is smaller. Hold on, let me make this longer. Why it look like that? I even transformed it. And if you hear noise, guys, it's just me being me, guys. Like, I'm just nowadays I just let her do it. Well, not whatever. She, I still she got a black mama, so I don't be playing that. I don't play that. But I kind of just let her be a little free. I try not to control her too much, but if she starts acting up, then I shall be disciplining her. But so far she's okay. I think she's underneath the bed doing something. Okay. Sorry guys. I'm just making sure that this looks good. Just give me a moment. I think we're good. Yeah, I wanted this much. Okay, good. Okay, we'll leave the chat like this for now. All right, and then we're gonna make this bigger. And then we're going to put me in the back. Let's put me in the back. Move to bottom. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're good. We're going to start now. Let's get ready. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about childhood patterns because I think it's very important. And no, actually, hold on. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this is how you can tell that I was away because I feel like I'm forgetting so many things. Just give me a second. Okay, let's start with this one first. We're going to start about what's going on in dating in the current world. We already know what it is. But yesterday was Valentine's Day. So everybody got like a little, everybody has like, I guess, a think piece or commentary or news to share about the current state of the dating market. And then we're going to segue to childhood patterns. Okay, that's what we're going to do today. Sorry, y'all. I should have been more organized with my structure. Shauna, hey sis, how are you? Hope you had a great day yesterday. Some girl, you said, I just realized that I always come into these live streams blind. I never look at the thumbnail. That's okay. I'm glad. Because most of the time I be rushing through because I forget what I whatever's on the thumbnail. Just FYI, that's not all I have. I have like mad topics. That's why my live streams last so long. Okay, 2026 relationship goals or stay single. So this was done by, I thought this was very interesting. Why? Because this is a video that's covered by, hold on, what did I just messed my stuff up. Sorry guys. This is a video that's covered by the CBC News, which is a major Canadian news network. And it's very interesting that Canadian news has picked up on this story about like relationship goals. I thought that was very interesting. So we're going to watch it together and see what they had to say. So even in Canada, y'all, everywhere across the world, everybody's getting frustrated. So we're going to see what's going on here. Let's start by watching this video.
The world, the number of single people is growing, and more people are talking about the benefits of single life. Chloe Bow is one of them.
4 years ago, when I ended my long-term relationship, I had no idea how different my life would look today.
I love my own company.
Bow is a full-time content creator and works mostly out of her condo in Toronto. A lot of her work is focused on why she's choosing to stay out of a relationship.
When I decided to give dating a break and just focus on myself and realize like the peace and calm that I feel when I'm single, I felt the need to share this experience with other women because it really felt like I found the key to happiness.
I agree with her. Let me tell y'all something. So my single years were some of the best years of my life. Now, are my marriage years the best years of my life? Absolutely, because different seasons bring out different sides of you. But I will say this though. When I was out there, before I went on my Eat, Pray, Love journey and I started like really working on myself, I dealt with some crazy ass people. And that was because I was a crazy ass individual. Red flag. So, sis said that, the peace that she feels. Let me tell you why you feel that peace, sis. Because you're not dealing with these unmedicated maniacs out in the streets. A lot of us have these patterns from childhood. And I talk about it almost every week in the live streams or in the case studies. And the reason I make a point to do that is because I also had to go and look at the patterns that I had in picking the guys that I would choose to deal with. And when you really think about it, if you've operated in a pattern from the time that you were a child, and your radar, like basically you're not taught how to look for a guy, or I wouldn't say how to look because you're not the one looking, I hope not, but like how to properly see who people really are. And I noticed that our culture as well, and I'm talking about like not just Black culture, I'm talking about Western culture. Western culture tends to want to give people the benefit of the doubt too much. We are taught how to forgive and forget. Oh, and it's also religion too, but I think for the most part we're very empathetic, but in the wrong ways. We always look at people as if they deserve a second chance, and we tend to look over red flags with that type of mindset. And I think that especially in the Western world, I will say that for a fact because I've grown up in the Western world my whole life, and I have seen how for men, they are expected to be fuck ups. Like, I'm being honest. Expected to fuck up, and it's not a problem. Excuse my language, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, it's Sunday. Sorry. Mess up, right? So a man can do whatever he wants, and you're supposed to just forgive and forget, let him grow. Oh, we have to be nice. We have to give people a second chance. It's okay. Time can heal all. And yes, that may be true, but case by case. And we're not taught to do that. It's like a blanket statement, right? So I want to say that I'm really happy for her because, yes, there is a peace that you cannot find when you learn to love who you are and you learn to be in your own company. And I think that is very valuable, especially when you are trying to figure out who you are. And not only that, but you have to have a strong sense of self in order to be able to combat the daily energy vampires that you are going to encounter. And that is including in the workplace, your family, whoever. So you need to have a strong sense of who you are. And how would you be able to learn who you are if you don't spend enough time by yourself? And I am so glad and I'm so happy that this was my journey because no one taught me how to do it. My mom got married at 25. Mom had 6 kids back to back to back to back. All the women in my family, they are, they love themselves a good man, quote unquote. And, not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying that, like, I've never known for one of my cousins. No, I have a few cousins who are single, but it's seen as negative. Like, oh, you're single for so long. Being single for a long time is seen as negative. And I was so happy that I spent 6 years celibate and single. And that really gave me a lot of insight as to what I wanted, who I wanted to be with, and I was okay being alone. Why? Because I was so comfortable being by myself. And so now there is a downside. I would say the only slight downside is you get so comfortable being independent that when you do start dating again, or if you do get married or you do have a relationship, you're more prone to be more independent minded. That's something I did struggle with. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I struggle with that. I still do sometimes, but I've learned how to kind of balance both, like still being independent while being in a committed marriage. So anyways, let's continue. But I'm liking what I'm hearing so far. What's her name again? Happy something. Whatever your name is. Good job. Good job to you.
I think it's definitely a growing trend. It's definitely becoming more common to talk about, and we're just relating. And really, to me, when I meet another woman who is on the same path as me, I feel like a sigh of relief.
And Bo is part of the growing group of single people.
At The Economist, we calculated that over the past decade, the number of single people around the world has risen by at least 100.
Oh, wait, hold on. I was single for longer than that. My bad. I gave y'all the wrong number. Sorry, I was just thinking about it. 6 years was when I was in Korea. I was single 3 years prior to that. So 8 years. My bad, y'all. My bad. No, 2 years prior to that. So 8 years. 8 years.
Million, which is just huge.
The Economist says the rise of singlehood is reshaping the world, and the Financial Times has called this moment a relationship recession. Plus, as singlehood increases, the interest behind why it's happening is also on the rise.
We've looked at who are the different types of single people. There is a certain percentage of people who they don't really want a relationship that much. They get their social connection from their friends and their family. They're invested in their work, that kind of thing.
That's Jeff McDonald. He's the head of the McDonald Lab at the University of Toronto that specifically studies singlehood and the well-being of single people.
But, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that most people want a romantic relationship. What is the level of well-being in their life? And again, it falls into different categories. My take on what's happening is just the norms around what it means to be single, what it means to be partnered, are changing very rapidly.
Now, looking at
Okay, I gotta be honest though. And that's the thing that we have to really think about is, do people really want to be in a relationship, or do they just want to have that intimate connection with someone of the opposite sex, but for more things that you can't that comfortableness, I should say. So for example, if you want to get into a relationship, are you desiring to really connect with one person, or are you okay connecting sexually with multiple people? Because sometimes what it is that if you're okay being by yourself, sometimes it could be that, you miss. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You miss that time, right? So then that gets people confused and discombobulated, right? So then they think, oh yeah, I just want to be in love so bad. I want to have that. I want to have that. What it comes down to is just that connection with a man or a woman. But then it's more so that kind of connection and deeper, you get deeper. So yeah, you gotta know, is it the emotional connection? Because you can build emotional connection with anyone, man or woman. You could be emotionally connected to anybody. But do you miss the emotional connection and the sex, or do you just miss the sex and having the comfort of knowing that you're with one partner and not with multiple? Sometimes there's different layers to it. So I wish they would talk more about that, because I find there's different categories of single people. There are single people who really don't mind being single still, but then they just want that connection just to have that, the little things filled. And then after that, you go back to your little, your hermit kingdom or whatever, right? And you become a hermit again. You want to go back. And then there are some people who really are too codependent and they need somebody always there with them. Again, it ties to childhood patterns, which we'll get on. And they're the people who constantly have to be around somebody. And that makes them feel whole. But is it that person, or is it just it feels like a selfish need? That's what we need to get down to the bottom of, because they always say, oh, somebody wants to be in a relationship. But I find that more often than not, it's just to fill something. So either it's to fill your sexual needs or to fill your emotional needs. But then you can find that emotional connection with other people. So then that's what I'm saying. It is. Anyways, I'm just rambling at this point. But yeah, there's definitely more to it than what they say. And I don't like when they just gloss over. I wish they went into more detail about that.
the fact is, being single is not a perfect science. There's a lot of reasons to explain what's going on here.
I think there's kind of a lot of freedom on what kind of path you take as you grow up, and people are taking less traditional kind of paths.
You're not labeled a spinster if you're single at 30 or whatever it is, and it becomes a little bit more enjoyable when you're not being pressured to seek someone else.
I'm neutral, I guess. I would like to be in one.
So while there are many factors as to why people aren't getting into relationships, both McDonald and Wong say the data suggests that people still want to find partners. But it's the goals in dating and the purpose of getting into a relationship that
they do talk about it. My bad, I spoke too soon. Oops, sorry, CBC, you got into it.
Be changing. And caveat, that's data based on heterosexual relationships. One factor both experts agreed on is the changing lives of women.
When I first started doing singlehood research, it was a really tough sell to get graduate students who were interested in it. Now I have graduate students spontaneously emailing me who want to crack the code on whether it's embarrassing to have a boyfriend or not, right? right?
And that comment there,
is having a boyfriend embarrassing? Yo, that's so crazy because someone sent me a video. Was it you? I don't remember if it was Sophie. Somebody sent me a video. We're going to watch that. Actually, maybe we should watch it right next after this one. Is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? What that mean? I don't know what that means. How is that embarrassing? Okay, I need to find out more.
embarrassing to have a boyfriend is a nod to this Vogue article from last fall. It went viral. There was a lot of response.
I think for men, this is a wake-up call.
Women are finally waking up to the idea that having a boyfriend is basically the least interesting thing about you.
Don't let the miserable people of the internet tell you that it's embarrassing to have a boyfriend.
So there's more women in the developed world with university degrees than men. And so there are similar dynamics in terms of women being more financially independent and perhaps wanting to focus on their careers rather than settle for a man that they're perhaps not that into. But broadly speaking, we still see a very, very strong cultural norm of women not wanting to marry down.
Oh boy. Wong says even music is reflecting some of the dynamics of single women.
No, Sabrina. Sorry, my bad, sis. Love you, but
Explosion of single people. I don't think it describes the full demographic of single people, but I think it describes one subset of them.
And at McDonald's Lab, they are working on a new study that looks specifically at the goals of men and women who want to get into relationships.
What the data suggests to us is that, women understand that they're in a position where they can afford to wait and they can afford to choose.
I'm still trying to understand, what does it mean to have having a boyfriend is embarrassing? Is it because like some people flaunt their relationship and so they're saying that's embarrassing? Like I still don't get it. What is embarrassing about? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. The Gen Z, you guys got a lot. Y'all gotta come to the front. Gen Z and how old is Alpha? Hold on. How old is Gen Alpha? Hold up. Gen Alpha. This sounds like a Gen Z came up with this scheme. Gen Alpha is what? 2010. How old are the people born in 2010? Hold up. 2010 to 2024? Oh, shoot. That's Gen Alpha? Oh. Okay. 2010. How old would that make? Y'all know my math is all the way off. Y'all know I gotta use a calculator. Dom always makes fun of me for that. Because they know how to calculate in their minds and their heads. I'm like, I got that type of brain power. 16. Okay, no, Gen Alpha's too young. Gen Z! What's going on here? Why is having a boyfriend embarrassing? Y'all let me know in the comments. Embarrassing for what? Like, I don't know. Whatever. Okay.
And so, the kinds of goals that they talk about are things like, I don't want to lose my independence when I get in a relationship. With men, they
don't have to. That's why I'm confused about this.
They seem to fall into two different categories, and we sort of interpret the data as suggesting that men who are interested in dating women get that the bar is higher. And so some of the men seem to be responding to that with goals that suggest that they're trying to up their game. But then there's another group of men in that study who say that their goal is that they have no relationship goals, right? And so we suspect that this might all...
Okay, I think I understand it. Okay, so I think it's it's embarrassing to have a boyfriend when they, like, if a man doesn't have anything to offer. Is that what it is? Hold on. I might need to read that article, y'all, because I don't get it.
Also be a response to this sense of the bar is higher, that some men are just feeling like, yeah, with the bar that high, it's kind of not even worth my time.
Justin Frost is single and says dating has become more complicated. I guess, do you feel that the bar is higher now?
Absolutely. I think there's a lot more expectations. They put like a dark cloud over the dating scene. It makes it almost, for me at least, almost not worth it in a sense sometimes.
First of all, Justin, I'm sorry, bruh. Okay, we gonna have to talk right quick. Okay, Justin. Listen, beloved, in my Monique voice, you are holding an interview with this journalist right here. She came to your house. Or I don't know whose house that is. I'm assuming it's your house or your people's house. Or your mama's house. I don't know. Your daddy's house. I don't know. But you got the damn nerve to have your socks out like this. Oh, wait. They're in the house. That's true. He should have. But you ain't got no slippers? Red flag. Where your slippers at? Where are your slippers? You see this right here? He got his arms crossed. That's actually not a good stance when someone's talking to you. Is like, depending on the conversation, sometimes people just cross their arms. He looks like he's already defensive. And then look at that. His socks right here. You couldn't have worn slippers. You ain't got no slippers. What's going on?
I have this hesitation. It's like, okay, well, why put myself out there if all people are going to expect from you is being a multimillionaire with a Bentley, right? When for my goals was to find that person who has those common...
You see, there's something amiss here, and I don't understand what the issue is, but there's something that's not right. The reason why I'm still not understanding this logic or what he's trying to say is he's making it seem like all the women that he encounters are gold diggers. But are you dating according to your bracket? And when I say bracket, I'm not just talking about tax bracket. I'm talking about, are you seeking women who are better looking than you? I gotta be honest, y'all. We gotta have this conversation. So is your type of woman a woman who likes to be kept and who likes the finer things in life? Who are you trying to attract? Because by the looks of it, you know, I gotta be honest. We gotta make it honest. You are trying to get with women who are out of your league. There are too many pick-me's out there for me to understand this logic. There's no way. Ain't no damn way with all them pick-me's and male-identified women I see on the daily, in real life and online, that you can't find one. Impossible. Red flag. You're not looking. Or the ones who do want you, you don't want them, and you want the ones who are above your league.
Interest.
That's the problem.
You know, can share that life. That expectation of you have to be here, you have to meet this expectation, you have to hit this bar.
But despite those expectations, he's still hopeful he'll find a partner.
Yes, I want to lead my pack, but I also need, you know, a good support system too. As human beings, you know, we can
You want to lead your pack, but you're complaining that it's too much already. So how can I trust you to lead your pack? You see, somebody who's a leader, let me tell you something. They wouldn't sit here complaining about the women or people who... They wouldn't have time to sit here complaining. That's number one. And number two, they would look and see, okay, you know what? Maybe that woman is not the type of woman I could get with, but let me refine my attractiveness or whatever. Let me refine what I look like. Let me see what it is that they want so I can meet the standard. But you already don't want to meet the standard, and then you want to call yourself a leader of a pack. What pack? Pack of what? Wolves, red flag. You ain't the leader of nothing. A leader, a true leader, they always pivot and adapt. You don't even know how to adapt. You're already saying, well, I give up. I don't know. It's too much. It's too expensive. They want the most. So, you know, I need somebody to support. Support what? You say you ain't got no money. You ain't got nothing to give. So what we supporting? What? Washing your socks? What are people supporting? Continue.
Well on our own, but I mean, you know, it takes a village, and that village starts somewhere. So I think it's become a lot more of an individual effort as opposed to a team effort. And I think that's where that gap really lies in relationships nowadays.
So it sounds like that gap between what men and women want is getting bigger. Does any of that worry you?
You know, I think sometimes there's this idea that, like, you know, men don't really care about love. You know, men in many ways actually prioritize romantic relationships more than women do. The problem is what's the solution? Like, we're obviously not going to mandate that women date men. And so, you know, like, yeah, I'm worried about it, but I would, you know, I worry more about what some people think the solution is, right?
So if more people are choosing to stay single, what are the possible economic impacts of all of this?
What does that mean for the kinds of houses we build, the kinds of apartments we build, if there are more and more people living alone, to how will that affect taxes and how tax is collected if you live in a country where, you know, there's different
well, the system already needed an overhaul, so I'm all for adapting. Next!
Tax regimes for married people.
I don't give a damn about that. I don't care. I don't care about it, because right now, if we still living in this system that is here on where I could go outside right now and find $1 million house. It doesn't look like $1 million house. Well, then I guess this is going to help the economy. Start thinking differently. We should have done it already. Next.
Please.
I don't give a damn about that.
And then that will have consequences for generations, because what happens when this generation single ages?
They learn to adapt and pivot just like the generations before us. Why is everybody acting like this is novel? Like nothing like this has ever... Hell, no one in the art... Listen, it's Sunday. Didn't the earth, if we're going by biblical standards or even scientific, wasn't there an ice age or something that wiped humans out? They had to start from scratch with one, two, three human beings or something. They found a way to multiply. So, same thing with Noah and the ark. Then we have craters and dinosaurs, and all of a sudden they wiped out, the asteroid wiped the dinosaurs out, and somehow we still have reptiles and other animals out here. Noah and the ark. There were only 2 pairs of whatever people. I don't remember how many people were in the ark, but hell, they replenished the earth plenty. So we can always adapt. I don't know why people are acting like this is such a bad problem. Good night.
And we'll need perhaps more aged care facilities.
Plus, there's a big question of falling fertility rates. In 2024, Canada became part of the countries with ultra-low fertility, with a total fertility rate of 1.25 children per woman. And the government of Canada has looked into the impact of low fertility.
They look at the impact, but then they don't give you the resources to help people want to have children. Interesting.
Which they say could lead to a decline of national GDP.
There's definitely some people whose specific focus is advocating at the policy level for changes that would benefit single people, like changes to, tax structures and stuff like that. I don't think that they're highly visible at this point, but there's absolutely a push being made to make changes on the policy level.
It's not fast enough. And then also you're making it so people don't want to. So there's that.
It seems clear that the world of relationships is changing. But for Chloe Bow, this isn't a problem that needs a solution.
I guess I do have to ask this. Would you ever consider going into a relationship?
I feel like that question doesn't cross my mind anymore because I really just try to stay grounded in the present. I love my life. I wake up every day feeling at peace. I feel like taking my energy that I maybe would have put into a relationship or into dating and investing that back into me has been so rewarding.
I'm so happy for her, and good luck to those who have the same mindset that she does. I think she's on the right path. I can promise you that, because hell, if she wasn't, I'm pretty sure she would have dealt with 2 or 3 undiagnosed people or people with some type of issues that would compromise her peace. All right, I'm gonna read a few comments. Speaking of childhood patterns, we gotta get the Clifton Powell. Okay, I gotta go through the stuff on the thumbnail first. Let's do that. Then I'm gonna get to the side videos, but I wanted to start us off with that. Here, Sasha, hey sis, Mocha Island, hey sis. How are you? You said, hey, weren't sure if you'd be on due to B-Day festivities. No, I'm here. Yesterday was my day off. I'm here today and tomorrow. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow too, because I'm off tomorrow. I'm here. Some girl, you said that's true. Little girls are taught responsibility even when playing, but little boys get to destroy things. Yeah, and then we have to be like, oh, it's okay. He deserves a second. It's always them that deserve a second chance, but us, they ready to throw us out. You don't get a second chance if you're a woman, especially if you're a black woman. Let's just put it that way. Shauna, you said in this current society, men need women more than the opposite. No dude gonna lead me or a household with wanting to lead is an ego trip. Yes, it is. And I think what it is too is that they want to keep the current status quo. But what the problem is that we've evolved from that. So as women, remember we don't have to go through the whole history, but as women, we have evolved so much within the last century. So then for men, they haven't, to be quite honest with you. They still doing the same old thing, starting the same old wars, doing the same old violence, doing the same old red flag. Ain't got nothing. Same pattern. And it's sad because we're evolving mentally, physically, emotionally. You heard that, sis. She's like, hey, because he's right. It was unheard of for women to be single because it would be seen as you're a spinster, you're leftover, something's wrong with you, you can't have kids, you're like the brunt of society, and now it's seen as a badge of honor. The tables have turned. And the problem is that men are not evolving. They're just stagnant, still in that archaic mindset, whereas women are constantly evolving. That's the problem. And they don't want to. That's the sad part about it. Well, it's not sad because, hell, I guess we'll see. Ride it till the wheels fall off. That's all I'm going to say. Sophie, you said, wait, I didn't receive the notification. Yes, I talked about that earlier. I spoke about that earlier. Yeah, a lot. Like I had 2 family members tell me they didn't get my notifications. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Yeah, make sure the bell is on. I'm going to start having an actual consistent schedule. So usually, like now I've worked it out where I'm always going to be streaming unless I let you guys know I'm not, which was last week. I think I told you guys I'm not streaming. I wasn't going to be streaming yesterday. But from going forward, I'm going to post it on my channel too, on the main channel, like the channel, whatever, background banner. I'm going to go live on the weekends at 1:30 unless otherwise specified. Yeah. There are going to be some weekends where I might go live earlier, but yeah, it's always going to be on the weekend. CCS, so you said, I'm Gen Z. It's not necessarily that it's embarrassing, but that having a relationship isn't the status symbol it once was. More people are hiding it rather than flaunting it. Oh, okay. That's what it means. Because I was confused about the embarrassing part. I was like, what, is it embarrassing to get in a relationship? Or, I mean, I get it to a certain extent, but you shouldn't be embarrassed to be in a relationship. I actually think it's good if we have relationships, like if people can see that, you know, we have different examples of everything. There's example of, single women who are doing phenomenally well. There are examples of, married women who are doing phenomenally well, or people with boyfriends whose boyfriends treat them like, the queens that they are. So I don't think, it's so interesting to me that it's embarrassing, but I get it. I get it. So I can't even dispute it. Like, I mean, the way the world is going, I ain't gonna lie, it isn't. I get it. Some girl, you said also sometimes when women post their partner, they get a hey girly message. That's why they are hiding a relationship or don't want to date. Oh yeah. I think, like that's unfortunate. I don't think that, like, I don't think that you, like, I honestly, like, it's the same thing I said last week with women who choose to have children. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a mother. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be in love, but it's the motive and the reason. And the problem is that I think social media has done a horrible job of just, kind of giving that validation to people who don't deserve it. And I think the problem too is that the social media couples, they show you that performative love. I've talked about it so many times, where it's not realistic, and it's people are doing it again for show, validation, and to prove something, and not all, but sometimes some. And the problem is also that, like, most of the time, like, the motive of wanting a relationship and choosing a partner, right? So I can say that it can be embarrassing in the sense of, I can see it in the way of, you are putting this man on a pedestal that he doesn't deserve to be on. And to be honest with you, no man deserves to be on a pedestal. Hello. Even the one I'm with right now. Nope. I'm only going to tell you, he did this, that, but it's not going to be no pedestal like, oh, I have the best husband in the world. No. Like, no one has the best anything in the world. The only person you can control is yourself. Hell. That's it. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's what it is too. It's like, I've noticed that a lot as well. People just validate their husbands and put them on this pedestal that, chill. Indigo Maine, you said, I didn't get the notification either. I'm glad you're still in the chat live though. Oh, I'm so happy too. You know what? Maybe, hold on, let me log in. I think I know why. Cause this is, I think I know why. No, but that's so weird. I got the notification. That is so strange. I guess some people get it, some people don't. I got the notification on my other channel. It's weird. Well, I hope whoever catches the replay, let me know. Other people, let me know if you didn't get the notification. I'm going to have to see what happened with that. All right. And I probably should have made an announcement. That was my fault. I probably should have posted on. I got to do better with using my YouTube tools. All right, let's get to the next story, y'all. We're going to go through the thumbnail stories first. Oh, Lord, Clifton Powell. Let's get to this one, y'all. Speaking of dating, because I had to segue. Oh, boy. All right, we got to breathe for this one. Shout out to my friend, Alana. Alana's got questions on YouTube. Sorry, her name is Alana's Got Questions, but I know she goes under the name Alana and Marley. Her and her friend Marley have a channel together. She covered this, and I saw her TikTok, and I was like, okay, this will be a really good video to look at. And we have other videos too, so don't worry, we got a whole bunch of videos to go over today. Let's talk about Clifton Powell, y'all. Y'all know Clifton Powell, the this guy. He's always the he was the guy in wasn't he in that movie Boys and was it Menace to Society? Yes, he was. Hold on. Wasn't he in Menace to Society? Yes, he was. He was the drunk guy. I remember him. Yeah. I remember this man. Okay. He was the villain in Menace to Society when was it Q Dog? No, Q Dog was the one with the plaits. That was Lorenz Tate's character. The other one, the one that was with Jada. I don't know. They was at some type of party. He was the one trying to press up on Jada, I believe. Yeah. And then he got into a fight with the other guy. The other brother. Okay, yeah. But anyways, he's like the villain uncle. He's always in some type of uncle role in the black cinema of in black cinema, in black, I guess, black movies in the United States, right? So now there was a podcast. Oh Lord, a round table, y'all. Round table. So the men are listening, y'all. Remember, sis was talking about she's single. The video we just saw, this is in Canada. She said, look, I'm happy. I don't need other people's energy around me. I'm good where I'm at. And the men are starting to notice. And they're not feeling too confident right now. Especially the black men. I guess they're realizing that, oh, we don't have our victims anymore like we used to. You know, they're starting to date out. They're starting to, you know, get themselves into better situations, better alignment. And they're not taking our foolishness anymore. And so now there's panic mode. Hold on, y'all. I am, give me a second, y'all. I have to log in. I'm going to see if it's going to work. So just give me a second. I'm going to try to log directly into my OBS system so that people can get the notification of this live. But anyways, let's continue. So yeah, so then now they're realizing that, oh shoot, women are starting to get standards. Yeah, you know, we can be alone. People, you know, women are starting to buy vibrators. They, you know, people can find connections in other ways, like I said, right? It doesn't actually have to be with a man. You can find connections in different ways that fulfill you and that give you the same dopamine. I talked about it a while ago. I forgot which case study I did it in. But anyways, point is that they're realizing it. And they're getting scared. And so now what's going on is that there are a lot of men, you know, they're congregating now, y'all. They're congregating. So they had this round table right here of a whole bunch of brothers. We got Consciously, I don't even know this one. And Clifton Powell, I don't know who the hell the rest of them are, but maybe if I see their faces, then I'll know. And this is titled Black Men Trust Black Women. Okay, so we're already starting off to a crazy start. This is 1 hour and 45 minutes. Listen, 1 hour and 42 minutes. We'll see how much we could get through, y'all. But I might have to speed this right up. Because, hold on a second. 1080p. And then let's speed this up. We're going to speed this right up. And let's get to what happened, because there was a clipped, very viral moment of this round table that I want us to pay attention to, especially for my black women out there who you know, one of these brothers might be the ones that you want to be with or whatever, right? So, and then also, like, even if you're in an interracial marriage or you date outside your race, or if you're single, it doesn't matter. If you're black, I'm pretty sure you have a black brother, black brother, black uncle, black daddy. Somebody's black in your family. So there you go. There's that. So let's continue to watch this, y'all. We're going to start right now.
Weird shit, some fuck shit. It's been just some strange shit this year, you know. And black people being attacked left and right, our stories, our educational institutions, our safe places, and our power. And that's my thing, you know. I got an organization called Build Power. So I'm really about power. And it's from the legacy of the Black Power movement. And I don't think you can get any...
Hold on. Let's do this again. I don't know why, again, I hate when it does that, the speed. Give me a second, y'all. Sorry. All right, let's do this again. My bad, y'all. My bad. I just hate when it doesn't sync up properly and it throws me off. It pisses me off, actually. So, okay, here we go. Let's start again. Let's keep going.
Closer to power than the person who birthed it, right? Yes, the black woman, right? Yes. A lot of the time, it's black men that stand in the way of it, right? That get in the way of, what we're supposed to be empowering, what we're supposed to be collaborating with. And so when we're thinking about things like, Sister Song is steeped in reproductive justice. And when we talk about reproductive justice, it's the human right for bodily autonomy. Now, here's the thing. I get into all
Bro, before I continue, y'all, my bad. Happy Black History Month. Yes, we're in the middle of February. So actually, yeah, if you are not black watching this, that's okay. You could join in the conversation. It's a safe space. Just don't, know your role. Don't press up on us, okay? All right, that's number one. Number two, the accountability is very thick. What is happening? I've never seen this before. They're doing it because remember, for so long we had people like Fresh and Fit, people like Officer Tatum, all them, whatever, Jason Wilson, whatever the hell these people's names are, that would do podcasts to denigrate black women and say we're not doing enough. What happened to the tables that black women weren't bringing enough to? Remember, they're not bringing enough to the table. We're not slim enough, not beautiful enough, not, soft enough. We're too aggressive, too loud. Our expectations are too high. And now there's a shift in the language. Okay, let's get to it.
The academic terms, and then I get confused. So we're going to get into it for real about what this means to us, what the human right to bodily autonomy, the human right to have kids, to not have kids, to parent kids in a healthy environment, to set up that environment, and what goes into that actually means to us. And I want to make sure that, the way we're talking about it, other people can understand it, because I know for a fact, if people came to me however many years ago and was like, hey, what you think about reproductive justice? I would have a very confused look on my face. And I'm like, I don't know exactly what that means and how we engage with it, but everybody here comes from a different perspective.
Okay, so far I'm liking it. And shout out to the brother who's leading the conversation. He sounds like he's very well adjusted in the brain. He's done his work. He's done his homework and research and the learning. He's deconstructed the patriarchy in the black manhood. Okay, sir, we got it. So now you're trying to teach the brethren over here. Let's see if they are willing to accept your lesson.
Of a different life, different experiences, and we want to bring that to this conversation. So I know that there's no way to get there without the empowerment of black women and centering black women in that power talk, in that power struggle, in that power strategy.
Centering black women. Oh, he done found a black queen. What's going on? What's his name? What is this brother's name? Hold on. Sister Song, Women of Color, and the Consciously. Okay, I need to know who this guy is. He sounds like he's doing a lot of educating. What happened? Who made you? What happened to turn your worldview around? Something must have happened. I need to know what happened, brother.
Strategy and that movement, and our behavior, and what in y'all's eyes does that mean to you? Like, and from y'all's experience, what's your connection to or experience with reproductive justice, and what does that actually mean to you? Anybody kick in?
As a father, you fall deeply in love with parenting, right? And what that means, and understanding the responsibility that it takes. But you also learn, as a father, the mother ends up doing so much more than what you can offer sometimes. And it's just facts. You don't have breasts to feed this baby. You don't have the kind of just natural intellect to kind of carry things. That's why a lot of fathers just say, here you go, I don't know what to do, right? So I think for one, it's just accepting that, understanding that you are there to help produce and provide, but then there's going to be so much more that you can't, provide. And so just trying to be a support system around whatever your spouse or your girlfriend at the time is choosing to do with their body is something that I've learned over the years. Personal experiences from having to make that decision to have an abortion, with your girlfriend at a young age, to end up feeling like that you didn't have a say-so in it, right? And then understanding as a man where you don't. Once you decide to go into that position and you put your seed into this woman, now that's her decision where to go. You can't say, well, I don't want no baby. You can't have it. No. You should have thought about that before you go. So teaching my son that, right, and understanding that you have a decision very early on in the process, but later on you don't. And if you decide to go through with it, then you need to be ready to support and provide and do the things that you need to do. So that's kind of been my learning curve over the situation. And then just feeling horrible for, as we were talking off camera, about all the women who've lost their lives in this situation and not being able to have the medicine that they need. And not only around, reproduction and having babies, but even down to like fibroids, right? My wife.
What is happening? The awakening is happening. Wait, this is only a minority though, so Hey, all right. I promise y'all, I have not seen a round table like this before. I'm hearing a lot of good things. Hold on. Hold the line. What is happening? I was getting ready to drag some. Oh, I know I'm gonna drag Clifton soon, but okay. All right. So far, I love the fact that he mentioned. Hold on a second, y'all. Are you still here, honey?
Oh, I will call.
What happened?
Just give me 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, because she's itching to jump. Huh? Okay, I'll wait. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so yeah, oh Lord, Mimi's. Oh God, here we go. Mimi, no, stop it. I can't put you down. Okay, you're gonna stay with mommy. Here. Come with mommy. No, okay, whatever. All right, y'all, my bad. Basically, what's happening is that Dom is leaving right now, but she likes to chase up behind him, and so now he has to put her on my bed so she doesn't run. But she is very impatient. Mimi, no, stop it. All right, sorry about that. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. Okay, keep watching.
Struggles with that, and Black women not having the information that they need to figure out how to get rid of the fibroids and all those type of things. So whatever we can do to just kind of lean in and learn and listen, that's what I've been like. Same thing. If somebody would ask me a couple years ago, I said, I guess my perspective may have been different, but now we're in a time where you really just want to have a different understanding. I teach my son that, and then also my daughter, what decision she has to make before she lays down with somebody and how it can change your life, right?
So it's incumbent upon you to have that information if your desire is to be a father, is to understand the woman's point of view and the things that they go through. We think of a lot of things that we go through, our upbringing, not having a father or having a father, all our experiences.
All right, my bad, y'all. Sorry. Oh, Lord. Okay, so speaking of motherhood, pet mamahood is, oh, Lord, it's a lot. All right, so now he was talking about fibroids. I love that he brought that up, and I noticed that he was talking about the life, the threat of life, especially for Black women who put their bodies on the line to have children with men who more often than not are causing most of those issues that they have. The reproductive, like y'all already know, Black women have a higher mortality rate when it comes to having children and childbirth, and also the racism we all face when we go into these medical facilities. And now they are starting to realize that it is a lot of work. And so shout out to the two brothers so far. I like it. All right, I didn't get to hear the third brother. I hope he's making sense.
And the dream of being a father, and having a son or a daughter, and what kind of father you want to be, all of that comes to mind. But before inception, those thoughts never came to me in the sense of what she would go through. How would I handle being in a waiting room and being told something and not knowing information? Who do I lean on? All those things that come to mind that happen when you're in the delivery room or the process of having a baby or having a healthy delivery and all of that stuff. And I think it's absolutely important for us to have these types of conversations and have these thoughts leading up into.
But why weren't you thinking about her body and what was gonna happen? And this is another problem. Did you not know that? Like, you didn't know that she had to go through that? And it makes you wonder what the hell was going on in their childhood. This is why I said childhood patterns matter. What did your parents teach you? They didn't teach you about, like, and you know what? I think a lot of, especially our mothers, and I will say that my mom did that too, they made everything look easy. Marriage, oh, you just gotta do this. Having kids, oh, you just have to make sure you do this, and it'll be fine. No, just because your threshold of laboring is higher than mine does not mean that I will have the same experience as you. Because sometimes what they're doing is they're neglecting themselves. Most of the time, what our mothers did was they muled. That's what I gotta call it what it is. Love my mom dearly. I love her to pieces. But there were a lot of sacrifices that she made for my siblings and I. And so what it comes down to is they neglect themselves. And so now that my mom's retired, you can't tell her nothing. She loves her freedom. But she made it seem, let me tell y'all, when she retired, when my youngest brother turned 18 years old, she acted like it was a jail sentence. Like, she's like, oh, I'm free now. I'm finally free. And I'm like, free? Like, you would have thought that she got her, like, I don't know, like she just got fresh out of jail or something. Like she was locked up. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, but like she was so excited when my brother turned 18 years old. And now, we're full adults now. Like, we're like, my youngest brother is in his 30s, the Libra, by the way. So he's in his 30s, and now you can see that she finally has her independence. She has her own life. She has her life back. And in my mind, I'm like, yeah, but you made it seem as if having kids was your life. And that's the problem, is that they don't know. A lot of our mothers, they didn't know how to not sacrifice themselves. They sacrifice themselves way too much. And so now he's thinking it's normal to be the sacrificial lamb. Talking about he didn't even know that his wife had needs when she was pregnant. Red flag. How you not know that?
To the idea and actualizing fatherhood. I think we've centered ourselves, the patriarchy of it all. We center ourselves, we're the ones that make it happen.
I would say something. I was raised by women.
Right.
And I ran into some brothers a couple of years ago, last year, when we were running for election, who felt like Kamala couldn't lead.
Correct.
I said, but your mother ran the house.
Right.
And my mother tragically died when I was 4, but my sister who raised me was a gangster. Could take $1 and balance the budget like in 25 minutes, $100. So I think that in order to trust black women, we gotta kind of like, I think you and I were talking about, or no, I was talking to my driver on the way over about holding yourselves accountable. 81% of people don't talk, and black men have to talk.
Okay, so one thing I will say about him that I didn't know is that he didn't grow up with his mom. His mom passed away when he was 4. This is going to make a big difference as to the reaction that I'm going to have to the little explosive moment he has later on in this podcast. This just goes to show you how small facts matter. And he didn't have his mother. He lost his maternal figure at 4. That's a big deal for a young man. A young boy, I should say. He's not even he's a man now, a young boy. Not only that, but his sister, I'm guessing his older sister, she was probably young too and raising him. So it's as if his mother was a teen mom. His surrogate mom is like a teen mom or like a young mom, because I'm pretty sure they're not that far in age. And it sounds like she was living a different lifestyle. So we got to keep that in mind. Stick a pin in this, because this is going to matter later. Continuing.
To the women. And a lot of the women, and it's not 81% of women, it's 81% of people don't talk. So I think it starts with a dialogue. But I can personally tell you, I can't imagine walking around with another person inside of me. And I think that we have to yield to women. And I don't think the government can tell you if you were raped. I mean, they're talking about if you were raped or molested, that you have to have that child. I don't think the government should have any say in that. Along with women having a choice of their bodies, we also have to teach our daughters and sons how to be responsible. Not rely on the plan B, because abortion shouldn't be used just so you can all go out and have a good time. Right. Because we walk away, but women have to deal with the body, the changing your body. It's so much. I tell my girl all the time, I couldn't do it. Just having a menstrual cycle, I would say, God, can y'all let mine come once a year? I have to pay somebody once a year, because I watch my girl go through the changes emotionally, and not just physically, but it's a lot of shit women go through. So I think men, honestly, need to sit down and shut the fuck up. Right. It's a lot that we don't see, because if you weren't raised that way, you don't know. It's like you listening to you guys trying to be good husbands. The women got to let us in, and we can't tell them what to do. And I think this government has to step back and let women make choices for themselves.
Women are the first wonder of the world, despite what's said. It's the first wonder.
Exactly.
That's the only thing outside of God that I know.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but I got to keep stopping it, because I'm hearing good things so far, and in my mind, I'm like, is this like a prank or something? Okay, so far we have some very good, strong, we have some strong comments and opinions from the men of this panel. And we had even Clifton talking about we got to take accountability, and that, women are in charge of their bodies, and that the government shouldn't be able to dictate that. And I agree with that. Yeah, that's when they're overstepping their boundaries, when they tell you what you can and can't do with your own damn body. Red flag. Now continuing.
That creates, first and foremost. The issues that we have are that the woman knows before we know whether or not life should be brought into earth, brought here, or if it should be aborted. they deserve to have that right for the simple fact of America does not allow us to run a system the way we should as a family. Men don't understand, you may be the leader, but you might not be the provider. Do you know how to lead if you are not the provider? In the midst of trying to figure it out, we coming from a whole bunch of systematic, it's been constructed for.
Thank you. Oh my God, he's making so much sense. I said that earlier. How you gonna lead when you're not a provider? Exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a twilight zone. I never thought I would see this in 2026. What is going on? It really is the age of Aquarius.
For us to be the way that we are, to think that we are, that's not how it was programmed.
And then talk about that program I mentioned where they took they paid
black
to take black fathers out of the house.
And then from there, me and Cliff was talking about that. When it started with the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which guys started using or they was going to prison. Regardless, we stayed out of the house. And now it's social media. And the thing is, we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were...
Wait. He's talking a little too fast for me, brother. Hold up, brother. Let's go back.
They took they paid
black
to take black fathers out of the house.
And then from there, me and Cliff was talking about that when it started.
That was debunked, but we're not going to get into that today. We might have to do a whole separate video about that. Continuing. Not saying that it didn't happen where the government didn't interfere, because they sure did. 100%. 1,000,000%. Wherever there's this type of situation, government definitely interfered. The GOV. But there was... anyways, there's more into it. There's more to it than what they're saying. Continuing.
With the Section 8, women were able to take care of the kids without the man being in the house, which gave her the mindset that I can be the leader because I have to be the provider. And then after that, it was the crack epidemic, which guys started using or they was going to prison. Okay. Regardless.
And not only that, but gangs came up around that time too. We got to make that very... It wasn't just addicts using crack. It was gangs selling the crack and you guys already know. Continuing.
We stayed out of the house. Now it's social media. And the thing is, we were always here to protect the black women. And if you ever seen the movie Sparta, men were actually the leaders, but the leader knew how to lead because he still trusted the woman with the gift that God gave her.
Oh yeah, okay. He's talking about 300, guys. Sparta, the 300 movie. What is it? We are Sparta. 300. So he's talking about 300 where the leader, what's his name again? Oh my God, I forgot his dang on name. Y'all remember that movie, 300. If you haven't watched that movie, you should watch it. It's a really good watch. Gerard Butler, thank you. Gerard Butler was, he consulted his wife. And anytime he went into battle, he would talk to his wife, get her opinion. It was definitely, you could see that she had a lot of influence over his decisions in the military, the military decisions that he made. I even watched a movie yesterday, House of Dynamite. I hated the ending, but it's a really good movie. And the president, he was consulting with his wife as to what he should do, what decision he should make. And so sometimes that does happen. Even in biblical times, that was the norm as well in certain stories that were in the Bible. So, yeah. So that is actually factual. Continuing.
Was intuition and discernment. And if you knew how to treat your woman and she knew how to love and that stress was off her, it allowed y'all to operate as a family unit to be able to trust her so she can be able to trust you. Once you realize how powerful that woman is, a lot of us run around, and even for myself, I struggle with being monogamous because I didn't understand the value of the woman.
Hold on, y'all putting clown emojis. Hold up, what happened? Wait, is there something I don't know about this? Hold on. The brighter side. Hey sis, how are you? Said I'd be interested to see their personal bios, their marriages, how they are with children. I'm calling cap on this convo. Sis, I love your comments because I ain't gonna lie, I didn't want to say that because I'm like, listen, we gotta give them I give credit. Maybe I'm too nice. I have that teacher mindset where it's like, when the student who's always delinquent and he's like literally, you don't want to say it, but he's like the worst one in the classroom and everybody's just doing well and they always get their 5 stars. And then one day, just one day, he just acts right. I don't know what happened. Maybe the mom promised to give him, or the parents promised to give him $100 if he acted right that one class. But anyways, he does all his work, raises his hand. You don't have to call him, nothing. Like, he's, listening to instructions. And then at the end of the class, he's like, you get 1 gold star. Good for you, Timmy. That's how I feel with this conversation. I'm trying my best, y'all, but you ain't lying. Because I just feel like, I'm like, wait, what's going on here? There must be an ulterior motive. Something's going on here. Because I've never heard of this. Like, they're talking a lot. Like, they're using our talking points, y'all. Sophie, hold on. Sophie, what did Sophie say? Sophie, you said they want some cookies or being praised. Y'all are ruthless. I love that, though. I love it. Boo, shut up. Innocently weird. You said, I don't know why, but I can't help but think this is performative. A lot of them don't sound genuine or sincere. Either way, I do love the good promotion for us. I love that too, y'all. That's what I was just saying. Listen, we just gonna eat the meat and chew the bones. That's it. Spit the bones, chew the meat. What I will say though is the first brother seemed like he actually is about that life. I will say that he was talking a lot. He was giving a lot of talking points. This brother seems like he's okay too, but I don't know about the other ones.
But once you put a woman next to God, would you play with God the same way? And if you knew what you possessed as powerful, I don't think that we would run around with the promiscuous mindset of thinking it's okay, because we wouldn't look at women the way that we are downplayed the thing of how they are.
So I'm going to real quick though. I think that there's something that's really dope that you started with is around women being the first close to God, right? Like, because that's a fact. And talking about creation, talking about creating, because I do think when people talk about the human race all the time, and it started with blah, 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 blah. It started in Africa, started in Africa. With a black woman, right? And so I do think the closest you could get to power, the closest you could get to life, creating circumstances, and is with the black woman.
I wonder, yes.
But also just want to ground us in, when we talk about reproductive justice, it's not just about birthing, right? It's not just about having a kid.
Right. Yeah, you see, so he's done the work. The leader has done the work. The way he's talking, that lets me know he's read. He's reading. The other ones, though, I don't know too much, but he has done the work. I can say that for a fact.
It's about, when we talk about...
Because he even redirected the conversation that, look, it's not just about that, it's about this. Because remember, he asked them, what do you think reproductive justice is about? And I think he knew in his mind that they wouldn't know what it's really about, so he wanted to take that chance or opportunity to educate them.
Autonomy is about, we all want the right to control our bodies. I don't want nobody telling me what to do with my body, right? And that is a right that expands even beyond having a kid, right? And fostering that environment to be able to raise folks. And we talked about like the village, right? And that it takes a village to raise a kid. It wasn't like, okay, all these people on the block got a responsibility. It was actually, you understood that kid had, that every decision that goes into raising that kid, teaching that kid how to move, teaching that kid how to communicate, it forms their future, but it also affects everybody in the village, right? And so everybody had a responsibility to make sure that person and the people that were raising that kid had what they needed, had the healthiest environment and things, to make sure that everyone is okay, that we all can live the life that we deserve, right? And so, I do want to also make sure that, I ain't got no kids, just so I can't talk about, the standpoint of a father, but there are fathers at this table. I also got 25 nephews and nieces. I'm over here, you know what I'm saying? I got
5. So how many kids did your daddy have? Red flag. Maybe that's why you're learning all about this. This sounds like a lot of siblings. And 25, that lets me know that it wasn't by the same woman. I've never heard of anybody doing most 12, 13, 14, 25. That's on Douglas territory. Yeah, we're gonna need to figure this out.
Strategy over here. But there's perspectives from all on this table from every angle of it, and I do want to go back to and we can go wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to say, but I do want to talk about that like you said, the government shouldn't be involved. Keeping in mind that this is a government that was steeped in what they call white supremacy. I like to call white delusion, right? You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing, right? And they
don't want to believe that they came from a black woman.
Yeah, and the definition.
You came from a black woman.
Well, the definition of
a lot of the brothers don't either. Red flag. Come on now, Clifton. Clifton. Okay, you were starting out good. They don't want to believe they came from a black woman. Do we need examples right now? I don't want to derail the conversation because everything was sounding great, but there are a lot of your brethren out there who look like you, Clifton. That's not Clifton, but who look like Clifton, who also do not believe that they came from a black woman, even though the black woman looks at them every single day. Okay, all right, continuing.
Masculinity, the definition of what we do with our bodies and how we define a government's role in that came from that corrupt.
Oh, and by the way, you guys got to be careful with educated people like this. Not saying that it's wrong to be educated, but sometimes, like nowadays, I have noticed this, and this is another warning. He's saying all the right things, but then, you know, a lot of people are getting, and this is why I said short form videos were the death of us. This is why. Because they could watch a 2-minute video and read up reproductive. Okay. What these girls want to hear. And then you go on a date with them, and all of a sudden they're spewing all of this, now they're no longer doing Plymouth Rock landed on us, right? Remember when the brothers back with the bean pies, when they was going through the whole conversion, y'all know that time, where they was talking about, black, women, your goddesses, and, Plymouth Rock didn't land on us, we didn't land in Plymouth Rock landed on us, like that, those kind of style is the new breed now. Now they're not going to come to you with bean pies and a suit and a tie. Now they're going to come with reproductive justice. They're going to talk about your fibroids. Yeah, I know all about fibroids. How many fibroids you have? Oh, yeah, I heard that it's really tough for women these days. I know it's hard for y'all. I know what you guys are going through, supremacy, all that stuff. Yeah, you got to be careful a little bit. Not saying that it's wrong for them to educate themselves, but what's the motive? That's another thing, y'all. We got to be careful, y'all, because he was talking about fibroids. I got a little spooked. I was like, what you know about fibroids, sir? What do you know about the fibs and the broids? Okay, now you're entering into deep women territory. You might want to be careful here.
Standpoint, that corrupt perspective. So I 100% agree that the government should do anything about it. But where did you want to go with that?
Well, I think one of the things that I think helps, I believe, with women's right in terms of their sexual reproduction is the relationship that we have with the black man. I heard a psychiatrist when I was on one of the panels say that African American men and women are suffering from 450 years of post-slavery PTSD.
Yes.
So one of the things that I love about this thing right here is that the next one I want to see is black men and black women sitting down together and talking about how do we learn to exist in peace.
We're not ready for that yet. You need to have more roundtables like this, okay? You see, that's a problem. You jumping ahead, Clifton. Stop it. Calm down, Clifton. You're getting too excited. I know you love this conversation, but you need to have a few more. You guys need to have some lessons. Like, this needs to be a long series, okay? So it's like every week you deconstruct different parts of the patriarchy that black men have contributed to. Next week y'all could talk about the gang violence problem. Next week, the week after that, y'all could talk about different things, okay? You can talk about way different. But please do not involve the women until y'all get yourselves solidified, okay? Please stop and think, because that's the problem. You always waiting to involve us. Why? Let you guys are doing great on your own right now. Continue doing what you don't need us right now, okay? Not yet. Get yourselves in order first, okay? Make it a social thing, okay? Have it in different chapters in all over the country. And then you can think about starting to invite women into the conversation. Once you get yourselves healed and you're like, you know what, the collective, we're ready. Let's get women involved. No, because I'm tired of y'all. Because then as soon as women come in, then it's going to be a fight. And then see, this is why we don't trust black women. Y'all always want to take over. And then you invited us. Imagine. Red flag. No, we're not falling for that.
And I say that because I'm saying this, and a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him, and
No, sorry. Wait, what did you say? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
And a lot of times I have to catch myself. It's emotional. I grew up with a lot of violence around me. My father, when he drank, I seen him knock women. My father fight a baby. He was just off. He was mentally off from the oppression of this culture that broke him, and so we were born, a lot of us were born into that, our fathers, and we're trying to break those cycles.
Okay, so Clifton, I'm gonna be gentle because I know you lost your mom at a young age. Okay, he is correct. A lot of us were born into those cycles, so I'm not gonna say that he's wrong for what he's saying. However, what I will say though is that there's more to it than what he's saying. That's number one. But yes, if his dad had a mental issue, he was an alcoholic. I think what he's trying to say, and I'm being gentle as I can, and as compassionate as I can, because you could tell that he grew up in a different time. Not only that, but he's had a rough childhood. I'll give him that. And it's so interesting that he always plays the drunk person in a lot of these movies, and his father was a whole alcoholic. So basically he's cosplaying his dad, and he's basically remembering, because you know, when you are an actor, there's like, I think Heath Ledger went through that, where you become the character. I forgot what it's called, but you actually assume the role of the character so much that you start to become the character. And I think that it's easy for him to channel that, you know, those roles, because his father was that was his childhood. So yes, are there a lot of undiagnosed men in the black community? 1,000,000%. And not just the black community, but we just talking about black people here, so I gotta say that's every community, right? He's right. The second thing that he is correct about is that there's a lot of generational trauma. Correct. Another thing that he is correct about is that there is the element of white supremacy. That is undeniable. If you are, you know, especially if your ancestors were enslaved in the Western Hemisphere. Hello. If anybody knows about slavery and oppression, it's us. So there's that. However, what I will say is that that's not the only reason too. And, you know, he touched upon it a little bit. He said culture, but it's also the lack of accountability. I gotta be honest, because some people understand that, so they know. This is the thing that I have found, is that we know our issues, we know our symptoms. Black people, we are very intelligent. One thing about us is we're going to point out all the negative things. We're going to tell you what's wrong, what's right. We are very good at pointing out patterns. We're very good at recognizing things, and we're very good at vocalizing our displeasure. We know when something's wrong before everybody does, and it's a spiritual thing. I will hold that to, I say that I can promise you, and that's something I hold true, is that we are very spiritual human beings. And we can sense something's wrong before anyone else does. That's bar none. However, we are not good with changing. And that's something that we got to work on. Clifton. So you could already tell by his statement that he's already ready to shift the blame. And yes, we're very good with shifting blame. We're very good with knowing exactly what happened. We're good with giving the events that have happened. We can tell who's our oppressor. We know them. We've known for years. Come on now. It's not hard for us to figure this out. We are very good at doing that. But when it comes to doing the work, when it comes to being accountable, and when it comes to wanting to do better, we struggle a lot. And Clifton, you look like you're gonna struggle. So let's continue, because you're already telling, oh, he had mental, you know, supremacy. Okay, that's great. That is true. But then your dad still chose to drink anyways. Even, I'm pretty sure he had people around him telling him, hey, this is not good for your liver. I'm sure that he even felt that it wasn't right. I'm sure that he has encountered many a people in his life who have told him to lay off the liquor. Did he listen? No. So at a certain point, yes, we can verify that everything is true. What you're saying is valid. But what you gonna do about it?
So somehow that ties into me to women's reproductive choices in terms of having a baby with a guy that's comes from a broken family, not a baby coming in with a broken family, and bam, 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 and the mother's asking the father for support, like, yo, I ain't actually had that motherfucking baby. You know, that ain't shit. I don't even know if that's that motherfucker. I mean, there's so many levels to this that make women coward or not want to talk, you know, or be the victim of one guy shot his baby mama and the kids the other day. It's so I think we got to attack that from not just right now in this racist culture that we're seeing with this administration, but also from a generational standpoint. For sure.
I don't have the historical information, man. That's why I'm a listener, man. I'm a great listener. But you know, when I hear,
hold up, wait a minute. You don't have the historical information. He doesn't look like he's that old. So you're telling me with this free internet that we have, that you never thought to hear or listen to something about anything? Like, he sounds like he just became a human being today. Oh, it's my first day on earth. Hold up. Can y'all give me a rundown of what's been going on for the last 11 centuries or whatever? Please let me know what happened BC and AD. Red flag. Where have you been? Wake up. And you have a partner? Good luck.
You know, from your generation, your perspective, and your perspective, and everybody's, perspective in a sense, as we get into it, I feel like we let women down in that regard. We didn't stand on business. And
what you mean by that?
I just feel like we let depression wear us down. Fathers let depression wear them down and beat them down, take them out of the house. And
they forced them out of the house.
Forced them.
Clifton. Okay, you know what? On the brighter side, and everybody else in the chat, y'all were right. See, I was trying to be neutral, but this is what neutrality gets. You see, when let me tell y'all something. Listen to your intuition. I'm holding Mimi's pillow. Actually, my mama gave me that pillow, but we'll hold it for Mimi. I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, and look at me. Look at me right now. This is what being neutral gets you. Trying to be like, okay, you know what? You get a gold star. Let's give you... Remember, I talked about it in the beginning of the chat. We're taught to think like, okay, you know what? Let's give them a little chancey chance. And then look at this disappointment right here. Clifton, get up on out of here. They forced him out of the house. So they still forcing them right now. They're forcing them right now, y'all. Y'all tell me, are they forcing them right now? Because I have many stories in my personal life, not mine, but people I know around me, who the partners, they weren't forced out. They skipped out, skedaddled. They were ready to run outside. Red flag. They ain't want nothing. They could not be. Wait, did y'all see? Hold on. I'm gonna find a TikTok of the dog who did not recognize his litter of children and just bounced. I'm gonna give y'all, because even the dogs are starting to do it now. That's the behavior. It's a pattern. Okay, Clifton? So at a certain point, okay, yes, they forced you out of the house, quote unquote. But it can only happen for so long until people are like, oh, they forced us. Okay, then what are we doing about it now? That's the question. And that's not just a black American thing. Please. Before people come up in here, because I know now there's this diaspora war stuff and people are like, oh, black Americans is in their culture. That's in every culture. Stop it. Please stop saying that. I know a lot of white men who walked out on their kids. I have friends whose fathers have walked out clean. That's where that saying where, y'all know the saying of the milkman, where they said, oh, your dad went out to the store. Sorry, not the milkman. The milkman was if your mama slept with the milkman. But there's a whole expression that your dad went out to buy milk. That's from the white community, because that's how they'd be running out on their wives. They just do it in another way. That's it. That's all. Come on now.
No, they had a program. They forced them.
They
didn't leave the house.
I feel that. I understand that. I can't. But ain't nobody gonna make me leave my woman. I get that. I get it. But ain't nobody gonna make me leave my family. I get what. I understand that. I could never fathom what went on back then.
I think you might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Like, oh, this seems like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either. But you know how you say, you stripping us from the house? Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men are strong. So the way that you say you're not going to take nobody from my family.
What did he say?
My family. I get what. I understand that. I could never fathom what went on back then.
I think you might be alluding to weak ass men allowing things that might be coming up. Oh, this seems like, I don't know exactly the historical presence of it either. But you know how you say, you stripping us from the house? Oftentimes, I'm a man who dates men. A lot of men are strong. So the way that you say you're not going to take nobody from my family, you're not going to strip me from my family, a lot of people don't walk with that. A lot of people don't have that.
Okay, I like that they had gay men on the panel too, or bisexual men. I don't know if he's bi or if he's gay, 100%. But I like that they had different perspectives of different types of men or black men. That's actually very, very, very important to note. And not only that, but it kind of gives a different element to the conversation.
So, it is systematic, but at the same time, you part of the few men who's not going to live their life like that.
I get a system that you live in a place that is just geared to tell you ain't shit, you ain't shit, you ain't shit.
And it beats you down.
You ain't shit, you ain't shit. Yeah. And it beats your other counterpart down, so y'all come home to
Madness.
beatness. Yeah. Nobody want to heal anybody, right?
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of different influences that happen, whether it's drugs, right? We know that our community struggled with that for a long time.
But let's talk about them. Let's go back up. Let's go back and talk about the CIA putting the drugs in the
That's what I'm gonna say. We're in a country where drugs is probably the most highest profit of things that you want, right? But just speaking on fatherhood and being in the house and not being in the household, I think there's a lot of pressures coming from each side, right?
Yeah.
I've looked at fathers who weren't in the household and had conversations with them and say, "Man, you've been on drugs since you was 12 years old, brother. Your brain doesn't have the capability of thinking correctly, right? You are afraid that you can't provide for your family, so you would rather leave, right? Not knowing that you have a woman who's willing to stay down with you and hold you down no matter what, right? So it's just as a man who, even to this day, get nervous, right? Like, oh man, this shit is slowing up. Like, am I better off telling my baby and them, like, are y'all good? No, of course not, right? But you have to be honest about yourself and say, I'm fearful of certain things, and say, and not necessarily a weakness, but necessarily just like, I'm scared. Right, that I can't provide, and now I've either let someone else kind of tell me what I need to do, right, rather than following my own intuition and having a relationship with my ancestors in the universe, and that can really guide you, or having that one-on-one with your lady. So many things that can pull people out of the house. Similar to the conversation, is like, well, if I was in.
But wait, I'm a little just. I'm not saying he's saying anything wrong. I like what he's saying, but he said that he didn't know and he doesn't know how to provide. Then why did you have kids? Like, it's just small things like that make me question things. We're very unprepared, extremely unprepared. And I think I've spoken on this before, but hell, I'll talk about it until the wheels fall off. In other communities, that's one thing I have noticed, is they have something called family planning. We do not plan for nothing. All the diaspora across the board. Red flag. Every single diaspora. If you had parents who were planners and you look like me, you are an exception. More often than not, everything was very unplanned. We do not organize at all. Other races, and that's something I saw in Korea, was so crazy to me because mind you, Korea has, they do not, I think there's a ban on abortion unless it's for a medical reason. I know that there was like a protest about it while I was there, but I don't think it has changed till now. Y'all let me know if that's not the case. But I remember when I was in Korea, abortion was illegal. And what would happen is that a lot of the teen moms, they would drop their babies off in a baby box, right? And it was very hard to get an abortion in Korea. I'll say that. Now, what I will say, though, is that there were a lot of women or families who did family planning as well. So sometimes, like, what would happen is that it's a layered conversation, but what I would say is, as a collective, of course there's a percentage of women who didn't use condoms, but now in Korea there's no excuse to get pregnant, to be honest with you, because they have literally birth control readily available at the pharmacy. You don't need a prescription. You can literally get birth control at any pharmacy without a prescription. Not only that, but Plan B is available over the counter as well, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta search that. Whereas now in Canada, it was only a few years ago that we were able to get Plan B without a prescription, but I remember you needed one a while back. So point is that a lot of families in Korea, especially married women, they will plan when they will have their kids. So after 2 kids, they're done. That's it. That's why you do not see a lot of like families in Korea who have like large families anymore, because they stopped that. The point that I'm trying to make is that they have evolved from having multiple children without planning into proper planning. And so now it's less and less. The teen pregnancy rate has declined because of the prevention and the planning. And so they've adopted that going forward. My point is that we are now in 2026 and we still have people who do not understand the fundamentals of family planning. This is alarming. The fact that he can sit here and say, I didn't know how I was going to be a provider with a child that you cannot afford, as if you did not have any other way of having proper contraception and understanding your cycles, or her understanding her cycles. And like, it makes me wonder, like, how is this even possible in this day and age that you don't know how to count, you don't know how to wear condoms, you don't know how to use birth control. And yes, there are some women who get pregnant on birth control, but that is a small, very small percentage of women. So it just it baffles my mind when I hear stuff like that, because I'm like, okay, like, you knew you're having sex. There is a possibility that you might have a child. And you knew that you were poor before you had the child. But you still decided to go, or not even poor, I don't want to say poor, but you knew that you didn't have enough resources. And you still decided to take that risk. And then when the consequence comes, you act shocked that you actually have to provide. I'm confused.
Slave, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, well, you really don't know. So it's like, it's so many different things that go into why people do things, and sometimes, yeah, you can name it to. It's like, oh, this person was being a coward, or this person was being. But a lot of it is fear, and a lot of it is because we're the minority, and because the pressure that comes from so many other people that don't look like us, it's a lot of pressure that makes you feel that way. And then you got the people that's in your community that oppress you, right? And so as men, we do it to women, right? As men, that's the tier. We do it to women even more, right? We fall underneath that same thing. And so to your point, we got to strip that away, figure out what the issue is with that, have those conversations, understand that it's layers and layers of what it is, but also don't be like, you weak as hell.
I'm making sure that word not like that now.
No, I know. You wouldn't have been able to do it. You ain't been able to hold it down, but it's just like, man, it's so many, reasons why a man would leave a household. And then sometimes it's, us not holding them accountable and saying, hey, look, man, you need to get your shit together. All right, you need to make sure you're over there. Because now I'm sitting here playing spades with you and smoking again. You ain't saying your kid 3 blocks down the street.
I've seen men plan fantasy football leagues. Literally sit, and this is how do I know this? I have 4 brothers. And every time fantasy football time comes around, now the Superbowl ended, so they quiet right now. But every time we'll get on the phone, we have family group chats. Every time football season's about to start over. Hey, you call this person, did they put in their picks? Hey, did you put in your players, your roster? They plan that ahead of time. They already know what team for next year. I bet you right now they're in planning mode, like trying to plan which team for next year that they're going to bet on. They know how to plan. Please do not let them fool you. So now, all of a sudden, when it comes to issues that have to do with women and children, you act befuddled, like you don't know how to function. But when it came to getting a job, you knew how to plan and organize and get your resume together. Well, sometimes, they have people help them. But either way, it doesn't matter. They knew where to find the help. When it comes to fantasy football, you know what teams to choose. You even know the jersey numbers. You know how much yards. Have you ever heard men talk about football? It is crazy to hear when, not just football, like American football, any sport, they know the players' game inside and out. They know how many yards, how many this, how many that. Oh, he tackled this much last season, he didn't do that great. Oh, he did it. They know all that. But when it comes to uncomfortable things that they don't want to learn about, then all of a sudden is this ignorance that they have they don't know. I didn't know I had to do this. When they talk about cars, if you ever hear a man talk about cars, it's crazy. They know everything about cars. They know what type of cars, how many engines, how fast it goes. They'll know everything about that. Even for their side chicks, they will memorize her favorite perfume. Put so much effort into whining and dining. Today, happy Side Chicks Day, by the way. It's the day after Valentine's Day. For all you out there, I know some of y'all, not y'all, but some people out there, yes. I'm sure their men know what they like. They will wine and dine them, buy whatever they need. They will memorize those things. But when it comes to their children, when it comes to trying to learn about things that they do not know when it comes to their wives or their partners, somehow they are just they don't know. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
No accountability. So to your point, as you was talking to your driver, let's take accountability, but then also kind of give each other a little bit of grace and understanding, especially our OGs who went through a lot, especially our guys who are coming from Vietnam, who came home to nothing and lost everything and went out there and lost their mind, saw things we could never imagine, right?
Did everything for this place.
Did everything.
That's a different sector of people. So again, we're not talking about the general population. That's the military. You see how they're trying to put everyone in the same category. We will not give the same grace to the people who were the servicemen. And I understand they are out there. There are a lot of them who are still struggling with PTSD. But again, it's not all of them. Just keep that in mind.
Thing for this country just for them to take it away from you. And so now I say, well, fuck everybody. You know,
That's my entry point to this conversation. I think that because I went to college and I got a master's degree in human relations, I really set with and grapple with power and domination when it comes to like gender discrimination and when it comes to discrimination against women. So for me in this conversation, thinking about like fatherhood, I can't help but to think about the way in which I was introduced into this conversation about women's progression and how there were critiques of black women that talked about how us as men don't start thinking about this shit until we start having kids. So we start to think about how we only think about women when it's tethered to a man. Like, hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so, little sister. Hey, respect her, bro. That's so-and-so. So it's really thinking about how us as men, in terms of accountability, we really don't even have a good transition from objectification to fatherhood because you've been a fucker for 20 years. And now you don't want to be a fucker no more. Now you want to be a father. Because we don't have that accountability to think about the like how we are taught to objectify women. I know in our conversations it'd be like, hey, you can get respect from the homies based off how you get down on a bitch. Yeah. To be real. You can get capital, popularity, preference based off of how you're able to dominate and objectify other women. So then when I come into the conversation and I want to talk about progression of women, we start to have different, I'm gonna say pathology, different ways that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me?
He's right. 100%. Thank you, Consciously. You got fresh retwist. Love it.
Even when we find attractive, like how do you respect for those women? And I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood. It starts to me start thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation that was like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
Today, he just got here. Red flag, Consciously. Ask somebody else. Don't ask this one right here. Remember he said, I didn't read up on what was going on. I don't know the historical context. Okay, today is when he learned today. Okay, don't let whatever answer he's giving you maybe a few hours ago. No, when was this film? Whatever day it was filmed, a few hours prior to that, he decided to go and research on like, I didn't know.
Well, I'm adopted, so...
That doesn't matter. Wrap this right up. Red flag. Okay, so you're adopted, and he didn't ask you that. He just asked you, when did you learn about this? Okay, he's about to give us the reason why. Let's get to it.
I think it's part.
Hold on. No, we're going back because this is craziness. Hold on.
About it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation that was like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women? Well, I'm adopted, so I think some of that has always been in my mind, just what will make someone give their child up. You know, since I've always known since I was 7. Feel me? So, what environment was she in? Did she feel protected? Did she feel wanted, cared for, seen? All the things. So early on, I think for me it's kind of gone to a place of just humanity of it all, just like a person. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. I want to feel how.
Wait, hold on. Was that the question? And again, I am not trying to take away his experience of being adopted. What was the question though?
It's that stigma taps into it. And I think one of those is us being very critical about how we relate to women that's not related to us. Like, how do you respect women that's not your sister, that's not your mama, that's not your, you know what I'm saying, you feel me? Even when we find attractive. Like, how do you
relate to women who are not close to you?
Respect for those women. I think that the conversation starts before we start thinking about fatherhood. It starts to me start thinking about it in middle school, you know what I'm saying? But also in this conversation that was like, hey, so before you became a father, before you became a father, when did you think about the general welfare of women?
General welfare of women. Okay. All right. Now he gets into his adoption story. Okay. So that makes sense. Ooh. Lord.
Well, I'm adopted.
But notice he didn't even give when. He just is giving the context. But when? Was this when you were 7, 10? When did you find out you were adopted? You see the deflection. This is what is bothering me about this answer. He's not answering it straight.
So I think some of that has always been in my mind, just what will make someone give their child up. You know, since I've always known since I was 7. Feel me? So
okay, he knew he was 7. He was wondering those questions. Okay, we starting point.
What environment was she in? Did she feel protected? Did she feel wanted, cared for, seen? All the things. So early on, I think for me, it's kind of gone to a place of just humanity of it all, just like a person. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Right. I want to feel how I feel. That's me. I want the same for everybody.
Yes.
I want you to live your life. I don't want nobody to take their life. But for the most part, if it makes you happy, go do your thing. That's me.
Right.
That's who I am. I understand that a lot of people are not like that. A lot of people also don't have my experience.
Yeah.
That has probably made me this way.
For sure.
My upbringing, you dig? Single parent household, only my mama. Watching my mama deal with men, a safety engineer at NASA, surrounded by white men, telling her she don't know what she's doing, and she telling them, you got to put the gloves on. You know what I mean? It's my perspective is from that's my earliest.
That's right. I want to, because how in this moment, because we have, when we're talking about the government, we have abortion bans, Georgia, my home state, Texas, that's leading to women dying, babies dying, people being less safe. And here we have folks, we've been hearing about folks being hung, lynched. We've been hearing about so many things this year that scare me as to how I got a big ass family, how all them people are going to survive this time. And I'm thinking about, and I'm not thinking about protect black women like we've always heard it, like protect black women, oh, this my girlfriend, this my, don't hurt my mama, don't talk about my mama, you know what I mean? But when we were talking earlier about a village, right, and how a village, everybody has a responsibility for each person and each responsibility in creating that nourishing environment, making sure there's healthy food, clean water, et cetera, et cetera. What are we doing right now to learn what women need, black women?
Thank you for redirecting the conversation. Oh my God, this is why I'm going to give him, I'm sorry, he's going to get 5, well, let me reserve my gold stars till the end. He redirected the conversation. Thank you. Because that one was talking about his past. And again, I feel sorry for him. He was adopted. He made it sound like it was like, wow, like he didn't understand certain dynamics or certain things women went through. And I understand that, brother. But the question is like, it's kind of like, what are we doing now? We talking about all this stuff, and I get it. It's very important. But at the same time, we have to redirect the conversation, and I'm glad he's doing that.
Particularly, and play our part in that power building.
I have a question for you guys, because this is something I've been trying to explore, and then I got more on the journey of once I got married, which is like therapy, right? And self-discovery, right? Understanding that my wife had her own journey of therapy.
Thank you.
Being introduced to anger management, right? It's not because you punching holes in the wall, but it's because you just get certain triggers that you don't know how to handle, and you don't know how to. So I think for me, I'm going on a journey, and I'm curious if you all are going on this too, or eager to go on it, because I am learning how to be more enthusiastic about it. Because therapy saying, I don't feel like talking to somebody, I don't want to, so just having that kind of, for me, that's where I'm at, and figuring out that's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe.
Yes.
She wants to know.
Wait, did he say punching walls? Sorry, y'all. I got distracted.
Self-discovery, right? Understanding that my wife had her own journey of therapy.
Thank you.
Being introduced to anger management, right? It's not because you punching holes in the wall, but it's because you just get certain triggers that you don't know how to handle, and you don't know how to. So I think for me, I'm going on a journey, and I'm curious if you all are going on this too, or eager to go on it, because I am learning how to be more enthusiastic about it. Because therapy saying, I don't feel like talking to somebody, I don't want to, so just having that kind of, for me, that's where I'm at, and figuring out that's how I'm gonna make my wife feel safe.
And I'm happy he figured it out. So I have nothing to say about that. I'm so happy he figured it out. I think it's very important that a lot of men, especially black men, they need to go to therapy 100%. I will always stand on that hill. And I'm so happy this young brother decided to do that. That's actually really commendable.
Yes. She wants to know that in any conversation, I ain't gonna just be like, I gotta go outside and smoke real quick. Like, she wants to feel safe. And the more we can make them feel safe, and because naturally we all want to provide. Most men, you want to be the provider, you want to go out there and do the thing, but you forget about it ain't just monetarily, it ain't just hanging out with your son and your daughter. It's like, how do I have these conversations and actually know how to have them? Because sometimes you don't understand that. You don't get taught how to, deal with impulse control and all those type of things. I would be curious to know if you all had your own therapy journey and trying to figure out how to, obviously keep your spouse safe or anybody in your life to safe. I know we're particularly talking about the women in our lives. So.
He literally said just what I was about to talk. I don't care what said. If you think you are okay, go to therapy. If you don't, I've been in therapy like 4 to 5 years, and it's bigger than, like Luke was saying. I'm going to stay in my house, but just because you stay in your house don't mean you're going to have a healthy environment, because you could stay for 20, 30 years for them kids, but if they saw anger and this, that, and the third, you can't be mad that they go out and do the same thing of what they saw. It is encouraged that if you take it self, you need to take it self. You need to have couples there. We as men, even wanting to be better, we only have the information that we've been given amongst each other, but we don't have different perspectives. It's okay to take perspectives from white people because they don't have the mindset of survival that we have. So when you hear different, you think different, you move different. You're more optimistic to know how to move within your.
Yes. Okay. So I agree with what he's saying. Oh, this is the important part of the conversation that I'm happy that the brother with the white shirt brought up. That he decided to go to therapy. It looks like his wife kind of influenced him too, and that's great. I mean, that happens. Just like with me, I told my husband, like, I influenced him to go to therapy because I wanted us to do something together, because I was like, this is, and we ended up getting diagnosed because we kept like having the same arguments over and over about cleaning and household stuff. I'm like, this don't make no damn sense. And it didn't. And then finally we found out, whoa, not only are we very different racially, but we're also mentally different. Red flag. I mean, green flag, but red flag, because we were undiagnosed. And this is a cultural thing where therapy is seen as just telling people your business. Don't tell people your business. But what it is that they are subject matter experts, just like, other people that you deal with on a daily, like the bank teller. You tell them all your damn business when they ask you, hey, what's your name, your card number, when you go to the bank. I know some of y'all don't. You probably do online banking. I like to do that too. But the rare occurrences where you actually have to go into the bank and sign some paperwork, they get all up in your business. Government does too. It's just the name of the game. You can't live that much of a life as a hermit in this modern world. So I'm very happy that they are talking about therapy, and I'm happy this young brother said something else that's very important, is that sometimes you think it's normal, and when you speak to someone who is, again, a subject matter expert and knows, has had experience with reading or researching, and they let you know that, excuse me, I'm so sorry, baby girl, but your parents are toxic. You live in a toxic environment. You grew up in a toxic household, or you grew up in a household that was dysfunctional. Because to you, it's normal. I thought it was normal to cut people off mid-conversation. I thought it was normal to, what else? What other behaviors I used to do that I didn't know was not normal? Cutting people off mid-conversation, not listening to hear, but listening to respond. What else? Just talking on the phone and then having a whole conversation with somebody online while I'm talking to you. I'm doing something else, typing. I thought that was normal behavior because I saw it in my household. My caretaker, the one who I believe is undiagnosed, did that. And so I'm thinking it's normal to have this kind of behavior. And then you go into therapy and you realize this is not normal. This is not normal at all. It's not normal to have this type of chaos around your life. Point is that he's right 100%, and I agree with him. Continuing.
Your household. It is good. My children, I don't care that they're only 9, 10, 7, 6. They have problems, and every black man at this table had problems. We had situations we couldn't talk to people about. Get your children in therapy. If you can't afford to do it, healthcare can cover it. Get your children in therapy.
Not just healthcare. There are a lot of organizations out there who do help families. They have the scale. They have therapy, and they have therapy. Like, you still go to therapy, but like they do it on the income scale. So they check your income, and then like they verify how much you can afford, and then after that they offer you therapy. Trust and believe me, go to the organizations, they have them too. There's so much help out there. You can even go online, read research. I know it's hard for some people. Hell, you got I don't want to promote AI. Actually, let's not promote AI. That's never. But you can read, you can find community organizations. The library, the public library is your best friend. I'm sure you can find so many research articles. There's just so much out there, y'all. There are so many resources and people are not using them.
because they need to have that healthy outlet to have somebody. They don't
Yeah, and
always
community centers.
feel safe talking to mom and daddy, regardless of how well we are. They don't feel safe doing that.
I would say be careful about getting your therapy from white people, but
I disagree.
Safe doing that.
I would say be careful about getting your therapy from white people, but
I didn't say get it. But also, I didn't say white therapists. No, I don't listening to in general when they.
I disagree. The reason why I would say I understand his hesitation, so I get it, especially in this climate. So I will not tell you what to do, but what I would say is you need to vet very well. And yes, there are some. I do. Personally speaking, I prefer therapy from people who look like me or people of color who I kind of like, I research and I see that they have dealt with other people with different types of issues. Because yes, he's right. You just have to be careful because there are some wonderful white therapists out there, but then at the same time, like I get where he's coming from, but I wish he would explain it more as to why. There are some, because I've had therapy from white therapists and they did a phenomenal job. That's what I'm saying. So it's like you just have to go to them. Like I personally will say this, like I'll give you guys my opinion because I'm dealing with CBT therapy and all of my therapists. I had the Asian man last time and now I have two white women and they're amazing. I really love the class and I've learned a lot from them as well. So, and then I had another counselor who was a white woman and I had a great experience with her too. So it's more so of your needs. So think about it like this. I go to different therapists for different purposes. I'll just put it out there. So it's kind of like shopping, right? So if you have the funds, and this is only for people who have the funds or the benefits, I highly recommend that you do. I mean, you could do how you want to do it, but I personally do it this way. If I'm talking about personal therapy or talk therapy, and it's one-on-one, then yes, I do prefer to have a therapist who looks like me or who is closely aligned to me and who will understand my experiences. So I usually look for people who have an experience or who have experience dealing with immigrants because my parents were immigrants. So, immigrant children, we have different experiences that non-immigrant children, they haven't had to go through. I also make sure to look for somebody who has dealt with women, black women with ADHD or black women. I look for someone who is in close proximity to me for personal talk therapy. But when it comes to other types of therapy, so you can have group therapy and it depends on what you're specifically looking for. So if you're looking for someone to talk to about different trauma or type of experiences you've had in your childhood, then yes, you should be with somebody who can understand your position. But if you're talking about therapy where you can get tips, where you can get help, where you can get different strategies on how to cope with different types of different types of issues, emotional regulation, then I just go to whoever can do the best, to be honest with you. So yeah, just putting it out there. You can use therapists for different types of issues you have in life, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the same therapist. Y'all, you can shop around. That's what your sister. I do that. I shop around. I don't just stick to one therapist. I do different types of therapy depending on what I'm looking for in that season of my life.
And talk about watch when you're listening to them too. But what I do want to also say is that I think is really important is that our safety doesn't our responsibility in Black women's safety isn't on us to protect our partner generally. It's not just us that's going to have that responsibility. For sure. We have to realize that honestly, statistically, the safety from a partner in America is that you're actually less safe from your partner generally. So the safety has to come from how you build an accountability outside of that relationship, outside of that family. What is that village you're building, right? And so I'm interested. I'm listening. So I'm just gathering information. I have a lot. Well, I'm saying both of y'all. Jump in there. How are y'all thinking beyond I'm gonna protect my partner? Because I think that there's a value in that. I think there's a value in I'm gonna protect my partner. Ain't nothing gonna happen to my partner. At the end of the day, though, when you have such big systems that are targeting you and doing their best to pull y'all apart, doing their best to divide y'all and pit y'all against each other, you can't depend on. And that's something that we're taught. Masculinity is how powerful we can be and how we can protect what we own and what we. You know what I'm saying? That is not what protection is. That's not what safety safety is. So I'm thinking about, outside of that, how do y'all think about safety outside of just I'm the protector? You know what I'm saying? How do we build that?
The thing that pops into my head right now as we're having this conversation is the system is capitalism, and what that looks like is we're talking about therapy, which I think is very important, but we don't think about the colonial aspect of therapy, which I mentioned in our conversation earlier, and how capitalism and this individualistic view of our responsibility as well is tied to breaking up of our communities. You talked about village, so when we're thinking about our families, like you as a father, I'm not a dad, I don't have any children, I don't plan on it. When people think, okay, I have a family and I'm raising my children, it's like mom, dad, kids, and we forget like that is a lot of pressure, and it's not supposed to be that way. Right. I think it's supposed to be a community of people that are helping each other, and we have not created that community. It's just like I'm over here with my family here, I'm over there with my family there, and there's no communication.
That I agree with. So yes, he's right. And this is more, and again, this discussion, there's no right or wrong point of view, so I don't want people to feel like, oh, like, if you have an opposing view that you're wrong. There's no such thing as that. This is one of those conversations where it's like, there's just different perspectives, I'll be honest with you. And I'm talking about that point in this conversation, just being real about the collective community, because it can get toxic too. I gotta be honest. So having a village is not necessarily the best thing, because sometimes you gotta remember why people became individualist and they stopped being collectivist is because of the abuse and also the manipulation. A lot of us, especially if you grew up in a large family, like think about it this way, like my dad had more than a village. I have aunts and uncles. My dad's the youngest of 12. But if you had asked me if I would want to be raised around them, I would say no. I don't think it was the best idea. And I'm glad that we ended up going to Florida and my dad ended up making like a small, individual family with us. Of course, we had family members and stuff around us, but it wasn't like his siblings. He was far from his siblings, actually. They were all in Montreal. He was the only one in Florida. And when I think about the collectivist mindset, we have to be careful with that, because people are just thinking about the help, like, oh yeah, you can have somebody help raise your kids, like the physical help, but not the emotional. Because if you grew up in a collectivist culture, trust and believe me, you will know why people decide to take their little family and move far away. Red flag. A lot of that trauma starts from the collectivist families. That's what we're not talking about here. So yes, a healthy village can help you physically raise your child, but are they emotionally able to? That's the problem, because yes, you could have grandma watching all them 12 kids and grandkids. That's the village. But then what if your cousin decides to touch you inappropriately and then the village wants you to be quiet and not to say something? Then what you gonna do? There's so many situations like that, y'all. And then they brush it. Oh, we're just family. That's all we have is the village. So then that's another problem with the conversation. You can have an individual family and an individual mindset. I truly believe you can have an individualistic mindset and still raise your kids in a proper way. The problem is people are having more than they can handle. This becomes a problem. And yes, we do have to talk about capitalism. Yes, that's true. Because yes, it does force us to work jobs that take up a lot of our time. And it's naturally not like, imagine you're raising a family and you're working 9 to 5. You only see your kids for a few hours a day. I understand that economic aspect of it. But the problem is that's unfortunately, that's the world we live in. So then if you decide you want to have children, then you have to be very careful about the time you spend away from your child, who they're with, who's tending to them, whether it's your family member or not. And that's a consequence of the current times that we live in. And is it going to change while we're still alive? I don't know. But for now, there are ways that you can prevent situations from happening, or you can try your best. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, you have to gamble every time. Every time it's a gamble. And I understand his perspective of like, yeah, we're individualists and we should be collectivists and people helping out. But then at the same time, like I said, there's more to this conversation because you could come from a collectivist culture and still deal with the same nonsense. So then it's more than that. That's all I'm trying to say.
And I think that's ultimately something that's really important, is us being able to come together and create from there, create the community where everyone has a responsibility to themselves and each other.
Our natural ways have been dismantled.
Real quick, do you have examples of what that looks like in your life?
Give me a more specific question.
If it's not, you think about it, but just like what that protection, what that looks like. That you talked about colonial effect on therapy. Now I know that, to me, I'm like, hell yeah, talk about the colonial therapy. But I also don't. I know that a lot of people don't know what the hell that means, right?
I'm saying, like, when you think about therapy and when you're going,
and I'm not asking you necessarily about that. I'm asking you generally what that protection and that outside help and so it looks like in your life.
Like growing up, I'll use my life as an example. Obviously, I grew up with both my parents, my mom and my dad. From the outside, it would look very traditional, but my mom was the one that was really holding everything down. My dad was very supportive with me when it came to providing monetarily. He also was the one that had a more formal education, so he was able to help me when I needed help with schoolwork. But when it came to my care, it was my mom that was there. And then I noticed the way that he behaved, or like his behavior around women, and how he was with my mom, how he was with his sisters and his mother, and how he was with me. So I'm, as a trans person, and as being his daughter and his little girl at the time, he treated me with such care, and it was the complete antithesis in the way that he treated my mother and the way that he treated his sister. So it was interesting to see him treat my mom like shit. And then be like, no, but my sister's like, I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my sister. I'll kill somebody if someone mess with my mother. I'm like, why don't you bring that same energy to my mother?
Because he hates her. He hated her. That's another thing too, is some men will purposely, they know they hate you, but they will have children with you and they will procreate with you knowing that they hate your damn guts. They can't stand the sight of you and treat you like shit. Because again, it's not just normalized, but also like it's kind of like a how can I say this? It's a way to gain control. That's all. It was control. That's it. That's all. So again, I love the representation here. We got a trans man right here. Yeah.
Oh wait.
I mean, and so when in my process, like in my transition, and when I started thinking about how I wanted to show up as a man in this world, it was like I wanted to borrow that softness that he embodied when he was interacting with other women in his family, but not the way that he treated my mother, and what that partner violence looked like, and why. So that I started to question what was his view of my mother, because clearly he didn't see her as family. Not really. He saw her as an incubator that gave birth to his child that he now loves and cares for. And then he has his sisters and his mother that he also cares for and wants to protect. But all the women that he would be engaged sexually with were just that. There were things that I would get pleasure, and it can make me a meal, and that was that.
Personally, I grew up with all women. Like, single parent home, had no grandparents except my grandmother, no grandfather. Both had passed away before I was born. Father wasn't around, and taking care of everybody. So I've always conceded power to women. That's been my nature. Like I said, my nature and my nurture is because that's all that was there. So for my journey, I was in autobiographies trying to figure out where's a man and who can teach me how to do it. What does it look like? I'm looking to Sammy Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier and anybody's got autobiography about whatever, Bill Cosby, only to get that dream shattered. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of men who've grown up in those environments are trying to figure out how to hold themselves accountable while also holding themselves hostage. Right? I was trying to take up for my father not being there. I was trying to take up for my grandfather's not being there, overcompensating and not necessarily knowing exactly what my place and my position was. So I think I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of black men just don't know when they say be a man, what does that mean?
That's a good question. That's a good, I like what he's saying right here. His comment is very good. What does that mean? I think that, to be honest with you, I don't think it's shameful to grow up in a single parent household. There are women out there who can teach you different skills. Women, we embody, like I said, you have masculine and feminine traits in your body within you. You can choose to turn it off and on. The problem is most of the time it's not done in a healthy way. And this is where the problem is. And so what does it mean to be a man? I'm glad that they are starting to unpack that, because what is a man? Exactly. And if we're both taught, like, again, do we have to go to shamanism here or something? What's it called? Yin and yang, Confucianism, my bad, whatever. This is the best way that we can outline energy, y'all. That's the best way, through the yin and yang. I've learned that since I was a kid. So it's like here, Eastern thought, the two complementary forces that make up all aspects and phenomena of life. This is also in psychology. You know, Charles Jung, is that his name? Jung? Carl Jung and all of them, they all came up with that stuff. They came up with different variations of this. And even in one brother was talking about ancestors, same thing. So our ancestors as well. But I'm just bringing up yin and yang because it's the first thing that popped up in my mind. So yin is a symbol of earth, femaleness, darkness, passivity, and absorption. And then the yang is conceived of heaven, maleness, light, activity, and penetration. And you have both. I mean, like, it's like you embody so much in your spirit and in what, like, who you are, and essentially who you are. Every man and woman has those core values. If think about it this way. When they say, like, women are too aggressive, how is that possible if we're not, like, if we don't have that in us? It's just human nature. We all embody those traits. And so I want us to get away from the conversation of, like, being, oh, I was raised in a single household, so I only knew how to be emotional. Well, that, unfortunately, it's not because it's a woman that raised you. It's just that was her default. Because I can guarantee you that anybody in my life right now, they'll call me anything but emotional. Trust and believe me. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to get away from those conversations. I think what it is mostly is not that a woman raised you and was the only one who raised you. That's the issue. I think what it is also that, yes, do you need men around you to have a community around you? Yes, you need to be around people who look like you. That's not the problem. But the problem is, like, the default of putting those emotions or those, like, type of character traits with men and women. Like, oh, you were raised by your mom as a single mom, so that's why you're soft. No, that's not why at all. And I think that, again, it's the method of how you're raising your child and who you're raising your child to be. Because I know some single mothers who have done a phenomenal job of raising their young sons. And so we have to kind of see things from a different perspective. That's my opinion. And again, I know everyone has a different perspective, but I just feel like, yeah, like, you notice how he said that he didn't know how to be a man. But what are the traits as to what a man is? Like, what do you think defines a man? That's the problem. And so if you're thinking about the physical appearance and, oh, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to lead, you're supposed to then yes, I mean, it's possible that he didn't learn that. But then again, I don't believe it's because he was raised by a woman. That's my opinion. I believe it's because, again, the healthy environment of where that can be facilitated. I believe in that wholeheartedly. So, hell, I mean, continuing. This is a layered conversation, y'all. There's a lot of different perspectives.
Yeah. And not even what does that mean? That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. That doesn't mean the same thing for this woman. You know, what is her that? You know, so I think a lot of it is both. It's double dutching. It's like, how do I give myself enough grace while also pushing myself and challenging myself to learn and listen and hear? And like I said, like, even there's not a single same perspective. It's all different. It's all different. We're all figuring it out. You know, and I think that's, like I say, it's like, how much grace can we give ourselves? How can we hold ourselves accountable without the guilt and the shame kicking in? Because once guilt and shame will do a whole lot. Guilt and shame will freeze you up. Guilt and shame will keep you from actually sitting in a space that actually is safe. You don't know that it's safe because you're so used to, putting on. You know, it's just, I think it's that. It's having space to even do this.
Yeah.
This is village.
Yeah, and
right?
accountability, like you said, giving yourself that grace, and then understanding when it's like, all right, tighten up.
Tighten up.
All right, it's sometimes, and then educating yourself. A lot of us, we don't remember to read, right? Y'all remember them posters that they used to say read, and you got your celebrity on there, and you don't even see them posters no more, right? You don't even see things to really push each other, right? Educate. So the more we can kind of educate ourselves, and like you said, to your point, to the village, right? Understanding that it's there, it's obtainable, right? I just shot a movie in Nicholson Gardens, and I'm like, yo, all these kids in the projects.
Yo, he looked mad familiar. What movie was this brother in? I'm trying to figure that out. Every time I see his face, I'm like, what movie was he in? I feel like I've seen him in a TV show or something.
Still got villages that we are taking away. You try to get away from it's tough times in the black neighborhood. It's like, man, these kids still out here playing. Yeah. They still out here having a good time, right? And understanding like why or what that is for certain communities and why it's necessary for them. They don't got nobody else. So they got to send their kids outside to say, hey, can you watch my kid today for a second? I got to go to work, whatever. Yeah. So sometimes you get above yourself and think, I don't need nobody. I done made enough money. I can pay for this nanny over here. Rather than being like, oh, nah, Luke, you want your kid to come hang out with my kid?
No. Mr. What's your name? Mr. Actor.
That
Stop
is for
it.
certain communities.
I was with you till you said what you had to say here. Hold up.
Why it's necessary for them. They don't got nobody else. So they got to send their kids outside to say, hey, can you watch my kid today for a second? I got to go to work, whatever. Yeah. So sometimes you get above yourself and think, I don't need nobody. I done made enough money. I can pay for this nanny over here. Rather than being like, oh, nah, Luke, you want your kid to come hang out?
Pay for your nanny. Pay for your child care. Pay a qualified individual. Red flag, that's the problem. I gotta be just like everybody else, leave my kid anywhere. No! Qualified people. And even then, you still have to be vigilant. Red flag. Mr. No. No. Same goes for pets. You want to know, I have a really close friend of mine. She's the only one I would trust to watch my dog. The reason why is because she has proven herself to be a good dog watcher. She watches everybody's dog. She's so good at it, and she's so gentle, caring. I've seen her do it in person. I trust her. But you think I'm gonna put Mimi with anybody? No. Even my own parents. I gotta be vigilant and be like, what y'all doing? As I know my mom, she gonna try to spoil her or whatever. Like, you have to be vigilant around you. Don't do because he was just gonna leave my kid. No, you have the money. Go find somebody qualified. Stop trying to do these shortcuts. That's the problem with y'all. That's why I said y'all need to have these conversations weekly, okay? Don't invite women. Go and have those conversations amongst yourselves. Have different series. Post them here. I don't care what it is. But stop it. Stop having that mindset. How about this? You dismantle whatever is in your mind that makes you think that because you're able to have resources that's a problem. It's not a problem. You're supposed to get better.
Got my kid today, and then we go do this. All right, cool. We hang out. Remembering that it's all there and it's obtainable, but sometimes we push it away ourselves too.
Push it away. I don't give a damn. I'm sorry. I don't care who I offend in this one. No, this one I'm very passionate about because it's dealing with children. Children. Qualified people only. And even then, like I said, you have to be very careful. Very vigilant. Stop putting your kids with siblings and them and them. Oh, that's my my cousin. That's my cousin. She gonna watch my kids. You don't even know who your cousin be having all up in that house. You don't even know how she raises her kids. You don't know anything. Stop it, please, and get them in facilities where they have cameras. You can watch. Now they got daycare where you can literally watch your kid 24 hours a day. They got them little cameras, the CCTV cameras. Have the daycare. When I put Mimi and Doggy daycare, they send me pictures all the time. There's a feed. I can ask them, hey, I need footage for this time. If Mimi came home with a scratch, I'm going to make sure. What time? I need the footage. Stop. Don't do that. Please, if you have money, please run from the village. Listen, like I said, be careful. If you have a close-knit village and they're healthy, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about your dysfunctionalized village. Stop it. I'm pretty sure I can almost guarantee and put my finger on it because he just started going to therapy. His village is not as functional as he thinks they are.
Something that I really do think about when we thinking about power, right? Because I think we misunderstand power. We've been taught all types of false definitions and notions of power, and a lot of the time, the way that we understand power is really abuse, right? It's like we bully each other. We abuse our power over each other and say things that we're not supposed to. We bully or abuse our power over women. We abuse our power over kids. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the time, that's what we see. see. And I want to know just a simple question when we're thinking about, I think with the opposite of abuse, when we think about love, and love can be powerful. Love can be extremely powerful. What does it mean to love Black women?
Okay, this is an important part, y'all. Who I was about to go do a bio break. Okay, I gotta focus. Oh Lord, brain focus. Okay, we might have to speed this up more because I'm looking at time. Let's speed 1.5. Okay, let's get to it. Come on now.
And I want y'all to think about, because you was talking about what did you say? Accountability. Holding ourselves accountable while holding ourselves hostage.
Trying to hold ourselves accountable without holding
ourselves. Talking about parents and all type. So I'm just we can tie all of that shit in. It's not a limited conversation, but just thinking about just first to introduce it into like what does it mean to love Black women?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got a perspective about love. One perspective about love. I think that love is uncontrollable. I think it's spontaneous. I think in its rarest form, you cannot contain it. And I think that's the first part. I think it doesn't. It belongs to everybody, and how it's received and how it's received is not up to you. But it's how you give it is up to you. But I think
love is not spontaneous to me. I'm so sorry. What is he talking about here? Hold up, I might have to slow it down. No, we gonna speed it up. Love is spontaneous. What you mean? Wait, what is it? What did he say?
Contain it.
Again, it's not a limited conversation, but just thinking of one perspective about love. I think that love is uncontrollable.
Love is uncontrollable. What are you talking about? Red flag. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. Listen, the rest of y'all gonna let me know. Is love? You know what? Let's do a poll. I'm tired. Hold on. Poll. They are asking good questions, y'all. Hold on. Let me engage with y'all here. Let's start a poll. Is love uncontrollable? Don't be shy, y'all. Let me know your perspective. Maybe I'm in the wrong here. Uncontrollable. Is that with 2 L's? Hold on, let me check my spelling, y'all. They ain't got no spell check here. Y'all know I be using Canadian English, and we take away using L's. Uncontrollable. I think it's 2 L's. Okay, good. I was wrong. I was right. Is love uncontrollable? Yes or no? Here, we gonna start the poll. Do not be shy, y'all. Let me know. Answer the Kimberly, you ain't lying. You say he gave some all lives matter type of answer. He belongs to everybody. Right? He for the streets, y'all. I knew something was off with him. This is why I didn't, it made it. I know I could sound very, very harsh because I know he was giving his life story and his adoption and trying to, tug at the heartstrings. But I'm a very good judge of character, y'all. And I could tell he was full of hot air. I don't know. He's giving me hot air. Infatuation and lust and fantasy can be uncontrollable. Bingo. Thank you. Thank you, sis. That's exactly where I'm going with this. You can control who you love, guys. I promise you. I control that every single day. You can control who you love and who you give yourself to. It's not uncontrollable. You're right. The lust is. The feelings, so he is mixing or conflating love and lust, and it's totally not the same thing. So this is actually very alarming that I'm hearing this. I'm gonna end the poll right now. It's very alarming that we're hearing this, and it's not right. I mean, again, if you did it, to each his own, but this is not a good mindset. The reason why I'm saying that is because he is acting as if he has lost agency of his thoughts and feelings. You are always in control when it comes to this type of situation, unless you are physically limited, meaning that somebody holds you at pew point, or you have lost your agency. If you have lost your agency, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you still have control over yourself. You are not in a distressing situation or distressed situation. Then yes, you do have control over who you choose and what you choose to engage in. Let's be clear, okay? We got to stop this, y'all, because he's not the only one with that mindset. And I understand that sometimes, we have been told that, you can't control who you love. Yes, you can. I can guarantee you that. Yes, you can. You can definitely control love. Now, lust is a different thing. So if we're talking about lust, yes, that is uncontrollable. You don't know who you're attracted to. Sometimes you could be around somebody and they have your heart beating. You don't know why. Infatuation, exactly. Obsession. This is what we need to get to the bottom of, because there are a lot of men out there who think they love their girls and they don't. It's just lust. A lot of men and women, by the way. And that'll get you caught up.
I think it's spontaneous. I think in its rarest form, you cannot contain it. And I think that's the first part. I think it doesn't. It belongs to everybody, and how it's received and how it's.
Your love does not. Please, if there's anything that we have gotten, or again, I have to be very clear with what I'm saying. This one, I have to put this down. Please do not feel like you have to give everyone your love. This is what has gotten women in a lot of sticky situations. Not everyone is deserving of your time, your labor, your love, your affection. No! Red flag! Even the people closest to you. You can choose who to engage with. Right now, if some of y'all don't want to stay on the live stream, you are more than welcome to leave. I will never hold that against you. That's your agency and your right. You have the right to like who you want, how you want. But please make it a choice. Don't just feel like you are obligated to love somebody because society told you to. No, you don't have to love them. You can pray for somebody, but that doesn't... Loving someone or caring about someone doesn't mean that you have to do Just put that out there. Please, you can choose. Okay, you can choose. Trust and believe me.
Received is not up to you, but it's how you give it is up to you. But I think it's first there. Understanding what the power of love really is, because I think everybody has their perspective of what love is in my household. What love is with my woman.
Right.
As opposed to what does love mean to her. What does that mean to you? I'll tell you what it means to me. You tell me what it means to you, and let's find our way to middle ground of some sort. I think it's there. It's just trying to understand what that is, because everybody throws that shit around. It's popular. Right. Makes a lot of money. It's nice. Everybody wants it. Everybody's fighting for a variation of it. Right. It's trying to understand what that is, and I just think that love is not a thing that we can control. It just is. First.
I see this head nod going. I like that. Go ahead. I like it.
I'm going to combine a couple of different topics, and it won't be in any chronological order, so just bear with me. Mm-hmm. One thing that conscious will talk about is pandering, and me as a black gay man, for me, love shows up as different. There's no sex attached to my care for black women. So I would say for me as a child, one of the strongest women that were in my life was my grandmother. She was someone who, she loved me with everything. She was someone who made sure that whenever I walk into a room, know that, I'm not trying to sound cocky or nothing, but eyes will be on you. People will be listening to you. Whatever you want to be in your life, you can be, whether that be a president, a CEO, whether you own your own business, whether you be a millionaire, anything you want to do, you can do. And with that, my grandmother was someone, she was a banker. She was someone who, she helped her community. All the people from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, North Little Rock, Arkansas, she knew all the millionaires, she knew all the business owners. She told people yes, no. She ran her bank, she ran her branch. She had people pull guns out on her trying to rob her. That same woman who left work, she was someone who raised two strong sons. My father's a federal investigator. My uncle, my late uncle, he was a manager of the VA for the suicide unit. She was someone who raised strong black men. And the same black men that she supported, the same black man that she fed that was also her husband, be the same people that put their thumb on that motherfucking head. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say is someone who can be so strong. We also live where we're in a community where traditionally, once a white man took his thumb off of us, a lot of us put our thumb on the woman. Mm-hmm. So one thing that you talked about as far as your dad and how you treated your mother, I feel like one privilege it is to not be gay. I'm not gonna lie, I love being gay. Whether it's not a choice, it's not a choice. But in my life, what I feel is, it was karma for the straight men, and also to reject what patriarchy and masculinity look like, because I had to choose how I'm going to live my life. So, how you were talking about how your dad, he was real good with his mom, he was real good with his sisters. Yes. A lot of men, they just live based off of the moral code. You don't even know what your own motherfucking morals are. Right. A lot of you just want to have children because that's what you're taught to. You didn't get no education. You're not saying you have to get education. You have no craft. You have no skill. So all you can do is really just have fun and have children. Nigga, fuck you. And then another thing that I want to say is, too,
you know what the good thing about gay men is? They are because we got to talk about that. Let's talk about it. We got to keep it real. A lot of gay men, especially if you are in the black community, more often than not, they surround themselves with women, not because they want to, sometimes, yes, there's this comfortableness around women, but it's for survival, because unfortunately a lot of black men, I gotta be honest, they are homophobic, a lot of them. Okay, and so they do not want to be seen hanging around with that gay boy, right? And so women, we naturally embrace the gay men of our community, right? And so you can see the difference between someone who's used to being around women and the ones who are not. You can hear the way they're talking and they're speaking. He is speaking like somebody who is around women.
A lot of people, when I said, having accolades and things like this, a lot of my friends, and especially when moving to Houston, I have such a respect because, in Arkansas, a lot of people had kids by the time that they were my age, or 26.
And when I said men, I meant heterosexual men, or even the ones who act like they are. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Majority of my friends, they're between 29 to 30 to 40, beautiful women, well into the careers, clocking 200,000 plus. My allyship to them is supporting them whenever we're out. I am a protector. I'm not, there's a big kind of conversation about gay men don't want to be treated as poodles or whatever. Realistically, I'm 6'2", I'm 200 pounds, 215. It's if a motherfucker step up to my friends, I'm going to defend them. I feel like my presence as a black gay man is to use my masculinity, me being a man, as to not only allow myself, vertical, promotion within life. I don't know how to coin that the right way, but also bring up my sisters with me. And that can be whether it's education, go and get that education, whether it's in careers, because black women are the smartest group in America. They're also the most underpaid. If you want that money, ask for it. Whenever you go to the interview, let them know what you want. And the same thing as far as a job, how you can switch out a job is no different than a man. And how we're talking about the moral basis of, I don't want to lose my track. The moral basis of people not knowing themselves and having babies, a lot of men don't got shit to contribute. If you can't even commit marriage to a motherfucking woman, what makes you think that she wants to commit to having a baby? That 9 to 10 months, that can fuck up that whole baby's life.
Not being supported.
Yeah, you can't.
In the same way that she was talking about, asking for that promotion and things like that, because that also, when we're when we're seen as having some more control or power over in a work environment, people aren't going to abuse us as much. People aren't going to, supposedly, right? Where are we advocating? You know what I'm saying? In the same way of not being prepared for fatherhood. Where are we advocating for those black women in the job, in the workplace, and making sure that they are seen?
Hold up. What you talking about, brother? You was doing good till you started this. Hold up. What did he say? Hold up. I gotta slow this down. I'm so sorry, y'all. I am so sorry. We gotta slow this part down.
In a work environment, people aren't gonna abuse us as much. People aren't gonna, supposedly, right? Where are we advocating? You know what I'm saying? In the same way of not being prepared for fatherhood. Where are we advocating for those black women in the job, in the workplace, and making sure that they are seen in the way that they should be and empowered in the way that they should?
No, we good, brother. We don't need you guys in the workplace. I am so sorry. It's no. We're doing A-okay right now as we are. I've seen so many women doing so many great. But shout out to Black women, Black History Month. Hell, if you're not black and you take offense to this, sorry, it's Black History Month every month on this channel, okay? But especially in this month. Now, brother, I understand that you've taken your plight. I get it. You've learned a lot. I'm not going to take that away from you. I even gave you accolades in the beginning, but you might need to step away from this part. We do not need your help with this one right here. But what we do need, though, and again, I'm speaking for myself. Sorry, I'm going to say this. My opinion. He's talking about helping black women in the workplace, but you guys are not in the workplace. So how can you help us? You see, this is where... No. You're going to have to... I think what it is black women in the workplace has already defied the odds. A lot of us are working corporate jobs. Yes, a lot of us are underpaid. What he's saying is not wrong. But there are a lot who aren't and who are making great strides and opening doors for other black women to step into. So we've been doing a great job. You need to talk about your brethren in the workplace. And I get what he's trying to say, how are we going to protect them? But you need to get in there first. So that's the problem. He's too fast. He's taking too many steps. He's too fast. You're too fast, brother. First, you need to get them to want to go to college. Because on the panel, I've only heard one brother say he went to college. I don't know about the rest of them. And not only that, but if you didn't go to college, you need the experience. That's number 2. You need to start building your own stuff. Our own companies. We need to start doing that. You see, there's a lot of steps. So please, I understand. You want to protect us in the workplace. But as it stands right now, you are not able to. Unfortunately, that's another conversation that needs to happen. Like I said, they need to do a series on this because in order to protect black women in the workplace, you actually have to be there. That's number 1. Number 2, you actually have to have that, like he said, you have to have the power. Again, it would make more sense if you have your own company to do that. And now a lot of black women are actually starting companies. We're going to get to that because I got a lot of videos, y'all, and black women starting bakeries, cafes, starting grocery stores, hair. I don't know what it is, but we're doing real good. Okay? There's a few, of course, we have racism and stuff in the workplace, 100%. But we are handling that, okay? So you're going to have to handle other stuff. You need to stop bringing us into this part, okay? This part needs to be a conversation you guys have amongst yourselves to get yourselves to the position where you can get in those workplaces, and then you can have the conversation about protecting black women when you get there. But you ain't there yet. That's what I'm trying to say. You're not there yet.
In the same way that in fatherhood and outside of fatherhood, when you know that your homie is going to have, is thinking about having kids, when you know that your brother or whoever is thinking about having kids, how are you empowering the mother or who could be the mother, and how are you holding your brother or your homie accountable? And what does that even mean?
The same conversation I can say, like, hey, you need to ask for it 150, 200, 175. Be the same conversation, like, you know, like, what's he doing? Right. You know, like, and it's like, it might be a conversation. I think also with certain conversations, it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or whatever, you're still a man. Whenever a woman wants to open up and talk to you about certain things, that's when you want to talk about it. Like, you can't be overbearing, because with patriarchy, with masculinity, it's kind of like you trying to talk about something you want to talk about and shouldn't even want to talk about that. That's you exerting your masculinity over somebody. So, like, whenever my friends talk about their dating, majority of my friends are introverts. They're real kind of like to themselves. They don't like to talk about their business. When they do open up, that's when I ask, like, hey, like, you know, you have X, Y, and Z. Is he providing you what you need, or is he just a placeholder until that right man comes? So sometimes it will be different. It just depends, because you got to be the person to say it.
Yeah. I would say too.
You got to go ahead. No, I want to see what you're gonna say. And placeholder might not be the right thing. It might not be the right thing to say, but you know.
Oh Lord, here we go. Okay, he been quiet this whole time. I know something about to come. I'm gonna read some comments. Let's let Clifton finish his thought. The conversation was getting good. I know he about to derail.
I was just talking about, I'm 70 years old, so I come from a whole nother era than any of you Negroes is talking about.
70 is my dad's age, by the way. My dad about to be 70, so he was born in 56. Let's check. Clifton Powell, were you born in 55 or 56? 56, yep, and he's a Pisces. Red flag. Sorry, love my husband. He's a Pisces too. Okay, so yeah, he was born 56 because my dad's about to be 72. So he's the same age as my father. Just remember that. All right.
And what I've learned, and I'm not saying I'm right, I think everybody is right, because there's so many levels to this. But most of this was laid on our parents. Yeah. My father was born in 1915, and his parents were slaves. Well, his grandparents were slaves. Wow. So what I've learned is, it's not your mother's fault, it's not your father's fault, it's not your fault. We were born into 450 years of post-slavery PSE.
Red flag. You see, he's already starting off wrong. It is, again, he's right that yes, there is such a thing called post-traumatic slavery disorder. 100%. Can trauma be passed on generationally? 1,000,000%. The great-grandparents he had, I think he said his great-grandparents. Yes, not his father. His grandparents were slaves. So just one generation prior to him. Or 2 generations? I don't know how to count. Yeah, I know. 1 or 2. Whatever. That is very real. It hasn't been that long since, like I said, Jim Crow, since slavery, since a lot of things, right? Especially in America. However, when he's talking about your parents, we're in a different time now. Yes, racism still exists, colonialism, 100%. Slavery is repackaged, 1,000,000%. We're not going to take away from those conversations. What we're talking about, though, is personal responsibility to your family. I'm not talking about systemic things outside of that you cannot control. That's the difference. What he's talking about is things you could not control. What we're talking about right now are things you can control. You can control what you teach your children. You can control how you manage your household. It's yours. So this is where we need to have this divide here. Stop deflecting. So he's like, it's not your parents. No, it is my parents' fault. If something happened, yes, because they were the managers and caretakers of that household. So yes, like I said, am I diminishing the effects of slavery? Absolutely not. But what I can say, though, is that there were, just like he's talking about a lot of people who grew up in disenfranchised households and dysfunctional households, there are many who haven't, from our same community. There were well-to-do people. How did the Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wall Street happen if there weren't men out there who wanted to sacrifice for their families and who weren't making good money. I'm doing a Beyonce case study. Matthew Knowles is a perfect example. He said that his grandparents were cotton pickers or something, and that, you know, he grew up, his mother went to school with Coretta Scott King. And yet, as much as Matthew Knowles be slinging his peen everywhere, or he did, he's reformed now, he's going to therapy, thank you God. I'm talking about Beyonce's dad. One thing I will never take away from him, though, is, again, he was able to provide for his family, his own family. He could control that. This man had his daughter growing up in a mansion, y'all. They grew up in a big-ass house in Houston, Texas. And he was working for one of the best firms in the country. So it's, you know, again, personal choices. And we have to stop just defaulting to that. Can it affect you? And trust me, Matthew Knowles is how old? Matthew Knowles was not rich. I think he said his mom was working for like 30 cents a week or something. I don't remember. Anyways, it's in the case study. I talked about it. Matthew Knowles was born in 1952. Clifton, you were born in 1956. He is older than you. And he was still able to do much more. Again, it comes to accountability, responsibility. You can have two people from the same generation. There are people in my generation right now who don't have what I have. And we have the same, even in my household. I'm talking about in my family. We can have people from the same generation having completely different experiences. Why? How is it that this sibling was able to do this, that, and the third, and then the other siblings weren't? And we all grew up in the same house, same parents, and opportunities. And not only that, but the same shared history. A lot of us have the same shared history, y'all. So again, we have to really start thinking about those things. Seriously. This is what is killing us, seriously, is that mindset. You can acknowledge all of what he said and still take personal responsibility. You can do both at the same time.
PTSD. I am 69, I'll be 70 in March. I've just learned how to love. Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate Black women. I live with it.
How did women... Okay, so again, this is what I'm talking about. Black women from your generation. Your sister didn't even have children. Oh, I don't know if she had children after. Your mother passed away and your sister knew how to take care of you. How? It's not like she had a special chip in her body. Again, we can all come from the same household. He's saying it like, oh, women have an edge. How? Red flag! We are... Okay, let's categorize here. We gotta be honest. And I'm gonna read some of y'all comments. Oh, wait, is this where he gets crazy? Okay, let me read your comments after I say what I'm supposed to say. In the social hierarchy of this world that we live in, Black women are at the bottom. Everybody, and then Black women. Double negative. Woman, Black. Boom. Done. Case closed. We should not have an edge over you, period. How? How did we? You have to ask yourself that question. Talking about Black women have an edge. How? This is where we need to have this conversation. Like I said, we have the same shared experiences. Actually, even worse. We weren't even allowed to vote before y'all. I don't remember. Was it the same thing? Okay, y'all tell me if my history is wrong. I don't remember. But if it serves me correct, I believe that white women got their vote first. Got the right to vote first. And then there was a discussion between Black men and women. And if you watch the C.J. Walker story, I highly recommend you watch it. Even though I didn't really like how they portrayed her. But there was the Madame C.J. Walker movie on Netflix. And I remember, was it Thurgood Marshall? Or, no, Booker T. Washington. One of them. I think it's Booker T. Washington. Where he would have the all-male conventions. And imagine, Madame C.J. Walker was a successful entrepreneur at the time. And she wasn't even allowed to go in. She had to talk to the wives and the women. But she was a successful entrepreneur bringing in millions. The first Black female... she was the first Black female millionaire in the United States, if I'm not mistaken. So... this goes to show you, and this was, when was Madame C.J. Walker? Come on now. 1867. She was born in 1867. Yeah, first self-made female millionaire. Here we go. Come on now. And there's more like her. It's not just her. There are unsung ones we've never heard of before. There are women right now, millionaires, out there making it, even with all of that trauma. They still out there doing it. Why? What was different? What was the difference between her and you? Clifton, what's your sign again? Was he the Pisces? Yes. Oh boy. All right. Oh boy. Madame C.J. Walker, what was her sign? I'm sorry, y'all. You know we gotta get to the signs. This tells me a lot. She was a Cap and Capricorn, but now they work hard. They hustle hard. That's one thing I'll say about a Capricorn woman. All right. So now, let me read a few comments before we get to the crazy part. Oh my god. Oh my god. The star that fell. Hey sis, how are you? And Mary, how are you? You said he's speaking facts. I think it's the one I was talking about too. There are some gay men who play into the misogyny are heavy, though. He's one that chooses not to operate in that, which is refreshing. You're right. Yes, there are. 100%. 100%. They're still men at the end of the day. Exclamation mark. Kimberly Bailey, he completely skipped over home and protecting and bringing up black women in the community. Exactly. When he's talking about the workforce, I'm like, sir, there's a lot of steps, man. We gotta go step by step. Step by step. And this is not just a black man thing. I think it's a man thing, to be quite honest with you. I have observed that with men. They always want to do everything so quick. I'm like, no, you gotta take the steps. Plan it out properly, yo. Anyways, the men that I know. I don't know about y'all, if y'all know men who plan and organize. Mary, you said, I'm trying to be more open about hearing the perspective of black men, but they always do this shit. It's like posturing, yes. And that's why I'm trying to be I'm really trying, because they are, you know what? One thing I will say is that this round table is very unique. I love it. I hope that they do more like this, but there's still always this kind of like feeling, and you know, hopefully it gets better over time. So I will give them their credit for actually doing this. It's a step in the right direction. I'll just say that. But they need a lot of work. A lot of work needs to be done. A lot of work within the men's. Devonda, not yet. Okay, we ain't gonna talk about consciously. That's gonna be another topic for another day. I heard that he has a lot of controversy though. You said, what do y'all think of consciously? He gives me grifter vibes. There was a whole controversy about him. Should I get into that today? Yeah, okay, we'll see how I feel at the end of this video. His wife is a lighter skinned black woman. I think she's almost like, she's not just light skinned. She looked like Tina Knowles type of black woman, and a lot of people were up in arms about that. It's a lot of stuff going on. Some girl, you said the other man is talking about black women and what they need, but he's bringing it back to himself and black men. That's the thing. Like, it's a psychology. It's a pathology that needs, and that's why I said they need to continue having these meetings, because there's something that needs to change. Why did the other guy only refer to a black woman as a mother? Can you not only refer to black women as mother and as women and your partner? That's a good observation, Kimberly. That's actually a really good observation. I didn't even peep that. So thank you for saying that. Oh, the guy in the tan cap. Thank you for saying that, sis. I actually didn't even peep that. So thank you. My mom, Mary, you said my mom is 70. My dad will be 76 this year. Phew, yup. My parents both 70. Yeah, we're entering into that age, y'all. They're in their 70s. Like, one thing I will say, though, is that, you know, whenever I look around and I see my parents, and, you know, my parents are from Haiti. And so, y'all know what Haiti looks like today. And even in the midst of what Haiti looks like today, there are some Haitian people who are doing very, like, when I say well, I don't mean like the country's doing well as a collective, but I'm saying individually though, like there are Haitian people who have come to the new world here and who have done phenomenally well. And then there are others who are still in poverty. So that's what I said, same shared experience, but one person was able to make it and others not. And again, I'm not taking away from the fact that, yes, we do have obstacles and there are different obstacles that are not experienced. Like, you know, some people, you could even have somebody in the same family who have different obstacles, obviously, right? But what I'm trying to say is that it comes down to mindset too, about what are you going to do about it? If you know that you have an obstacle, what are you going to do about it? That's the difference. So I just hope that this makes sense to you all. And again, I'm saying this as somebody who has lived through that and who has felt like, I used to feel guilty. I think one of the brothers talked about guilt and shame. I used to always feel guilty because I'm like, oh, like I feel guilty because I'm doing this, that, and the third, and I have all these opportunities and somebody else doesn't. And I feel bad for it. But now I don't feel bad for it anymore because I just know that, you know, again, it's the mindset. It's a mindset thing, guys. And I think that once you get that consciousness, I love his name, Consciously. I'll give him that. Once you get in, you tap into your consciousness and you start to really realize things and you get yourself in a different environment. That's why I was liking what that brother said about listening to people from different environments, because it can open your mind up. And you have to start thinking about those things, because once I started really doing that and tapping into that, then my life changed. I'll be honest. And again, you can have those same shared experiences and still end up in a different way, going a different trajectory. He's locked into the oppressed mindset. Thank you, Deja Rue. Yeah, that's what it is. And unfortunately, a lot of our people struggle with that. Did y'all get to the part where the boomers are, oh, he about to snap, sis. We get in there. I'm gonna read 2 more comments and we gonna get into it. Kimberly, you said my parents are 77 and 71. We have had several conversations concerning how to move beyond inequalities and structures used to keep disenfranchised people stagnant. I'm glad you guys had that conversation. A lot of these conversations need to happen because, like I said, like even during slavery, y'all, even during slavery, like there were people, like I said, there were those who unfortunately had things happen to them that were beyond their control and out of their control, but they did what they could that were within their control. Because if we think about it that way, like if we think about all of the historical I would say, I'm trying to think about what I'm trying to say. If we look at our history, is what I'm trying to say. We look at our history, we look at our forefathers, our ancestors, and our mothers too. People ahead of us, even in our own generation, they were able to make a lot of personal decisions that have led us to where we are today. And so this is why I always shout out to my ancestors, and I'm always venerating them, because they did a lot that we don't even know. And a lot of those personal choices are the reason why we're able to survive. And so we have to think about those things too. So again, like there's just a lot of layers to it. Mr. Powell is a hot mess, and I don't like how he talks about his wife like she's a mule and puts other women down who he be cheating with. Okay, we're going to get to that, but we didn't get to the mule part yet. He was quiet. Rose, how are you? Rose Aesthetic, how are you, sis? Madame C.J. Walker, my Capricorn queen. Shout out to my Capricorns. Even though I call y'all Cap and Capricorns, I must say the business acumen is A1. Beyonce's mama and daddy are both Capricorns. Ooh, Lord. She had no choice but to be successful, and she's a Virgo too. Ooh, I know that house was crazy. And Solange, think about it. You got mama is a Capricorn. Daddy is a Capricorn, because they're born a few days apart. Then you got a sister, a daughter's Virgo, one daughter, Beyonce. Solange is a Cancer. No wonder she go crazy half of the damn time. Imagine being the only water sign in the whole family full of earth signs. You said, however, they have Laith Ashley, a trans man on that panel. Yeah, I love that too. I love that this panel is very diverse. I love it. Cece, you said, Shauna, you said, I don't know about the controversy. Yeah, we about to get into it. Cece Esther, you said there's a black man on TikTok that has a white wife, but is always on live defending black women. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but side-eyeing. Reminds me of Consciously. Amen. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say, y'all. I think if black men didn't have that problem of dating outside of their race, like at a higher rate, then this wouldn't be a problem. But I think the problem is a lot of black men who do date outside of their race end up to be colors. Not all, but a lot. And I think that's why people are kind of like looking at it like, are you a grifter? Like, why are you talking about black women? But then at the same time, I think it's more so like, yeah, that's true. I don't know. I mean, it could be, people could probably see me like that and be like, oh, like, you're married to Dom. Like, why do you care about this conversation? And the reason I care about this conversation is because it is relevant to all of us, because these are the men that we're going to be, that are in our families, that we work around, that we have historical, like, context around, right? But then again, I get your point, because, yeah, they be grifting. And do they really, and this is the thing, too, do they really interact with black people outside of social media? I think that needs to be a bigger conversation. It's like, how black is your life outside of social media? That's another question too, because like, if you got somebody like Shabuzi, and this is why I was digging into him the other day, because I'm like, yo, like, you only hang around people who do not look like you, but then you assume the aesthetic of the same people that you're not even giving their proper credit to. So it's like kind of like this thing where, do you have a white wife, but who are you around all the time? Because I know for damn sure, listen, I gotta be honest, love my folks out there, but my circle is very a certain way, and it's very, like, again, I can hang out with different people. I have friends from all over the world. I enjoy different perspectives. I have friends from, like, I have Indian friends, white friends, black friends, whatever. But I'll be honest with y'all though, yeah, I'm always, there we go. So my worldview doesn't change just because I'm on social media. That's the thing. I understand who I am as a black woman. So it there's a lot of layers to it, but I understand. You said my dad's B-Day is on Tuesday. I didn't get a birthday wish. He's not getting one either. God, Mary, you know what? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll be petty too. I would be petty too. Wait, your dad's birthday is on Tuesday. He's an Aquarius? You have an Aquarius father? Sis, my condolences. I know you had a hard life with an Aquarius dad. Who, Lord. Okay, all right. You said I'm good too, sis. I'm good. All right, let's finish watching. This is where he blows up, y'all. Let's get to it. Okay, let me rewind a little bit. I gotta get myself ready because I forgot his name, but he talking. I love his glasses and his whole outfit, by the way.
You want to talk about it? Shouldn't you want to talk about that? It's you exerting your masculinity over somebody. So, like, whenever my friends talk about their dating, majority of my friends are introverts. They're real kind of like to themselves. They don't like to talk about their business. When they do open up, that's when I ask, like, hey, like, you have X, Y, and Z. Is he providing you what you need? Or is he just a placeholder until that right man comes? So sometimes it will be different. It just depends. Because you got to be the person to say it.
Yeah. I would say too.
You got to go ahead. No, I want to see what you're going to say. And placeholder might not be the right thing. It might not be the right thing to say, but
I was just talking about, I'm 70 years old. So I come from a whole nother era than any of you Negroes is talking about. And what I've learned, and I'm not saying I'm right, I think everybody is right. Because there's so many levels to this. But most of this was laid on our parents' parents.
Yeah.
My father was born in 1915 and his parents were slaves. Well, his grandparents were slaves. So what I've learned is it's not your mother's fault. It's not your father's fault.
Madame C.J. Walker was born in 1919. Case closed. Continuing.
Not your fault. We were born into 450 years of post-slavery PTSD. I am 69, I'll be 70 in March. I've just learned how to love. Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate black women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics detective, gangster, loving Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient.
Wait, what he said?
Women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics detective, gangster, loving Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient with me.
Devonda, sis, love you, sis. I know you're a Scorpio. You're not one of them. A lot of y'all Scorpios out there, y'all not one of them. But damn it, every time where I'm at the scene of a crime of one of these type of these men, a Scorpio is not far behind. Why is that? Can somebody let me know? Scorpios, you guys got a bad PR rep. Who Lord? Because hell, even one sign that has a good rep. I mean, every sign has a bad PR rep, including Aquariuses. But one thing I will say though is Capricorn women, y'all could get dogged out, but you still gonna have money. I'll give y'all this. Scorpio women though, you dealing with this man, this one right here. She's a Scorpio. And his psychiatrist. Why do you do this to yourselves, y'all? Why? It comes to a point. Even my Libras don't do it like that. And I be getting in on Libras. Even Libras don't. No, I lied. Libras, no, y'all do. Ooh, Lord, y'all do. I lied. I'm so sorry. I lied like a rug. Okay, Libras, yes. Ooh, Lord. What is going on here? A Scorpio woman picked him up
To teach me how to love. But in closing on this, because I don't want to get too deep, I called my buddy, man. I said, I'm fucking up, bro. Really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't fucking know what age did you become a monogamous? Today.
Rap! Yo, mind you, this man is Dom's side. Rat Pisces, rat a red flag. You know what Pisces men are like? Pit bulls. I know I be bringing up pit bulls because I'm fascinated by that breed. I've met some pit bulls that are the sweetest dogs ever. You look at the little fat face, you're so cute. But then one day they just snap. They get all up in your arms. I know y'all hate when I do that, but I gotta be honest. I be watching them videos, the animal attack videos. Pisces men are like that. You gotta be careful with a Pisces. All men are like that, to be quite honest with you. But Pisces, Lord. One thing about a Pisces man is you gotta, like, I think I said it in a case study, you gotta be mad, like, you have to seriously be on some type of, like, you know, you gotta be very strong. And when I say strong, I mean, like, you gotta have your own mind. You have to be extremely strong-willed to deal with the foolishness of a Pisces man. And the reason for that is they're very good at emotionally manipulating. I'll be honest. They are good at it. Unfortunately, you got to outsmart a Pisces man. You see this, sis? He got himself a free psychiatrist. And he was cheating on her. Teaching him how to be a man. Red flag! Ask Dom if he would ever do that. Hell no! You know where the door is. You know where it is. Don't play with me. He knows my don't play with me. He knows. I remember one time he had dinner. He went out with one of his gym friends, and then the gym friend had invited one of their co-gym person to the dinner. He made sure to tell. He told me everything. He's like, oh yeah, I had dinner. This is what we did. Oh my God, yeah, it was here. And this is this. And he showed me pictures. I was like, oh, I don't need to see none of that. But don't play with me. Yeah, don't play with me. So this is the problem with this. You see, Scorpio cannot deal with a Pisces man, y'all. Y'all not built for that. You know who could deal with Pisces? Virgo, Capricorn, Leos, Aquariuses, Gemini, and Libras. No, I don't add y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all can't deal with nobody. This is the problem. So she was doing all of that. He was cheating on her, and he stopped today.
Our parents didn't know how to love. Their parents didn't know how to love. And if I could say anybody maybe had an edge, it was the women. That's why I celebrate black women. I live with a psychiatrist, forensics detective, gangster, loving Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer, who's just been patient with me to teach me how to love. But in closing on this, because I don't want to get too deep, I called my buddy, man. I said, I'm fucking up, bro. Really bad. I'm fucking up. So I never been monogamous. So I don't fucking know what it
What age did you become a monogamous?
today. No, but let me just say what it is. And we don't talk about this. We don't talk about dopamine being in the pleasant center of the brain like we talked about oxytocin is the hormone. It's called the cuddle hormone. So a lot of times we're just talking in generalities. And that's why I think what you said about counseling, because a counselor is going to get inside of this from a real, not even white people perspective, just from a scientific perspective, unless science is not wrong and the brain is not made what it is. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her for
Listen to this Pisces man, y'all.
the hormone is called the cuddle hormone. So a lot of times we're just talking in generalities. And that's why I think what you said about counseling, because a counselor is going to get inside of this from a real, not even white people perspective, just from a scientific perspective, unless science is not wrong and the brain is not made what it is. So when I hurt my girl, which I've done over and over, and I commend her.
This is what I was talking about, the emotional manipulation right here. I've done over and over again. You got about one time. Me, I'm a one and done. One time. One time. The PR is bad for y'all. Oh, Lord, my goodness. Over and over again. And he became faithful today during this conversation so he could act like he's learned something. He's like, oh, I had an epiphany to be faithful today because I'm about to be on this show and I got to act like, I'm older than y'all. So I got to school y'all on what's going on in the world. My generation, we couldn't get it together. So we're fuck ups. But your generation, you guys are the new way forward.
Her for even being with me. And I said it in my podcast. And I'm going to say this and stop. I call one of my partners who's brilliant.
And by the way, I be joking. It's not just Scorpio women who do that, by the way. There are women who are doormats in every sign. I got to be clear. This is just a jokey joke in case it's your first time on this channel. All of us have been dumb. But however, this is another level of stupidity right here. You are his psychiatrist. He's an actor, by the way, y'all. I don't know his net worth, but he has, he got some funds. And you let him cheat on you over and over again.
He said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, the people that raised us, those men who treated the women outside the house.
Look at his face.
One of my partners who's brilliant. He said, when you hurt somebody, where you leave them is where they stay. So I think our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, the people that raised us.
I'm with you, brother. I got the same face. This is ridiculous.
Those men who treated the women outside the house nice, but then put the thumb on the grandmama and put the thumb on the girlfriend or whoever. They are all. It all comes from out of all of that, and I think that's what makes me excited. That we're going to bring the women and the uncles and we need to bring them all in here. But go ahead.
The one thing that I just want to talk about in Luke, make sure I say that name right. Crop this part out. Okay. What Luke brought up was like accountability. Like, yes, we can talk about what our families did to us. All that, but eventually, and I know white people try and say this, and I really don't like that, but eventually comes a point where you have to decide, how do I want to live my life? I haven't talked to my daddy in 6 years. I don't give a fuck about what my family has gone through. I know where I will go. So it's like, you can only say that for so long. Black women are tired, and, kind of like putting onto them, like, hey, like, you didn't do this entirely, because everybody in here, some people have talked about, like, going to counseling. Have that upon yourself. Stop waiting for a woman to tell you what you need to do. Take that upon yourself.
Let me address that real quickly. For me, I didn't know fucking how to
Can I say one more thing? No, I have to say this, because another thing that happens is, too, you live your life for so long, and I'm not meaning no disrespect by this.
Just say it, bro.
But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right.
Okay, but
I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me and protect me. And that's what a lot of...
Not just 60s, 70s, my brother. Today, the day of the filming. Red flag! Clifton, you're too grown to be acting like this. This is ridiculous. This is embarrassing. Now, when that young man was talking about shame and guilt, this should be shameful. There are some really good examples of when something needs to be guilted and shamed. This is shameful.
Women have
because I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said, I said 60s and 70s.
Let me say this.
Don't overtalk me.
I'm gonna fucking overtalk you.
I'm good, but you're not gonna disrespect me.
No, they clipped this, y'all. This is not.
I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me and protect me. And that's what a lot of women have issues with.
I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said, I said 60s and...
Oh, they didn't clip it. Okay, my bad. Okay, this was a...
Just say it, bro. But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right.
Okay, but
I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me and protect me. And that's what a lot of women have issues with.
I'm living it right the fuck now.
As I said, I said 60s and 70s.
Let me say this.
Don't overtalk me.
I'm gonna fucking overtalk you.
I'm good, but you're not going to disrespect me.
You don't know what the fuck you're
talking about. I do.
Love it.
Let me tell y'all what's going on here. Remember, he said his father wasn't in his life. And he hasn't talked to his dad in 6 years. I believe that this Clifton bought out and triggered that side of him. My personal opinion. Because sometimes when you're talking to somebody, they can trigger that part of you. And I think that when he was talking and he said sometimes we got to get, like, we have to start being accountable, he's right. And it's possible, in my opinion, because that anger, that when Clifton is a crate, that's another situation, but the other brother, when he said don't get it, I feel, and honestly that's my feeling, is that man, Clifton, resembles his dad. That's why he was getting upset about that part. And notice how he was looking like this, like, you a fool. Now, Clifton is he's arrested development, and this is why childhood trauma is so important. The young brother who talked about therapy and said, get your kids in therapy, I think they didn't even focus on that enough. Because he is still stuck at 4 years old. That's a problem. That's why I titled this Arrested Development. It's because of this one right here. He is still stuck as that little boy. That's why his behavior is a little boy. The way he talks is like a little boy. The way he acts is like a little boy. And he's acting as if he has no type of agency over his life. Little boy. Because, when you're a kid, your parents are supposed to be your caretakers. And he didn't have that. His father was not there, and his father was an alcoholic. And then his mother passed away. No parental figure. So this is why it's very important to get the help. And I'm not saying it's too late for him. It's not. But look at that behavior. There comes a certain point where your development, it's like you have to really fight your patterns. And unfortunately, Big Sis, I can't even take that away from her. She did what she could. She did what she could. So he is right in a sense. And this is why I wanted to circle back to the point where I said that he is correct that he didn't have the tools. He didn't. I can say that as a child, he did not. However, he does now. What are you doing with it? You have more money than a lot of us. You can literally pay for your therapist. What's his net worth? Clifton Powell's net worth. What's his net worth, y'all? 500,000. Okay, even if it's not millions, 500,000 is still pretty okay. There's a lot of people whose net worth is not even that much. So what are you prioritizing right now? And even if you don't have the funds, you have the resources. So you can get help. You don't need to use your free. First of all, it's a conflict of interest for your girl to be your therapist. That's number one. Why aren't you getting a third party to do that? See, it's that mindset. And again, arrested development. And so now he's blaming everybody but himself because he's perpetually a victim. Was he a victim when he was young? Absolutely. But now it's like he hasn't grown out of that. He hasn't outgrown it. That's the problem. And there are some people who grew up in even worse circumstances than him, and they have outgrown it. So it's a personal choice, y'all. I gotta be honest.
Hey, just saying, bro. But when you hit your 60s and your 70s, I want to be right. Okay, but I want to live my life right. I want someone to take care of me and protect me. And that's what a lot of women have issues with. I'm living it right the fuck now. As I said, I said 60s and 70s. Let me say this. Don't overtalk me. I'm gonna fucking overtalk you because you're talking out of line. But you're not gonna disrespect me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I am. I do. I do. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, I do. I do. I do. know it, nigga. I do. I'm good. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm living. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm living, nigga. I'm living it right now. You cannot fix no shit that you don't even know is happening.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
No, but he's generalized. You can't.
And notice the woman came right there. Look at that. She's the one leading everything and managing. And another thing I have to bring up is that would he have the same reaction? I'm talking about Clifton. Because now I have to think because he is a gay man, the young brother. So is his reaction like subconsciously, like, because sometimes I have noticed that, like, if it's not the message, it's the messenger. So what if another brother had brought that up that's heterosexual? Would he have had the same reaction? What if it was the brother with the hat on? That's another layer of a conversation we have to talk about, because this was an over-the-top emotional response for no reason. He could have let him finish his thoughts and then continue the conversation. But he was obviously triggered, and the way he's like, you're not going to talk to me now? Like, it's like as if, like, I don't know, something is off with this whole situation. So we got to also think about that. I'm being honest, because it does matter. It does. Oh, wait. Oops.
Okay, you don't know it, nigga. I know. I'm good. You don't know what the fuck is. I'm living. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm living, nigga. I'm living it right now. You cannot fix no shit that you don't even know is happening.
I think there's a misunderstanding.
No, but he's trying to like you can't. No, listen, bro. Let me stop. This is what it is. Let's get to the truth of this shit. You can't fix no shit unless you meet somebody who is on another level to help you elevate to understand. I'm not indicting.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense because you said that your Scorpio queen was not you, queen, because I know you're a Scorpio too. My bad. Your Scorpio partner. Let me not say queen with Scorpio because you won't think I'm talking about you. I know you know I'm not talking about you. But yeah, you said your Scorpio partner was your psychiatrist and you cheated on her many, many times. Was that just this year? Like, what you talking about here? So you've had a chance, allegedly, according to you, if we're going by your statements, but you still kept messing up. Again, you don't have the motivation to stop. You don't want to.
Anybody, I'm telling you what the shit is. You can't fix some shit that you don't know about, bro.
Yeah.
You can't. And then you get there at 69 or 70 and say, I thought I was being loved all this time. That's what our parents have gone through, and that's why we all so fucked up right now.
You asked, how do we love black women?
Hold on. Go back.
It is. You can't fix some shit that you don't know about, bro.
Yeah.
Cheating. So if your girl was cheating on you with multiple men, you would still stand by her? Red flag. They just be lying. It is not hard to abstain from cheating. It's not that difficult, yo. And he's saying he didn't know how to not cheat, but somehow you expect your partner not to cheat. Because if that was the case, we should all be cheating then. We didn't know that cheating is bad. Come on now. That's stupidity. Again, he is always victimizing himself in every single circumstance. Interesting. So now you couldn't control cheating either? You didn't know it was bad to cheat? Come on now.
You can't. And then you get there at 69 or 70 and say, I thought I was being loved all this time. That's what our parents have gone through, and that's why we all so fucked up right now.
You asked, how do we love black women? Yeah. That's right here. Trust black women and listen to black women because they know more than we do what it is that they need.
I don't think that's true either.
As men,
there's a lot of black women who don't know how to love.
I'm not talking about what they know how to love. I'm saying what they need as far as the reproduction.
I get that.
That's what we're talking about right now. Also, if we're going to use our privilege and power as men in society, how do we show up and be accountable, like you said?
He said there's a lot of black women who don't know how to love. But you have one who actually knows how to love. I'll be honest with you. She's just loving the wrong person. She's loving an alley cat. Red flag. The problem is you're not domesticated. I know this is new because I have a puppy now. So everything I say now is pet terms because now it makes it easier for me to give you guys the analogies and the metaphors, whatever the hell. Sir, you fix your mouth to say some black women don't know how to love. When I'm pretty sure anybody who has encountered your ass has had more than enough love to give your trifling ass. Your older sister is the perfect example. She sacrificed her singlehood to take care of your ass. She knew how to love. Trust and believe me. The lady that is laid up next to you, letting you cheat on her every single night. Unfortunately, it is a very dysfunctional way of loving. But she knows how to give you the love and care and the emotional support that you need. That's love. She's giving you unconditional love even though you don't deserve it. And some people are going to say, no one's deserving of it. Well, I know damn sure if I'm going to give that much love, the person I'm giving it to should be deserving of it. Case closed.
The way to be accountable is to dismantle patriarchy. Because patriarchy makes it so that men have the power and women do not.
But you can't get there unless you listen to him. We got to go, and you may not agree. We got to go to therapy. I should be in therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy. We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me what I'm going through at 70. I just realized, but listen what I'm saying. Let's be good, bro.
Notice. Who he talking to? He's talking to...
We got to go to therapy. I should be in therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy. We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me what I'm going through at 70. I just realized, but listen what I'm saying. Let's be good, bro. It's not going to get out of control. This is real shit. Bro, this is real shit. I'm telling you, you can't love a queen. Some of these girls out here in Queens because their daddies wasn't there. If your daddy ain't there from 12 to 25, you're going down a rabbit hole. Promiscuity drugs. Gotta read more. Gotta stop getting so fucking...
What is he saying?
therapy right now. My girl should be in therapy. We all come from generations and generations, and you can't motherfucker sit here and tell me what I'm going through at 70. I just realized, but listen what I'm saying. Let's be good, bro. It's not gonna get out of control. But this is real shit. Bro, this is real shit. I'm telling you, you can't love a queen. Some of these girls out here in Queens because their daddies wasn't there.
Some of these girls ain't queens because their daddy wasn't there. They're still queens whether their daddy was there or not. And again, like, is there such things as daddy issues? Absolutely. 100%. But I don't like the way that he's saying it. And I don't like his perspective. And unfortunately, there are many people like him in all of our communities. This is a global problem for people who look like me.
If your daddy ain't there from 12 to 25, you going down a rabbit hole. Promiscuity drugs. Gotta read more.
There are some women out there who have not had their fathers in their lives, and they are doing phenomenally well. They have great partners. There are girls who grew up with a father and still had bad relationships. How is that possible? I always say that. Just because a man is there physically doesn't mean that he's there emotionally. And some young girls need more support than others. There are some young women who, again, they didn't have a father, but yet they still end up making good decisions. How is that possible? Riddle me that, Clifton. And yes, there are some of the ones he's talking about. But at the same time, that's not the sole reason. Let's be clear. And he's, again, absolving himself of any type of blame. How did we get to the young women? We talking about your ass.
Y'all stop getting so fucking defensive and read more, because I read. I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I'm living it. You, until you meet a real motherfucking queen who had to figure out her trauma, you can't even learn how to love a black woman.
So, again, he said, until you have found a queen who knows about or learns about her own trauma, you can't love a black woman. And yet she found a quote-unquote king who doesn't even know about his problems. And like he said, he still didn't know until today. Red flag! Wrap this right up! How is she able to do that but you can't? What's your brain function? What's your problem? And I see some undiagnosed situations going on here for sure. But still, it's that rhetoric. He can't love her, but somehow she could love him through the degeneracy. That's my problem. That's my issue with this whole love conversation. It's only reciprocal when a woman is the one submitting to all of that. But it's never the man who can be unconditional towards the woman. Somehow, she, even with all of her trauma, your Miss Scorpio over there, she knows how to love your raggedy ass. And yet you couldn't figure that out until he said today, present day. And the other man clocked it. He is using it as a way to have somebody be his caretaker into his old age, who's going to wipe you and cook for you and take care of you. Yeah. Somehow, all of a sudden, he knows how to be monogamous. Excuses, y'all. Do not let them fool you. Excuses. He is the parasite of the community. Parasite. Men like him are the parasites.
So here's one thing. That's what we got to start. Here's one thing with the because I think I agree that you can't wait until you know. You got
to hold yourself accountable. So if you figure it out,
hold on. If you figure it out, bro. But you got to let other people talk. Hold on.
That's why I can't do this.
I got you.
You can't.
The arguments are important. This is how black men talk.
The energy is.
So I want to make sure. This is what I want to make sure we're framing properly, because a lot of the time we think, because you're talking about your privilege and your power and how you use it. A lot of time we've been taught our power is how we control the situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating.
Who's J. Alphonse? J. Alphonse had to depart early. Oh, the brother with the white shirt. Yeah, I saw. Okay, that's his name. What was he in? Oh, him. Here we go. Thank you. I finally got his name. What movie was he in? Let's get famous. Oh, he's a Cancer. Okay. He was in P-Valley. Okay, yes. Okay, he was Little Murder. Okay, that's why I remembered his face. Okay. All right, that's where I remember him from. Did somebody say P-Valley in this chat? Okay. All right, let's continue. We're grateful for the time and energy he shared with us. Thank you for letting us know. I wouldn't have even noticed.
We've been taught our power is how we control the situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating it, by shutting other people down, by overpowering them. And I think that is something that, I mean, monogamy, just to be real, is not the end all be all. That's not the best. It's the only way. It's not the only way to live, and it's not just.
Wrap this conversation up.
A lot of the time we think, because you're talking about your privilege and your power and how you use it, a lot of time we've been taught our power is how we control the situation, and we try to control that situation by dominating it, by shutting other people down, by overpowering them. And I think that is something that, I mean, monogamy, just to be real, is not the end all be all. That's not.
Okay, you see, this is wrap this conversation right up. Monogamy is not the end all be all. But you gonna be like Neo? Look at what's going on with Nick Cannon. The problem is monogamy is never the end all be all for people like you. I'm talking about men here, not black men, men in general. But for women who desire to be in heterosexual relationships, they want monogamy. And it's actually safer to be in a monogamous relationship. If they are committed, by the way, because then you don't got to worry about them. You know, it's more, let me tell y'all something. Like, it is safer to be in a healthy monogamous and non-cheating ass relationship. It's safer for women. That's how you can protect women. You see, he's missing the plot here. Heterosexual women. And even, I'm talking about, okay, if you are trans, bi, if you are gay, this conversation applies to you as well if you want to be in a monogamous relationship. But I'm talking specifically to heterosexual women because that's who my stuff is catered to. But that doesn't mean, because again, I can't talk about issues that I don't have a lived experience in. I gotta be honest. It's really difficult for me, and it's something that I want to learn more about. But again, my demographic is heterosexual women, but I 100% hold the space for anyone who does not identify as heterosexual. I got to be very clear with that. But what they're talking about is black women who are heterosexual, who want heterosexual relationships with men. And the gay man was talking about black men in his community, so that he's dating as a gay man. So that's a whole nother topic, a whole nother subsection. It's like having a topic and then you have a subtopic. And then you have another subtopic, right? So for the trans man, that man can actually talk about this conversation because his relationships are with women. So that's different. But I'm talking about the gay man. This conversation got to have another subcontext because he dates men. I don't know if he's bi. He has not said it. So I'm assuming that he is gay. Now, let's get back to the point. Heterosexual black women who want to date black men or marry black men want heterosexual monogamous black men. Full stop. Period. This is the problem. So you were talking about protecting women, and yet you said that having a monogamous relationship, there are different types of relationships. This is where you need to start first. Because most of the time, the women do not know that their man is not being monogamous. It is a very rare occurrence that you have a Nick Cannon or a Neo. Usually, you don't know about each other, or when you find out about each other, you just deal with each other. But it's not something that you actually want. Talk about that. You got to let me know why you're saying this here. Because if we're all protect black women, that should be the first layer of protection. Because any partners you expose her to becomes a risk to her and her children. Why are we not talking about that?
Not the best. It's the only way. It's not the only way to live, and it's not just women, men or women. It's literally there are other ways to be. And so some people value monogamy more. That doesn't mean that you have sin and you dead and you evil if you haven't been. But the problem is, most of the time, the way that we're living is by telling somebody that we are monogamous when we're not. That's hold on. That's lying. Hold on. So that's dishonest.
We can't talk about monogamy. No, we gotta talk about
you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Hold on.
Men are not. First of all, this is not our culture. And Africa is polygamy.
No.
Oh boy, the ignorance just jumped out here. First of all, it's not our culture. In Africa, there's polygamy. Hold up. Isn't polygamy illegal in a lot of African countries? I believe it is, by the way, y'all. Not saying that it wasn't in the past. I believe it is. Let me see. Is it? Let's find out. Polygamy is a phenomenon often associated with African people in almost all African societies. Do I have African people in the chat? Let me know if polygamy is accepted. Because from my understanding, you cannot have 2 wives at the same time. So what polygamy are we talking about here? Hold on. Okay. Let's see here. Asking African. Y'all gonna let me know. Today I learned that polygamy is legal in common. Oh, that's South Africa. Okay, that's different. I'm talking about on the continent. There are some countries where it is illegal to have 2 wives. So I know I'm not wrong with that, because I remember there was didn't we do a story on that? We sure did. Nigeria, the guy, Baba, Tuba Baba. What was his name again? Who had Annie and then the 3 baby mamas? What was his name? Tuba Baba? I forgot his name. Is polygamy accepted in Nigeria? Are they? Okay. While civil marriage is in Nigeria is monogamous, a dozen states have implanted Sharia into their legal system and thus are exempt. So I'm assuming, because there are a lot of tribes on the continent, so we got to be very specific when we say this. If it's a civil union, no, they cannot have more than 2 wives. But y'all got to let me know, because I don't know too much about that. If you're from the continent, hold on, let me read some comments. Y'all going to let me know. This is a hot topic. I feel like I've seen it in Nigeria. Okay, Sasha. I'm gonna trust your opinion, because I know you're from the continent. Cassie, you said I am African Southern East. It is not accepted, but people still do it, especially if you're Muslim. Okay, that makes sense. But it's like the US too, because if you go to Utah, there are a lot of polygamous sects out there. But what they do is, for example, like this guy right here. When I think of polygamy, I always think about this one right here. This little man right here. So he had, he's a Capricorn. Oh, Lord. So he was only able to marry 1 woman legally, but then they do practice polygamy in America as well, even though it is outlawed in certain states. In other states, it's not as, it's not illegal, right? So let me read more comments, y'all. Y'all gonna let me know. I heard some tribes too. I don't think it's everywhere. But the law only allows you to marry 1 person. That's what I thought too. Exactly. He ain't African, so I don't know why he bringing it up. His family's all Black American, so where is that relevant? I think he's talking about genetically, so he's trying to make that excuse. But to be honest with you, a lot of kings in Confucianism and in emperor times, they would have multiple wives, but that was because of having the legacy and the offspring, right? Because you got to think about why. Okay, we got to have a conversation about that. You know what? Let me park this for next week, polygamy. We're going to finish this, but I want to bring that up. The reason why there was polygamy, my understanding, again, that's from my understanding, is because people didn't live that long. So you did have to have multiple wives and multiple children in order to keep your bloodline going. Because remember, they didn't have vaccines. They didn't have what we have, like what is modern medicine today. And so a lot of children would die, and childbirth was very, very, it was like a miracle. It still is a miracle. But imagine giving birth at that time. And so now when you have all of these type of risk factors, that was to keep the bloodline going, because you needed generations of kings or mostly kings. You needed generations to fulfill your bloodline. So it wasn't, a lot of the practices that our ancestors had were spiritual, but also a necessity. People are using it today to justify their behavior that is no longer relevant. in a context that is no longer relevant. Modern science has increased. We do not have children. I mean, of course, there's still like, of course, we still have the black maternal rate that's still high. And that's in the US. But other countries, they have advanced modern science. And what it is that we have to start thinking of these conversations and researching. And so I'm going to write that to research for next week. We're going to look into it because I'm really curious to see the perspective of cultures on the continent of why they practice polygamy and what was the reason. It wasn't just to satisfy a lustful feeling. There was actually a reason for it. See, this is the thing we have to start having conversations about. There's always a reason behind why there were a lot of traditions that were passed on, but people don't realize it. Like, for example, hold on, I'm gonna read some more. Yeah, like we have to start thinking about those things. Like there was a reason. So I'll give another example. This one is not related, it's unrelated. Y'all know cornrows, like the zigzags and stuff like that of cornrows. It's not just an aesthetic. It wasn't just a cute style that people did just to look fly. It was so Black Americans that were enslaved in the South could map. They looked at the hair, the pattern of the hair of the braiding or the braids would direct them of which direction they had to go to get to freedom. Do we still use the cornrow hairstyle? Absolutely. It was passed down, but now it's more for aesthetic. So that's what I'm saying. There was always a reason behind things, and we really have to start thinking about that stuff. But they are just saying it for lustful reasons. Completely different. Continuing. Esther, you said, so technically, yes, polygamy is allowed, but these days most people don't do that. Yeah, and that's with most countries. It's not just on the continent, to be quite honest with you. Many countries, there are many states, like I'm going to use the US as an example, even in Canada, where the age of consent is like 13, but that doesn't mean that everybody is going to marry a 13-year-old. But, hell, you see what's going on with EpiPen right now. That's another topic for another day. Continuing.
No. It's not the most biologist, is it? Some people do believe that monogamy is the most healthy. 97% of married men cheat, bro. Yeah, well, I mean, 85% of married men cheat. Nobody's been.
It is the healthiest way if you're committed.
Our culture. And Africa is polygamy.
No. It's not the most biologist, is it? Some people do believe that monogamy is the most healthy.
97% of married men cheat, bro.
Yeah, what did he say? 97 of what?
It's not the most biologist, is it?
Some people do believe that monogamy is the most healthy.
97% of married men cheat, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean,
85% of married men cheat. Nobody's being monogamous.
We've also been taught to lie.
That doesn't mean you can't be. How is it possible that a lot of women can be monogamous, but men somehow can't be? How is that possible? How is it that some men can be monogamous and some other men can't be? That's what I said. Mindset.
I'm just saying
control. So I think there are other perspectives here that are valuable in holding that stuff accountable, because we were talking about how to hold each other accountable in this, right? In talking about trusting Black women and loving Black women, how do we hold each other accountable in that? How do we make promises that we can keep? How do we say that, make sure that we're surrounding each other with people who are going to check us when we're wrong, right? And how do we know that who knows what's right and what's wrong in that, right? I think even when I read, a lot of the time what we read is wrong. A lot of the time the books that they give us to educate ourselves are wrong. So I do want to hear more perspectives on literally how to hold ourselves accountable in that. We're talking about trusting Black women. How do we trust Black women, right? You know what I'm saying? And what does that trust accountable to? What books, because a lot of the books that we're given in school are lies that tell us the opposite of how to trust Black women. They tell us the opposite of how to hold each other accountable and make sure that we understand what is right and wrong and what each other's perspectives are. So I love the energy of, I'm not afraid of the argument. I'm not afraid of the fight. But it does have to be.
No, he gonna hold a grudge forever. Clifton Powell.
But I do want to make sure that we take it to a place where we come out here more powerful than we did when we came.
I think we gotta listen to Luke. Listen, I think we gotta listen to Luke. These are out there.
Listen to him. Red flag. That's how I know you already lost the plot.
But I do want to make sure that
you got, even though y'all consciously is controversial, you got consciously right there.
We take it to a place where we come out here more powerful than we did when we came.
I think we gotta listen to Luke. Listen, I think we gotta listen to Luke. These are out there. In order for us to trust Black women, we gotta fix ourselves. They gotta go fix themselves.
It wasn't him. It was the bruh who had to leave. P Valley. That one was talking about therapy. But continue. And the other one, the one with the holes on his jacket. That one.
And it starts where black people don't like to go to counseling. And they need to go to fucking therapy. That's it.
Jay brought that up, and I agree that we must talk, but I do also understand the value in us
You know who he looks like, y'all? I'm so sorry. This is why nobody could take me nowhere. I'm very unserious, even in the most serious of topics. Don't he look like Marv from Home Alone? Y'all let me know. Hold up, we're gonna do hold on, we're gonna do a next. Yes, he looks just like him. Y'all know Marv? Hold on. Marv Home Alone. This is why I cannot be serious. Why does he look like this, man? What's his name? Marv Merchants. He look just like him. Y'all tell me that don't look like him? Look. Wait. Look at this, man. And then look at this. They look like twins to me. This is why I can't unsee this. They look very similar. Yes, they do. He look like Marv. Okay, continuing.
Our perspective. We got that part. How do we find solution? But the only thing is, we're not gonna get the solution because there's still something on the table. There's still something on the table, and we gotta.
What's on the table?
Your point of view. No,
what's on the table to me is how do we as black men?
You said listen to Luke.
No, but I'm just interjecting, bro. Y'all said interject. Well, interject. Listen, I'm saying, how do we help black women? I'm telling you.
Well, first we gotta help ourselves.
Right. What I'm saying is,
if we can't figure out,
right, and I'm
can't figure out what love really means.
How did this conversation? You see, this is what happens when you get Marv to talk. Look at his, and they got the wrong ones to talk. How did we get from black men trust black women to how do we get black women to get it together, right? Yo, I can't take. Oh my God, guys.
No, but I'm just interjecting, bro. Y'all said interject. Well, interject. Listen, I'm saying, how do we help black women?
How do we help black women? When did we need their what? Black men trust black women. That's the title, right? How do we fix black women's problems? Ain't this supposed to be? This is the problem. This is why I said no woman should be present. Matter of fact, they need to take away this. Okay, this is a good starting point, but you guys need to expand. This is not so. All of a sudden, after 58 minutes, almost an hour, now it's like, how do we help black women?
I'm telling you.
Well, first we gotta help ourselves.
Right.
What I'm saying is, if we can't figure out,
right,
if we can't figure out what love really means, what love looks like to us, what love has been to us, what have we taught about love?
Hold on a second. How long I've been on here? Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta move this. 3 hours. Okay, that's my norm. All right, good. All right, we're good.
Generations of no love,
right? But then, does patriarchy come with accountability?
No, I think the definition of patriarchy is when we have systems of domination for men. Right now, I think we're not doing a good job of naming the system that literally incentivizes us to be on some fuck shit, or incentivize us to always want to be dominated. Yes, I think in our conversation right now as black people, a lot of times when you hear the word patriarchy, you think about the word patriarchy, you think about how we're taught in Christianity to be patriarchs. So a lot of us have a hard time thinking about leadership and thinking about how that leadership comes out in fucked up ways. I.e., I want to be a patriarch like Father Abraham, therefore patriarchy is good. Patriarchy is not good. The system of domination for women is not good. But a lot of us buy into that.
I got a question I want to ask. How do we unlearn that? I think we unlearn that by listening to what he's saying.
About what specifically?
Therapy. So we can go understand all of it.
Listen, I want to be clear. Right now, we're talking about a system of power.
Right.
If you think interpersonally going to therapy is going to deconstruct the system of power, no.
I don't say I'm not saying that.
This is what I'm getting at. Right now, I'm talking about trusted black women. There's a system I'm saying that goes against it.
Aspect to it. Right.
Yes.
I'm not going to white therapy.
No, but hold on. If we talking about therapy, this is therapy.
Yes. This is therapy.
No, the hell it ain't. Red flag. You see, that's why they shouldn't have trusted Marv. Reddest of red flags. He talking about this is therapy. No, this is just a conversation. That's not therapy. Get your ass to the therapist's office. And yes, what Clifton said is correct. I believe as well that we all need to go to therapy. Now, consciously, again, he is focused on the system, but it starts here first. This is where it starts. So Clifton is right. Unfortunately, he knows the solution. Like I said, black people, we are extremely aware. That's one thing I'll say about us. We can sense. We know something's off. You can feel it in the air. So he knows all his problems, but what's he doing about it? Nothing. That's the problem. We spend too much time having conversations instead of doing the action. Individually, you can make a difference. Don't let Lee tell you that, because with your mindset change, that's when things start to shift in your house. That's where it starts first. And then you go out. Starts here, then out. You cannot be dismantling a system if you haven't dismantled your system first. And yes, it still exists outside. Like I said, that stuff out of your control, beyond your control. But what is within your control is how you can deconstruct your mind within that system. That's how you can start to change and renew your mind. Lord.
Like us, yes. Different ages, different experiences. Us. It's gonna be ugly. It's not gonna be cute. We ain't professional therapists enough, but we are listening. Okay, listen. And I think that's the point where we gotta stay there. Right here is just listen. Stay there. Listen and find and wait for it. Because sometimes it's just the listening. I think that's the whole part of this whole thing.
No! Listen and do! Damn it! Red flag, both! Listen and do something about it. Stop it. This is what's keeping you in a chokehold. Where's my go and do? Ding it. Here. Hold up. I gotta find, I don't know. I have a lot of sticky notes here. I thought I wrote it down here, but you need to take action.
We don't listen because we live in the space of...
We listen and talk too much. That's the problem. We need to start taking action. Start doing stuff. Stop talking about what you should have done, what you could have done, do it! Damn it!
Feeling like we know everything. We are not the smartest people in the room.
I think we'll step further than that. I think we're too ashamed to admit when we're wrong. And so when we go, so like when Trust, I'm gonna say something. Tracy Cottom, credible writer, sociologist. She says we are smarter when we listen to black women, not because all black women are right, because all black women deserve to be heard, right? And when we're so caught up in the process of listening is love. That's how we love black women, by listening to them, right? And again, everything they said isn't necessarily right, but they do deserve to be heard. So let me address that. Hold on, let me finish. Back it up. In doing so, we can help dismantle patriarchy because we're leading. We're leading with listening, and if we lead with listening, that means we're not listening so that we can respond. We're listening to understand, which means you might have to ask another question. If you speak, it is to ask another question, and not censor yourself, so you can get more information from the source.
Mind you, this man, remember, he grew up in a single parent household. He said he didn't know how to be a man, and he's more of a man in this conversation, quote unquote. He understands how to listen, how to respond. And mind you, this whole time they was all talking, he was quiet, observing, taking it all in. He's speaking when it makes sense for him to speak. He has a lot of emotional regulation. Mind you, this is the man who grew up without a father. How did he know how to do that?
And so we started out really quick with that patriarchy, because we keep saying patriarchy, and you were saying without centering yourself, and I think that that's really important, because I wouldn't know. I'll just be real. If me being young in the industry, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't say young. I was. I'm not saying now. I understand what it is now, but I'm saying when I wouldn't hear somebody talk about dismantling patriarchy and be even attracted to the conversation or even know what that means, right? And so what I would like you to go a little bit deeper into what does that even mean, because for me, the way I'm thinking about it is the way that we've been taught wrong about our power, that we are supposed to, that we have some sort of privilege in certain in some situations, that we have a little bit more power than somebody else, and that we abuse that power. We use that power to try to control the situation in our favor, when we should be listening to other people, when we should be honoring their existence and centering their freedom, their liberation. You know what I'm saying? So what their experience. So what does that mean to y'all? What does that even mean to dismantle patriarchy? What is that? Why is it harmful? And I'm not putting that necessarily on you, but whoever wants to. What does that mean? Yeah.
So when someone comes to you and they already know what you possess as a person, like for example, like a lot of doctors. Once I feel like a lot of black men get higher education, a lot of people want to get treated like a bitch. That's the truth. Like accolades, get treated like a bitch. Like you want, take care of me. Yes, take care of me. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. You don't even got to be rich or famous. You going for 12 years in academia. What? Like a bitch. That's how they want to be treated. Some men want to be treated like that.
Think about the way relative to patriarchy. And we're talking about it now about centering black women and their experiences, and even the saying treated like.
I'm not making that connection. Bitch to me is subservient. Men can be bitches. Women can, I shouldn't say that.
But you're a man. Yeah, but so you being called a bitch is not the same as a woman being called a bitch, especially a black woman being called a bitch.
I feel like the black women that listen to this, they're gonna know what I'm talking about. They're gonna know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you see, this is why I said this needs to be a conversation, a series, because this trans man was correcting him and saying, hey, for you're amongst men, so you can use that word, but it's actually demeaning to women to use the word or call women a bitch. And notice how L said it. The start that fell, I remember you said a comment where you said, or was it you or Mary? I don't remember. Sorry, y'all. I'll be reading comments. Where you said that some gay men they don't always have, they still operate under the patriarchy, and this is a perfect example of it. Perfect example. Here we go. This is what happens. Doesn't matter if you're gay or straight, but notice the trans man who transitioned. So when he was a woman, he understood.
You don't even gotta be rich or famous. You going like 12 years in academia. What?
Like you like a bitch.
That's how they want to be treated. Some men want to be like a
But think about the relative patriarchy. And we're talking about it now around centering like black women and their experiences, and even the saying treated like.
I'm not making definition. Bitch to me is subservient. Men can be bitches. Women can, like I shouldn't think that.
But you're a man. Yeah, but so you being called a bitch is not the same as a woman being called a bitch, especially a black woman being called a bitch.
I feel like the black women that listen to this, they don't know what I'm talking about.
The black women who listen to this, but what if we don't listen to this and we get offended? You see, he didn't care. He was dismissive. Oh, so he got a lot to unpack too.
They're gonna know what I'm talking about.
As long as we put, because I think it's important. I hear what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I get it. What I think that it's important that we talk about all of it.
Yes. This is like we're speaking in this way. This is how the dismantling happens, because the language and how we say things is very important. Sure. And that's what I'm saying. Okay. So like I'm not saying like don't say it, because I'm like I say bitch all the time. Like that's not happening at all. But it's essentially about when we're talking about the systems of power, and when we talk about dismantling patriarchy, and we talk about masculinity and what that means, and what that looks like to us. And I can say even to y'all as someone as cis men, because my perspective of it is going to be completely different from how you all experienced it, having come from a different place. So like when growing up with two brothers, and the way my father taught my two brothers what it would be to be, what it meant to be a man, and how to show up, and what masculinity meant, it was always domination, it's power, it's strength, and it was never really like protection, not softness. So I wanted to combat the idea that being a good man or a man is being like or men are natural protectors or natural providers. I don't think that's the case at all. Men are not. You can't be a natural protector and provider when you are the one that's causing harm. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God.
So what do you protect? You're protecting. You say you're protecting women.
You said that so eloquently. He said it the way I was trying to say it.
And you know why they're listening to him more is because he has the aesthetic. I'm sure there were many women who have told them in their lives.
No, you be doing this motherfucking hands like this. Like fuck you up. That is largely how we wrong.
And then we talk about masculinity. When we're teaching young men and boys,
I think we onto something here. I think we onto something.
What masculinity is always an antithesis to femininity.
Exactly right.
So then it's just like, to be a man and to be strong and to show up means you don't be like a woman. So a woman is less than, it's always going to be down.
Right. So let's we were talking. Okay, listen. Right. What I was trying to say to you was this. I think out of everybody in this motherfucking room, I'm 70 years old.
How many times you gotta tell us that? I don't give a damn, Clifton. You told us enough that you're 70. Okay, we get it.
I committed suicide when I was 4. My father was a dysfunctional alcoholic.
Okay, so his mother. Okay, let's go back. This is important.
It's less than. It's always going to be down.
Right. So we were talking. Okay, listen. Right. What I was trying to say to you was this. I think out of everybody in this motherfucking room, I'm 70 years old. My mother committed suicide when I was 4. My father was a dysfunctional alcoholic. I'm just learning. Like you said, I think when you learn, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to do better. So we talking about trusting black women, because that's why the fuck I'm here. Right. And I don't like doing this kind of shit. Because
Clifton, sir, my condolences. Your mother unalived herself. And your daddy was an alcoholic. So I pretty much have a good reason as to why. But I'm not gonna assume anything. So my condolences. He's saying he learned today. You were in Hollywood. And of course, Hollywood, I get it. But you had access and resources. Don't they have therapists on sets? I thought they did. Maybe not in the 90s when you were doing Menace to Society. Let's see what movies he was in. Hold on. I need to see his resume. Clifton Powell. Let's go to his IMDb. Where's his IMDb? Here. All right. Whew, boy. He was in a lot, y'all. 275 shows or movies. And he's about to be in 21 coming up. You didn't know then, but or I'm sure you had, like I said, he had a free therapist, quote unquote. And he still didn't understand. You were never around people who could teach you better. I find that hard to believe. I think you just don't want to listen.
Out of everybody in this motherfucking room, I'm 70 years old. My mother committed suicide when I was 4. My father was a dysfunctional alcoholic. I'm just learning. Like you said, I think when you learn, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to do better. So we talking about trusting black women, because that's why the fuck I'm here. And I don't even like doing this kind of shit. Because my brain is on another level, because I live with the boss. I live with a queen who's a boss, that if you saw me, and I'm just saying this, and that's why I got emotional, because I'm living it right now. Every 18 seconds, a woman gets beaten in this country by a man. When a woman is killed, it's by the domestic partner. So it's a lot of things that y'all are talking about that's true, that in order for us as black and Latino men, or you Latin? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm half Latin.
I'm just saying.
No, but I'm just saying. What I'm saying, nobody at this table is wrong. In order to love black women, we got to figure out where we are as men and how to get away from what you say, that patriarchal kind of bullshit that we've been taught. Like your dad, be nice to everybody else, but got his thumb on your mother's head. That's not love.
So what happens when you come to a woman that you don't see as a queen? Okay, right now we just got done doing the No Kings rally, right? Talking about kings, talking about Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? We keep on talking about a queen, it automatically faces a hierarchy. So what do you do to when you see as peasants, and or what do you do when a man does not see a woman as a queen? Okay, I think that's a part of the issue.
Wait. So I think there's something really important that you bring it up, and that you bring it up when we're talking about. I need a drink. When we're talking, well, here you go. So I think there's something really important. How do we understand who taught us how to have power, how to exercise our power?
Let's go. This is what I was saying, guys. Listen, try to hear me. I hate to sound like the grandfather, but I am. Is when you meet a woman who maybe has gone through trauma and has come out of that trauma and has fixed herself in terms of her tone and respect to a man, and she's gentle, she disarms you. But if you never seen that, you don't even know how to react to it. And in the beginning, when I met my girl, I was so fucking mean, and I was tough, and I was all out there, and I was all over the place.
Why was she with you? This is the problem I have. Why? I thought you said she was a therapist. Oh no, I don't know where she went and get her credentials. I mean, was he talking about like she I don't think she's a licensed therapist. I mean, I know some licensed therapists are a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but you were mean. You were dismissive. You were not a good partner from the start. How the hell did you have somebody? She was teaching you the most dysfunctional way of loving someone. And yes, you were right to say that she needed therapy. 1,000,000% she did. But the fact that she was still with your raggedy ass when you were mean to her, and you still have the nerve to fix your mouth and say you didn't know how to love, nobody taught you how to love, and she's sitting here teaching you in real time how a dysfunctional person, even though it was dysfunctional, she was teaching you how to love unconditionally. Unfortunately, she wasted her time with your ass. That lets me know all that I need to know.
And I was disrespectful, and whether it's dopamine or oxytocin, I put all that shit in her face, and I crushed her. This really happened. And I called my partner, and one of my partners was a thug. He said, fix it. My other partner said, when...
Hold up, let's go back. What is going on here? This is why it's taking so long for me to do this, y'all. I gotta listen. You see, I would have missed out on this if I just was like, oh, well, let's move on. What did he just say?
And in the beginning, when I met my girl, I was so fucking mean, and I was tough, and I was all out there, and I was all over the place, and I was disrespectful, and whether it's dopamine or oxytocin, I put all that shit in her face, and I crushed her. This really happened. And I called my partner, and one of my partners was a thug. He said, fix it. My other partner said, when you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay. If we talk about being here to trust black women, we cannot trust black women unless every man that I know, and I'm still struggling with being monogamous in the streets because I'm well known, is we got to start.
What is he saying?
And I crushed her.
So you crushed her because she was showing you the love you've never seen before. Let's continue.
It's really happened. And I called my partner, and one of my partners was a thug. He said, fix it.
Even the thug partner knew to fix it. And somehow you still were oblivious. Even he's saying you got to treat her better. The thug, who's supposed to be the degenerate person in society, right? Even he, like I said, had the mindset and the gumption to know, hey, you need to fix it. You fucked up. You better treat her right. Okay.
My other partner said, when you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay.
The other partner said, when you hurt someone, where you leave them is where they stay. So these thugs are giving him wisdom. He's not listening.
Talk about being here to trust black women. We cannot trust black women unless every man that I know, and I'm still struggling with being monogamous in the streets because I'm...
Until every man that I know, because I'm still struggling with being monogamous because people know me in these streets. Who is sleeping with him? That's what I need to know.
Well, no. Is we got to start with I believe therapy, or at least reading and going into ourselves, holding ourselves accountable, and say, yeah, I fucked up. Because the first thing, what am I calling my buddy? I said, man, she had my phone for you a fucking month. He said, nigga, just don't say you did it.
We gotta meet people where they are. Sometimes I think you're
I'm well known. Is we gotta start with, I believe therapy, or at least reading and going into ourselves, holding ourselves accountable, and say, yeah, I fucked up. Because the first thing, what am I calling my buddy? I said, man, she had my phone for you a fucking
red flag. You. He's just looking for a reason to keep doing it again. He's the type of person that's going to apologize and keep making the same mistake over and over and over and over again. He doesn't want to change, y'all. I could already tell. He does not want to change. He's not looking to change. He's just saying all the right things because he's on the camera right now. He knows how to act in front of the camera. Remember, he's an actor. Does he believe anything he's saying? Nope. I don't believe so. Because you don't need multiple chances to figure that out. Clifton! I'm tired of your ass.
Just don't say you did it.
We gotta meet people where they are. Sometimes I think you're saying reading. Reading is not the only important thing because a lot of people can read and not really.
Every fucking thing I said. Hold on, bro.
He's too defensive. What is going on here? Yeah, he got nah, you need to go talk about therapy. Clinical! Get medicated. I could tell. I could sniff it. The energy is coming to me. You don't know how to control yourself. Go to the clinical, not talk therapy. Clinical, please. Get diagnosed properly.
Reading is not the only important thing because a lot of people can read and not really.
Everybody's taking every fucking thing I said. Hold on, bro. Stop taking the shit that I'm saying out of context, bro.
I'm explaining a concept.
You talking about reading? I'm saying reading is a million other shit you got right.
That's not what I'm going to. People read and don't understand what they're reading. You just said that your woman, your black queen, she's a queen to you, and essentially you kind of alluded to the reason that she was a black queen to you was because she was gentle to you and was able to make you feel like, oh, I can open up and feel safe.
That's not what I said.
That's not what you said.
No, I said what I was trying to say. She's held me accountable. And forced me. Man,
you did not in a soft way that made you able to do it.
Because I'm about to walk the fuck out of here. We're right here with you. What I'm saying.
Please walk away. We don't need you on this panel. Bye.
In order for us to trust, if this is about fucking trusting black women, then you gotta be able to let your woman hold you accountable when you do patriarchal shit.
Right.
And when you come from the streets, that's almost impossible. Because we grew up, like you said, fuck that bitch. It's just so complicated. And in order for you to grow, even at 50, and I agree with you, you have to take yourself accountable. But when y'all bring me in this motherfucker, I'm living this. The main theme is trusting black women, but how do we get ourselves as men fixed to be able to love them the way they need to be loved?
Well, that's the beauty of this conversation because we won't get to that. That's the beauty of this exercise that has been created here and that will continue on because.
Let me tell y'all, I'm gonna give y'all my synopsis right now. What are we at the hour 11 mark? Oh Lord, only a few more minutes of this nonsense. Now, do you want to know who I think is for real? Brother in the blue, right there. The trans man, right there. A brother with the glasses still got a lot of work to do. He still gets defensive. He needs a little bit of work. Brother with the hole in the jacket, I don't know. He sounded good, but he been quiet. So we're going to give him a pass maybe. Consciously, no. I'm sorry. You said something that rubbed me the wrong way. Talking about systemic. We did it systemic. I see why you call him a grifter now. Yeah, he's too focused on the outside and not the inside. That's giving me red flags galore. Brother with the hat, I don't know. After you said the monogamy thing, I already know you just talking the talk. I don't know who you with, your queen that you're with, but you need to get trained. More training for you. You're just saying the right things, but I don't think you really understand. You're not connecting the dots. Clifton needs to go to the clinical psychologist ASAP. That's my assessment at the end of this. We didn't even get to the end, and I already know.
It can't be figured out in this round table.
And will Clifton change? I doubt it. I don't think so. Personally speaking, we're gonna give him the same percentage you give in condoms, 0.999.1% chance that he will change. He is very, very comfortable in his ways.
But we talking about part two. We are taking the steps.
I got you.
This is one. We are right now, currently, right now, us, right now,
everybody in this room harmoniously trying to lay this one brick to create more foundation that we can build on to be able to have a place of trust that Black women feel like they can come into this space with us, that we will listen and we will sit here and be, but be gentle with ourselves, that we don't understand, that I don't understand what's being said. I think somebody's hearing me wrong, somebody's saying it wrong, somebody's talking over me, something's happening to me. These are all things that don't allow women to come and open up to us because we are ready to play football every goddamn time. Right now, we gotta, so that's why we gotta have our space. A man has to have his space to himself. It's patriarchal.
Can I ask a question to you? People are living in broken, marriage is not working in this culture. 3 out of 5 marriages end in divorce. So people are living in fear inside of their own homes. So the question I'm asking is for guys who straight from the hood. Is it possible for those guys to sit here with us and hear us?
Being from the streets, I spent 2 years of my life locked up fighting 2 life sentences. It took a woman, and going back to what you were saying as well about how we got, as men, got to stop relying on women. Women are natural nurturers and providers. It took a woman to show me love to say, this ain't how you do this. And my first mindset, being from the street, bitch, who are you talking to? That's what I was thinking. But I had to understand, there's 2 parts to that. You either want to be a better person, or you can accept what you think is right. And so once she educated me on certain things, and no, baby, we don't do it like this. You need to go to therapy. You need to do it. It was a lot of things that I felt like I should have been combative about, but I wasn't, because I know I talk to God and say, I need answers. My answers ain't always going to come through a man. For sure. I was taught to believe that it did because a man should raise a man. But a woman is nurturing and caring. If she cares about herself, she cares about her counterpart. So it's up to us to listen, to accept. We don't have to agree. 90% of the time, I don't agree. So the fact that you can say, I accept, I receive what you're saying, you don't interrupt, you don't defend yourself. These are all.
I got a question.
All right, that brother, he's doing the work. Now, Clifton, didn't you tell us a thug, you call your partner who's a thug, and he said, get back with your woman, and the other one said, when you victimize someone, you leave them where, whatever the hell he said. They had enough sense to give you some type of advice, and you still couldn't listen. Again, victimizing himself. Interesting.
It's a street guy. It's hard right now. I get it. But I'm just making sure everybody get hurt, all right? No, it's not.
It is hard. It's hard because as a man, I know what I want to do, but I also know I'm trying to break a system that God is helping me break, because I have to unlearn what I thought was right. And her doing it. And not only that, even going to becoming monogamous. Naturally, it's not instinctually something I want to do. However, I do understand the game of life to know that this is chess and you can't cheat. As a key, which I am, my key only goes for one lock. I can't unlock every house. So I have to protect my home. As beautiful it is outside, it's the same way inside. So because of that, I can't trick myself out of position thinking that when I'm so focused on this, I'm focused on this.
What he's talking about is self-control. That's all he's saying. He's talking about self-control. I could do it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. I could go outside right now and get some fentanyl if I wanted to. It is really not hard to get in the streets of Victoria right now. We got a whole fentanyl crisis. I could literally get it for pennies on the dollar. I could get a lot of it if I wanted to. But I'm not going to. It doesn't make sense for me to do that. I have enough self-control to not do that. I could literally stop the live stream right now and go have sex with the next guy down the street. I'm sure somebody will take that off. Men are very easy. I could literally do that if I wanted to. Why would I, though? Self-control. There are a lot of things that we can do. Hell, we could even take it down. Those are extreme examples. I could go to a grocery store right now and buy a big bag of popcorn right now. I got the money for it. I have the access. I can go to Starbucks and buy whatever. I could spend $500 on coffee right now. One shot. Why would I do that, though? Self-control. The Starbucks coffee would make me feel good. Yeah, absolutely. I'll get that little dopamine hit of taking them coffees be good. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm not gonna do that because I have self-control. That's the thing. And if you have a problem with self-control, because a lot of people do, we do, it's something you always have to work on. What he's talking about is self-control. He knows that it is not worth what he has now. He understands that it's not worth the risk. Every day in our lives, we have to have a semblance of self-control in anything you do.
My kids, my woman, I don't have time to kind of step out and be like, I gotta come on. She ain't always gonna be. It's a distraction. And as a man, I'm trying to win this game of chess. I can't do it, but I need to feel that lust. I need to feel that because I know I'm built to overcome these obstacles that are set in my way to make me go off course.
I have a question. When you say you don't naturally have an inclination towards monogamy, what does that mean to you? Okay. I was going to clarify that because you're like wanting to be in a monogamous relationship that is important to you and for your partner. So when you're out in the streets, what is it that you feel that you're fighting in order to like remain in a monogamous relationship?
So for me personally, I don't put myself in a situation where I don't with it no more. I don't go out to the club. I don't hang around women. It's discipline. I got discipline, and this discipline is what the reward for being disciplined is the outcome of what makes men so great and what makes men be able to understand. So if I know that there's certain things that's going to put me in those positions,
I'm putting you in that position hypothetically. That's what I'm saying. So like when you were out in the clubs and you were presented, like what was it that you're like, yo, fuck my girl, I want to be with this girl?
Because one, like you said, it's a lack of validation that I thought I needed, because the thing that made me feel like a man was that post nut. That post nut made me feel wanted because it started as a child. As we become adults, we don't understand you grow. The inside of you was always that child seeking that validation, that satisfaction.
Oh my God, what? Teardrop from the streets. Clifton, there's your example right here. A street dude, hood dude, who has way more common sense than your dumb ass. Listen to him. Imagine, and he's way younger than you. You should be the one schooling him, but look at him schooling your old ass. You should be embarrassed. Not because you're learning from this young brother, but because you didn't even know, and he does. You didn't care to know. That's the problem.
Action of whatever didn't go right in life. Like, that's what it was for me. So I learned that in therapy. I had to learn to discipline myself. I can't put myself in situations where that natural feeling, because if we only ask these questions when it comes to
human. Why do they act like women don't have the feeling too? I don't understand that. We see handsome men all over. You get hit on all the time. Why is it that we understand how to control ourselves and our vaginal juices, but they don't understand how to? Please.
Race. We don't ask why lions go around fucking. We don't ask why monkeys go around fucking. The man is always allowed to go around and procreate in other animal kingdoms. But when it comes to us, instead of sitting there saying it's like men are dogs, that's all we know. But nobody gets to the bottom of why do men feel this way that they have to go and do this. And maybe that's just their natural being. But as a man, you still have to learn to discipline yourself, and you can't run with it just because that's how you feel. I might feel like killing somebody. That don't mean I won't go to jail. Right. And it's repercussions. So once you understand how to love yourself and understand karma doesn't always come back in the form of a woman cheating on you because you cheated on her. You may have been able to get a position and make more money, or because you cheated, you tricked yourself out of a position that you just didn't know to come about. So it's necessary.
I don't necessarily agree that there's a natural order to men or women being monogamous or
Okay, bye, Mr. Texas. I already know what type of time you on. We might have to fast forward this. Oh, Lord. Yeah, you see, he doesn't agree. Of course you don't. I already know what time it is with your ass. Continue.
Anti-abortion type shit. Monica was talking about how there was this very popularized notion that the most dangerous place for a black baby is in the womb. And a lot of folks pick that shit up. So right now, as consciously, I've been around a lot of other conscious folks, a lot of people still believe that, you know, the biggest threat to black babies is abortion. And it's like, hey, where that came from. And I think it's important to talk about reading history. It's like, hey, when you do the genealogy and you start connecting dots, it was a white person that wants your black ass to still be on the plantation. And or feel like you should never be reminded of that. They the one that gave you this. So a lot of times we think about abortion, especially down south, when it makes a Dixon line. We all thinking about it in terms of, but it's murder. It's like, to me, it's like the down south. There is a disconnect between policy and how we have infrastructure in terms of, okay, the baby out now. I was born on food stamps and HUD. If I didn't have food stamps and HUD, constantly would not be here. So in Georgia or Texas, you want to take that away. You're forcing people to have children, and you're not giving them any type of resource opportunity afterwards. Right. I would say that it's not reproductive justice or freedom, but I also would say that's a part of it. And I think that is the part of things that we forget about when it comes to talking about abortion. It's like, okay, you want to force people to have children. Well, black women died at a longer rate before they have children. You want to force them to have kids? What unique policy or method do you have to account for this unique thing for women being forced to have children and they die at a longer rate? You don't have that? Well, I don't think you're really pro-life then. I think you like pro-birth. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, it's not necessarily, you don't give a damn. And I think that's what we got to grapple with. Like, hey, do not start thumping that goddamn Bible now. No.
It's pro-life when it's about birth, but it's not pro-life when it's about the care after. The care afterward. Let's just take pregnancy out there. It's not pro-life when it's about people living in conditions that allow them to thrive. It's not pro-life when somebody gets shot by police. It's not pro-life. It's all of a sudden, like someone said pro-life.
Or school shootings. Palestine, or, you know what I mean?
Like pro-life is not about life. What are we talking about? Like, we do what we do. We understand white people are becoming a minority. Making these laws helps encourage white women to keep having babies so white people can still be white, so white people can still be in power.
All about black women are criminalized. It's crazy to me. It's like we have so many policies that's passed throughout this country that is like literally criminalize abortion, which, you know, we can say this at the table. All races have abortions, right? We all agree, right? We can also acknowledge that black women are disproportionately criminalized for going after said reproductive, you know what I'm saying, freedom and justice. So it's like there's still something unique about black women, and this is why I'm at the table. I wore a shirt. I wore this shirt. I'm in Houston. I wore a shirt. It said trust black women. A nigga tried to play me and piss me off, but it's on my mind right now, so I wanted this. He said, what about the women that lie? What about the black women that lie? So I had to just propose it to him, like, hey fam, if I told you trust all black people, and your response is, what about the niggas that lie? Would you see the obvious issue in that?
Right. What do you say?
Condom. So I was at a big different doubt. But the fact you said kinda let me know, like, yeah, bro, so you're trying to use the worst example of a woman to say this is why we shouldn't trust women. It's the same exact thing that white folks do. Let me find the worst example of a nigga and say this is why we shouldn't trust niggas. It's like, if you do that with trust women, you're acting like a white supremacist. So I want to just put that in there. I also didn't say that.
Luke, can I ask you a question real quick? So, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. So a lot of what we've been talking about has been like pro-abortion, and sometimes like people who you did acknowledge that you were adopted. Sometimes that's like a very touchy subject with people who are, and like you're somebody. I mean, literally, you have a craft to touch so many people. So I mean, it's something that you.
So, sorry, y'all. I had to let this ride. He was talking about, I'm talking about consciously here, Lord. We ready to wrap this up. He was talking about, abortion. And then he said that there's a policy gap between wanting women to give birth, especially black women, and not having the resources to give to them. And in my mind, again, this is why I said he's okay. Whoever said that, yeah, he's fluffing. He's waffling, as the British would say. Because, sir, you're sitting here talking about the resources to give the women. Who procreated with them? The reason they can't have there are a lot of people on food stamps and who need that. Not because they don't have the skills. They're working part-time. Some of them are working full-time. But they need the extra income because of the inflation. Not everybody is on Section 8 isn't working. So when we get to the nitty-gritty, again, he's bringing up policies, but he's not bringing up the main root cause, which is the fathers are not contributing. Which is, again, why are we in this conversation? Black men trust black women. And yet I'm still confused as to what black women have to do with this conversation. Because you are not even considering, I'm not saying all, because I told you who I think is really doing the work. They're not considering how all of these are connected. He's just looking, it's a systemic. We got to think about the resources. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, but who's impregnating them as well and not contributing financially? Hello.
You know what I'm trying to say. If your mother had chose that, so like, how, does that put you in like a weird position of how you view abortion?
And what about the father? If your father hadn't been a degenerate and couldn't even take care of his kid, maybe your mother would have wanted to keep you. Why are we talking about that? Red flag. Wrap this conversation up. I'm tired. Yeah. But damn, my inclination, I always have to finish things through. Damn it! This is my problem with doing research. Somebody help me with this. I might need to talk to my therapist about this. Why can't I stop like everybody else in the middle? Why I gotta see things through? I'm tired of being committed.
But also
to this nonsense.
I'm still whatever she needs. I'm still that type of person. Obviously, I don't want to be aborted, right? But also, I'm not the one having the baby. I'm not the one having this life or death experience. You know what I mean? Yeah. It just is. I watched my girl have my child. It was beautiful, but it was the most scariest shit I've ever experienced in my life to this date. I can't fathom what she was thinking about in this moment as I'm sitting here trying to be supportive, trying to just be present, trying to in my mind decide if I'm gonna watch her or am I not gonna watch her. I'm gonna, all the things, because it's once in a lifetime. It's my first child. Do I want to see her? Do I want to turn my head? It's like all these, and that's bullshit. Because what it came to was no. I'm be present. Get out of your head, man. Fuck all that. Be present.
I'm tired, y'all. I'm exhausted.
Have to have an environment that's not going to be.
You know what? I'm going to skip through
The healthiest.
with no commitment to this.
It's not going to build the most power, and so many people are going to have to take up that responsibility and that harm in that society, in that village, in that community. So I do. While it is very much about like you and your partner's decision and who you have sex with, that is a question around discipline and responsibility. I think we disconnected a lot of the time from all of the other people who are going to be affected and can actually foster that strong environment for that kid, or the decision to not have that kid. Right.
When you talk about bodily autonomy, because I think when we think about abortion, we're only thinking about getting rid of a kid. Right. Like, a lot of times, abortion is necessary to keep the mom from dying, right? And it's because the child is not even viable, and that's what the government is trying to control when they say things like a total abortion ban, where in cases of rape, incest, or in cases of extreme some health issue where there's going to be an issue where the survival is at risk, then nothing should be allowed. So in that case, then you lose a child and then you lose the mom as well.
I've always hated any part part of this aspect of this world, of this life, where we got to entertain somebody else's point of view of what I'm gonna do with my body or what a woman's gonna do with her body to keep herself alive.
All right,
I'm gonna get. It's just like I hate that we.
And during birth, you're compromising the community's decisions.
Yes. Slavery is more, the abolition of slavery is not just about people working in fields. It is about white men being able to rape black women to make property to have more slaves. That is what to be about abolition means, to be about the body autonomy of black women. Period. So, period. And what we're fighting against naturally is that we're all the descendants of survivors. Yes. I'm gonna say it again. Yeah. We are the descendants of survivors. Self-preservation is in our blood. It's in our DNA. Yeah. So to go against self-preservation is technically to be insane.
Absolutely.
Technically.
Certain beings that showed me a different idea of a man, and he was sexualized. Obviously, that's why he disappeared and all those things, right? But I mean, it's like using your tool, your gift, in order to shift. It's like we can sit and talk about all them dudes doing what they're doing, but they're doing it. It's happening right now in real time, and they're gathering motherfuckers as we speak. And those kids, they're speaking to those kids at that age because those kids at that age are more susceptible, like I was when that music came to me, right? And they're horny as fuck. And you're talking about taking pussy. You're talking about getting it. You're talking about this is how I get it. This is how I get out of here. You're talking about all of the things that enables them to be a dirtbag. Right. And doesn't allow them to have a successful life where love is inside. And so therefore when they do meet the
Marvin's talking way too much for my liking. I'm so sorry. Okay, you a good one. All right. I mean, I don't want to say good one, Lord. Do not piss me off, Mr. Teardrop. Don't piss me off.
Called passive and residual income. They're invested in prisons. They're invested in pharmaceuticals. It's necessary that they push and give people like NBA Youngboy the chains and the claim and the money that they give them, because that's how we get the horny little brothers that we get to start early into going out the wrong way to where we don't trust black women, because we're saying, what was that you were saying earlier? What Future say?
I tell the truth to my nigga. I lie to my bitch.
It's not supposed to be like that. We don't understand that these women are gods, but it's necessary that they had to set up like this, and that's why I feel like they're doing it in a smooth way of doing it, how they push in the patriarchy, because it's necessary to keep their agenda going, because it's too late by the time we end up like Clinton, just figuring out. And by that time, you'd be like, damn, I don't already live half my life. Why am I just now figuring this out? But it was necessary to happen to keep the family this why the fuck you over, not let us play you out.
I mean, this is incredible, and I wish I could have these conversations with y'all every day. But I do think that a large thing with that we can close out and thinking about, because patriarchy, I think the biggest problem is that it centers men as the most powerful thing in existence that should be centered, and it teaches us, I think, the wrong definition of power. Yes. And it makes us center decisions that don't factor in the health of women, don't factor in the health of children, don't factor in the health of the community. And it makes us while we're looking at these men that are abusing their power and thinking that that's what power is, we don't realize they're making the whole community less healthy, that they're endangering other people and they're making themselves less powerful. And so I think one thing that we really want to emphasize here is that trust black women is really about trusting the most powerful being. You get what I'm saying? Trusting the center of life, the center of power building, the center of care, the center of health, right? We want to make sure that women are able to make black women especially are able to make their own decisions about their bodies, and that is what makes our community the healthiest it could be and the most powerful it could be. That's what makes men the most powerful that they can be, right? And when we disconnect our decisions from that, we disconnect ourselves from our power, right? So I think, I've learned from everything that y'all was saying today. Y'all baby got me hyped up, got my pimples on my shit.
So what y'all gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? That was a great conversation. Thank you. Okay, I love the fact that I had commentary. Thank you so much, my brothers, for getting on the right page. You guys started this. I'm sure there's gonna be roundtable and other communities of folks. It's gonna be a movement. What y'all gonna do about it? Please tell me. Because if I don't hear anything about what you gonna do for next time, you be like, okay, what are the key takeaways and what do you think you can work on before we have our next conversation? What's gonna happen? What's the follow-up?
Yeah, I was sweating under my pits a little bit for a second. You know what I mean? But I learned so much, and I think that this is the most important thing that we could do is have these conversations on a consistent basis where we're holding each other accountable and saying shit like, well, you saying don't be a bitch. What do that mean? Right? You know what I'm saying? You saying, what do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that? When you're talking about your power, when you're talking about the decisions you're making, are you factoring in all of these people? Are you factoring in how it's making us healthier or more powerful in that regard? And listening to folks from all different types of backgrounds and experiences.
Oh, they're about to make this a series, y'all. All right. So, Mr. Hat, this was the first one. They're about to make this a series, y'all. I can almost guarantee that. I will look forward to the next one. You see, he's taking it worldwide. Yes. Okay. I still didn't hear any personal story, like, the follow-up, but I'm going to trust that you will do it. Okay. Good night and good riddance. I'll read a few comments. We got to move on. I spent way too much time on this one. So 3 of these men trust black women. Bingo, Devonda. Bingo, sis. Can we end this? They are not equipped for this conversation. L, I'm sorry. I did not see. Oh, this was 5:57. Thank you. Yeah, we ending it. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to see things through. I had to see if there was some type of epiphany, but it just ended up, it went left. It started off good. I was hopeful. Now we're right back to square one. They just keep talking. I know the editor was irritated. She sure was. I think so too. Conclusion, they still think women are lesser. Exactly. And I still don't, the title needs to change. The title really needs to change. Why I got this? Oh yeah, I got him up for that. The title needs to change. Okay, I gotta go to the next story on the thumbnail. Good luck to the brothers over there and good riddance. Now, the next story on the thumbnail, I had this woman here. We're gonna, we need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser. Oh Lord, we need a palate cleanser. I have a hold up. Let's go to one palate cleanse. Okay, here. This, when I tell you, y'all know the Super Bowl was last week. Was it last weekend? Yeah, not this one, last one. And when I tell y'all, I saw this and I started dying. Like, it was hilarious. So we're gonna watch this, this mommy right here. Her son played for the Super Bowl for the first time, I think. And she was invited. So here we go. We got a reaction here. And this made me laugh. And hopefully it could be a good palate cleanser for our next, palate cleanse for our next story here. I don't know if you guys know who it is. Okay. Actually, wait. Let's watch the first video. The first video was hilarious. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's watch it. This auntie is all of our aunties because she sounds exactly like how one of my family members would sound. My mom would probably sound like this too if she didn't know what football was. All right, let's watch this. And there was a Cam Newton one, sis. You sent me in the Discord, L. And I don't know. I think I downloaded it. Hopefully I could show you guys that one too.
Are you expecting to go over there to San Francisco to watch this game, to watch your son?
To be honest with you, I don't know. Everybody keep asking me, do you know what you are going for? I said, Super Bowl. They said, do you know how many people died to go to Super Bowl? I'm like, how? I don't know. I have opportunity to go there. So I'm like, okay, maybe this is something big that I don't know. It's big. I don't know what I'm expecting. All I'm going there is to shout, yay, Super Bowl, touchdown, we win. That's it. That's all I'm going to do.
Just what are you expecting?
Mama don't even know what the hell is going on. Green flag, I love you already. She's hilarious, y'all. She ain't know what the hell. Wait, y'all gotta see the follow-up. She ain't know what the hell they was doing over there. She like, look, people in the comments was like, she still wants him to be a doctor. I died. I was like, yep. She's like, I don't know what they throwing balls around. Why are people spending all this money? But yay, football. I'm right with you, mama. I don't know what the hell be going on half of the damn time. All right, here. This is the follow-up, y'all. After her son won.
How proud are you, Mom?
I am so proud. Before I said, I don't know anything about football. Touchdown, yay. But now it's big. I know what football is all about.
So now you know what football is all about? Your son is a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah. So proud, mama. To all the teams, all the babies, all of them, they are my babies. I'm so proud of them. They did good. It's a great game today.
And let me tell you, like, the way that people say your son is a unicorn on this planet. Like, there's not many people that can do the things that he can do. How much of that did you give him? Come on. What part of that is you?
Everything. He took everything from me. Yeah.
That's what kids do, right?
No. He took all the strength, everything from me. Yeah.
That's right.
I am strong.
That's wonderful.
I might not know everything about football before, but now I know. No more yay, touchdown. It's great.
Well, hey, listen. Your son.
Why do they always do that when they be laughing, yo? You see, she's laughing and she knows she capping. That's the I know I'm capping type of. They always do this, and then they tap somebody next to them. Yes, and when I say they, I'm talking about mamas, especially mamas. We could tell she's from the continent, y'all. I'm telling you, she reminds me of my mom and my auntie. That's something they would say.
Your son is like one of the most like insane athletes on the planet. I wonder how was it making dinner for that man? Did he eat a lot?
Yeah, they did.
What was the favorite dish? What's the main dish? This is the last question. What like if
And first
if
of all,
it's a
why are you
special
talking
time
about
you cook
food? Oh, maybe because she's okay. She could cook.
cooking it up for him. What was it? What was your go-to?
He loved vegetable soup.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he said, "Mom, make it for me." And okra soup.
Oh wow. Are you make him a special bowl now?
I do.
For the championship?
When he comes home, I'm gonna make him a special Nigerian delicacy.
Oh, she's Nigerian.
How proud are you, Mom?
All right, thank you, Mommy, for the palate cleanse. There was also a story, sis, you sent me. Let me see if I can get it up here. It was a Cam Newton. I didn't even watch it, to be honest with you. So let me see if I can get it on my screen. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me see if I can get it on my screen, y'all. That mom ain't know what the hell was going on. I'm telling you, they're all moms are very similar. I'll say that. Hold on here. Yo, she's mad. She was mad tired of them damn questions. She's like, okay, can I leave now? My son won. I'm done. Now she know what football is. Okay, hold on. Where is it? What was it? Okay, here. I think I found it. Yeah. Okay, here. Yay. Okay, let's watch it. I didn't get to watch it, y'all. So we gonna watch it. Okay, we gonna put him over her. Love you, mama. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this one. Now let me see if I can find it. Where did I put it? Hold on, y'all. I had it up. Where is it? Give me a second, guys. I hate when my computer does that. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. It's in the back. All right, let's play it.
It should be peak. Okay, but you didn't like it a little bit?
No!
You didn't go like this?
Because I want to look a little rough around the edges. You know what I'm saying?
That's manly.
I want that. Huh?
Oh my God.
Ain't nobody
I
going
see you with your hat
Me
on.
either. Put it back on. Put it back on. Red flag. Put it back on. Put that back. Cam, you are too wealthy to walk around like this. Hold up.
I was gonna be exposed.
You don't think I got no time?
I didn't know what was under there.
You're lying.
No, I feel like
You don't get like, what is going on here?
I
didn't see you with your head off either.
You got
we saw you
beautiful hair.
earlier before the episode, but that was the first
It's
time.
real hair.
That is beautiful hair.
Yeah, his hair is beautiful.
It ain't no bald spot.
I didn't think it was gonna be bald. I thought it was gonna be like your brain exposed with like a clear case over.
What?
No.
I thought you were a science experiment, baby. The way you be talking, I didn't know what I was coming into.
Yeah, she thought she was eclectic.
And heavy on.
She thought he was eclectic. Green flag. They're too fast. So look at me. He can't get. They're making fun of him in front of his face. He can't even catch it. My goodness, Cam, you too slow.
I didn't know what was under there, boo.
Yes, that's some thick, juicy hair.
It's
juicy, but no, he could have done. No, come on, Cam. You could have layered it down before you put the hat on. Red flag.
Oh, baby, you. I thought that motherfucker had weed in it.
No, I don't. I ain't never smoked weed a day in my life.
Amen, brother. Please,
I'm pure.
don't.
So that's why you don't need no filter. Skin is immaculate.
It is.
I won't spell it. Huh?
Please, no, don't spell nothing no more. Stop it.
Water.
Ain't your teeth real. Nice teeth.
Except for the tooth fairy one.
That's all right.
I shaved that one down. I had to go to I ain't gonna
That's all right, but I'm saying I see it. Okay.
I'm just real, baby.
No
they don't make them like me no more. Matter of fact, they ain't made them like me before.
Okay, good night, Cam. Good night. I don't know what the hell was on that. He could have organized his hair a little bit better. And not only that, but you're wearing a hat. I hope the thread inside has a silk, you have silk threading inside that hat. No wonder your hair is lifting. All of that damn, when you wear hats, if it's like a not cotton, if it's like, y'all know what I'm talking about. If you don't have silk, it's going to cause the fuzz and all that stuff going on. Well, who cares with Cam? Who gives a damn with all them damn kids he got? He got bigger fish to fry. All right, let's get to the next story. Who, Lord, this one's heavy, y'all. For my Jamaicans. Pop up. All right, my Jamaican folks out there. Wear my Jamaica shirt. I still wear my Jamaica shirt every day. Where my Jamaica shirt at? Hold up. Gotta shout out to my Jamaicans. My Jamaicans. Where is it? Okay, I can't find my Jamaica shirt right now. But this story's coming all the way to us from Jamaica, y'all. Who, Lord. All right, let's get started. This is my second thumbnail story. Okay, let's go. We got... Okay, I'm going to speed this right up. All right, let's listen to sis.
Don't usually do videos, but this is a very serious topic. This is my daughter, Taraya. She's now 22 years old. She went on holiday for a week with her friend to Jamaica back in October 2024. So this is the girls. This is Genevieve, Taraya's friend. They've been friends for about 8 years. She asked Taraya if she wanted to go to Jamaica for a week because her boyfriend was out there. I tried to encourage her not to go, because she'd never been on holiday by herself, but she was turning 21, so there's only so much she's going to listen to her mum about. So on the 13th of October, they went to Jamaica. I tried to encourage Taraya to get her own accommodation because she didn't know these boys from nowhere. This was Genevieve's boyfriend of 2 years. She'd been dating this boy, supposedly from Milton Keynes, for 2 years. She was told his name was Tony. Now again, I told my daughter to get her own accommodation, but she wouldn't listen. This is supposed to be Tony. But his name's not Tony. His name is Uriah Gordon. And this is his Jamaican cousin, LeJean, we think. So again, this is Uriah Gordon, or should we say Tony?
He fished her, y'all. That does not look like the same man. Hold up, we gonna have to go back. Wait a second, mama. We going right
the 13th
back.
This was
That
Genevieve.
does not look like the
His
same
name
man.
is Uriah Gordon.
don't
And this
look like the
is his
same
Jamaican
man.
cousin, LeJean, we think. So again, this is Uriah Gordon, or should we say Tony, as the girls knew him as. Now Jenny was seeing this boy for 2 years. Imagine, 2 years. So Uriah paid for Jenny's ticket because obviously she thought it was a boyfriend. And I paid for Taraya's ticket because she was turned.
What did you do? Let's go back.
This is supposed to be Tony. But his name's not Tony.
And I watched this story before. That's why my reactions. You see, that's how you could tell I really didn't watch something because my reactions will be
His name is Uriah Gordon. And this is his Jamaican cousin, LeJean, we think. So again, this is Uriah Gordon, or should we say Tony, as the girls knew him as. Now Jenny was seeing this boy for 2 years. Imagine, 2 years. So Uriah paid for Jenny's ticket because obviously she thought it was a boyfriend. And I paid for Taraya's ticket because she was turning 21.
Who paid? Red flag. Didn't you just say, oh yeah, I didn't want to go to Jamaica. I didn't trust the reservations. I didn't trust nothing. You paid for her ticket. Case closed. Whatever happens here on out, you funded it. Patterns. This is the problem. So now we are going to hear what daughter Dearest did up in Jamaica. And while y'all listen to what she did, I'm going to go take a bio break. I'll be right back.
So this is where it all began. They went to Jamaica, 13th of October. The boys picked them up from the airport and took them to St. Mary, where they had this prestigious Airbnb. I'm talking jacuzzi, swimming pool, everything. I'm still trying to tell my daughter, get your own Airbnb. She's like, Mum, it's fine. And obviously because, the artist TJ, he was doing a music video next door, the guy that does Drift. So she's not going to listen to her mum, is she? But I still tried to encourage it, but she did her own thing. So, obviously the next day they're settling in. The boys have taken them everywhere. Duns River, YS Falls, everywhere. Rafting, where you get the rub down and everything. They did everything, took them everywhere. Fancy meals, everything you can think of. But they had an agenda. So let's fast forward to the last day. Bearing in mind they went for 1 week. Before my daughter went to Jamaica, I spoke to her clearly and I told her, do not be carrying nothing from Jamaica. Don't even think about it. Anyway, Jenny's boyfriend, 2 years. He's saying to her, will you bring these trainers back for my cousin? So Taraya said no, but they pulled on her heartstrings. So obviously she agreed in the end. So Jenny had 5 pairs and Taraya had 3 pairs. So this is where the nightmare began. The boys dropped the girls to the airport. They've gone into the airport. They've not gone from no security, no sniffer dogs. All they've done is gone into the TUI line. So they got pulled out of the line after not being through no security, no sniffer dogs. Remember what I just said to you. And they've asked for the passports. So obviously they're a bit shocked what's going on here. The officers have opened up the suitcases and then pulled out the probe, picked up a pair of shoes and obviously swabbed it. And it's come back positive for what? You know what? I don't need to say it on here and get banned. Anyway, the girls were taken into custody. They were held at the Cambridge police station in St James, Montego Bay. Then at about
wait, hold up. Let's stop it here. Did she get to the part where they found they took the shoes and then they found stuff in it? Red flag. We are in 2026. Did y'all not watch the show Locked Up Abroad? If you have never seen this show, I recommend you watch it. I think they have some episodes on YouTube. Look at this, y'all. They done told us this in Banged Up Abroad, Locked Up Abroad. So many stories out there. They're even in they did season 5. How many seasons they did? They did a lot of seasons, y'all. Yeah, you guys gotta watch those. Those episodes are crazy. Mama, listen, your daughter is not the brightest bulb in the shed. Whatever they say. And what was it? The sharpest tool in the shed, my bad. She's not the brightest light bulb of the bunch. And if she's not the brightest light bulb, then I know you are her caretaker. Unfortunately, you are the one who's going to take the brunt for this. Red flag. If she's not the brightest bulb, you are not the brightest either. Because hell, you bought her ticket. That already lets me know all I need to know about the light bulb in your head.
That night, I got a phone call from the British Embassy. I thought I was going to die. Anyway, I flew out there about 4 days later, and it took me 19 days to get my daughter out of jail. She was in jail for 19 days. The conditions of the jail were horrendous, as you can imagine. Concrete floor, full of women.
I mean, where did they think they were going? The Bellagio? I think we get it twisted. My UK folks, what is going on over there? What's in the water? I always ask y'all all the time. Because I already know American folks crazy as hell. But the Brits, there's some other level to it I cannot explain. It's like, it's another level of it I can't explain. I can't quite put my finger on it. You bought your daughter a ticket to go be a drug mule. That's pretty much what it was. Because you already knew something was off. But then you said, okay, I bought these. You know, she's turning 21. I was forced to. All right, cool. Now, your daughter decides to go and put some sneakers in her bag. And they treated them to wine and dine them. That's the number one rule. They always going to wine and dine you when they want you to do something for them. Then, you said that she went to jail and she was in horrendous conditions. Where did you think she was going? Jail! Even in America, the jails are in horrendous conditions. Jail is jail. I don't know any jail that has good conditions except the Nordic jails, the ones in Sweden. They're the cush ones. Amsterdam, I heard the European jails in Norway, I forgot which country. It's like a spa or something. But for the rest of the world, no. They're deplorable. Continuing.
In the same predicament. While they were in jail, I provided food, water, pads, anything that I was allowed to send in. On the 8th of November, Terea was released. So I bailed her out. The only reason she got out was because my father is Jamaican. So now the girls are on bail. The first court hearing was, I think it was the 18th of December. In total, these girls went to court 11 times. This is how long this was prolonged. It was just a long, unnecessary experience. Sometimes my daughter's lawyer didn't turn up, many times. Sometimes Jenny's lawyer didn't turn up. Jenny didn't turn up one time. So it was just long. So the girls have been in Jamaica for a total of 16 months. Bearing in mind they had the serious hurricane. While my daughter's obviously been out there, she's met a boy. You know, she's been there for 16 months. Sometimes there's no electric, no current, maybe nothing to do. She met a boy and she got pregnant.
So obviously, again, red flag. What did you teach her, mama? You saying all of this as if you didn't raise her. How the hell did this happen? So she's in jail fighting for her freedom. And she decided it was a good idea to get pregnant. I didn't hear she was forced. So it's not that kind of situation. So she was up in the house bored because the electricity was out. And so, it's a blackout. Let me go have sex and have a baby. Red flag. Her priorities are all wrong. Now she got a baby and she about to go in jail. How is this possible, mama? Again, she's responsible because, Lord, the brain cells ain't working. But also, caretaker. She would have never been in this. Well, I mean, if she was in this situation and you didn't give her the money, at least it would have been her. But now, like I said, you're tied to it because you gave her the funds. How did she get to Jamaica?
This is not the right timing at all. It's not the right time to be having a baby. Not in these conditions, and not in... There's a serious court case going on, but, you know. So fast forward, October 2025.
What you want us to do about this, mama? Because I have a feeling... No, it's not. Spoiler alert. GoFundMe link is there.
My daughter's in slow labour. In the hospital. But the hospital is about to be destroyed by this serious hurricane. So she's sent back. In slow labour. So she said she's survived the hurricane, the eye of the storm, she's got the footage and everything. Then 3 days later, she gives birth to her baby, beautiful baby, in a taxi. No pain relief, no nothing. So beautiful, healthy baby girl. My daughter's healthy.
In a taxi, yo. All because, again, what did you do? You gave her the funds to go and do all of this. This is where it started. You gave her the funds. Red flag.
Everything's fine. They've had to go back to Black River, that the worst place hit with a hurricane. We're one of them. No electricity, no water.
Shout out to Montego Bay. Love y'all over there. I hope you guys are doing okay.
Still no electricity
and
to
Jamaica.
This day. So let's fast forward now.
Oh, no electricity till this day. That's very sad. What's going on in Jamaica? They still don't have power? My God, that's awful, y'all.
January 2026. I'm feeling a bit positive. They've gone into court. They got found guilty.
Of course! The things were in the shoes. Sis, come on now. Of course they were found guilty. What did you think they was going to do? And they're in Jamaica. Jamaica's very strict, y'all. They do not play about them drug laws because it's making them and their country lose revenue. That's what I'm saying. Drugs affect everyone. No one is winning when you're in a drug war. So they are very strict, y'all. Y'all need to watch Locked Up Abroad. There was one case where the sis had the weed in Jamaica. She got caught. They said they packed her ass right up.
As a family, we're absolutely devastated. You can't imagine how I feel as a mother. And these girls were not represented properly at all. We've got so much evidence that was not presented in court. I mean, where's the proceeds of crime? Where's the phone records? Where's the bank statements? And also...
It doesn't matter. The drugs were in the shoes. They were in possession. That's it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, of course they could catch the people who did it. But at the end of the day, they were in possession. They were guilty before even stepping foot in the courtroom. They found them in the sneakers. Mama. Why are you applying? Like, it's so crazy to me. It's like, you say you from Jamaica, sis. But it don't sound like you actually are from Jamaica because you're using standards that I don't even know. It's unheard of to me. What standards are you thinking of?
Someone used my daughter's phone while she was in custody and rang a British number. So to me, that sounds like they were the scapegoats while the real shipment went through.
Notice her and Clifton have the same mindset. Everybody a victim, but the people who actually did it. Ma'am, I'm about to respectfully pack your ass right up.
Corruption at its finest. So the next court hearing is early March for sentencing. We've been advised that these girls are looking a minimum of 6 years. A minimum of 6 years.
They're lucky that it's even 6 years. I know people who've done way more than that.
They've not done 6 years. So obviously I want to provide a barrister from England to take over to Jamaica because we need to appeal with all the evidence that we've got.
And that money's going to go to waste. Do not even waste your time, sis. Make your daughter do the 6 years and call it a day. Call it a day. That's all I'm going to say. You are not going to win this appeal. I don't know how it would happen, but to be honest with you, sometimes you just gotta know when to fold them. Take that money, take care of your granddaughter, wait the 6 years for your daughter to get released. This is a waste of time. They already found them guilty and they had possession. Case closed.
So the girls were not represented properly in court. They did not get a fair trial. There was no jury. So I've got a barrister at this side that has looked at the evidence and she can see and she's ready to come over and do the appeal. This is clearly some kind of setup and it's clearly something that happens often with young girls. As a mother, I want to get this out there.
Most definitely it was a setup, but I don't think your daughter didn't know my personal opinion. But it's quite possible she didn't know. I don't know. But all I do know is she was caught in possession of it. And unfortunately, you got to take the L, sis. You gave her the money to do that. And she wasn't thinking properly, unfortunately.
Women, that you've got to really talk to your daughters. I'm talking seriously, not just on a small level, on a deep level, because this sounds like some new romance scam. I cannot sit back and watch my daughter go to jail for something she's not done. This has been the hardest 16 months of my life already.
She did do it. She was in possession. Red flag. Okay, you know what? I'm done, sis. I love you, but after listening to them brothers, my brain, you know what? No, you're a sister. Let me finish this video. I'll be nice.
And bearing in mind, now she's got a baby. The barrister has to come over to clear my daughter's name. Clear both the girls' names. This is a setup. So we're doing this fundraiser because we need to obviously provide legal assistance in Jamaica, because we can't rely on the lawyers that these girls have had. They've taken the money and not done a good job. And now they're looking 6 years. This can't happen. I cannot sit back and watch this happen. My middle daughter has not seen her sister in 16 months. I can't. It's been so much hard.
You can take her to Jamaica. What we talking about here? Take your daughter to Jamaica if she want to see her sister so bad.
Take so much pain. I refuse to allow this to happen. I'm not going to allow this to happen. I'm going to fight. I cannot sit back and allow.
You cannot fight this, and the international lawyer is just going to steal your money. I'm telling you, just take the money and do something by it. But again, of course, hard-headedness. Let's hear this here, y'all, because there's more. There's an update here, y'all. People don't believe her story. Lord. All right, wait. Where's the volume in this? Okay, sis, let us know. We wrapping them right up and continuing on to the next story.
They're all leaving out information, and I think that these girls knew what they were getting into. This is what I'm coming to the consensus of. This is my own opinion. These girls knew what was going on, and they got themselves into something too deep for some money or whatever, and now they're trying to backtrack, hide, lie. The mom might have been in on it. Mom is messy as well. Like, it's just not all adding up, and I got to clear up some misconceptions right now.
Nothing to do with it, but like, Taraya, your baby dad is literally your mom's boyfriend's cousin. Let's talk about it. Since mom wants to be coming on here and making it seem like I'm the problem. My intent was
Okay, so you heard that right. Let's go over what I've learned by being nosy. So, the mom is more familiar with Jamaica than she's putting on, because her dad is Jamaican and apparently she has a boyfriend in Jamaica. Okay.
See, she left that part out. Listen, I know none of y'all are giving people your money, but you got to be careful with these sob stories on the internet. You know what I do? I think what is beneficial, if a story is really a sob story, I like it. That's it. That'll give the algorithm what it needs. Because people take advantage of e-begging way too much.
Okay, so I'm confused on why she said she wasn't sure she wanted her daughter to go, but then she bought the ticket. But it's because you have ties to Jamaica, honey. Why aren't you being honest with everybody? So Genevieve dropped a bombshell on a live saying that Taraya is pregnant by her mom's boyfriend's cousin, because Taraya was bailed to the mom's boyfriend's house, and the mom boyfriend put his car up for bail to get her to be able to be bailed, and then she got pregnant by the mom's boyfriend's cousin. It's so fucking messy. It's so messy. And Genevieve, she was not bailed out at the same time she thought.
And I have a feeling she was causing a muck, and she was reckless in the UK too. I can almost guarantee you, because I find it hard to believe that she just went buck wild in Jamaica just all of a sudden. I think there's definitely more to the story about the daughter's mindset.
Would be, and I think this is where the cracks are starting to show between the girls' relationship, right? She wasn't bailed. She was told that her mom called and said that, oh, I don't want her bailed out to with alongside Taraya, right? Well, I don't know. I guess that wasn't true. And the fact that, like, Taraya's mom didn't bail her because she didn't want to. That's what I was getting from the live. And that her friends, like, family member had to bail her out and put their car up. So she was left behind in the whole situation, unlike what Taraya's mom has been presenting as that she's the only one fighting for these girls. She's, go in her comments, she's making that very clear. Then she said that her daughter's facing 6 years, yet Genevieve said that they haven't even received their sentencing yet, that they go up for sentencing in March. she doesn't even really know what they're possibly facing.
Wait, the mom did say that though, so I think you got that wrong, sis. So you need to listen a little better.
It hasn't been decided, so there's that. Yeah, it's just all not adding up, y'all. Like and the thing is like now they're all beefing on the internet, like the mom, the little sister, Genevieve, Taraya was on a live backing up her mom. Like they're all making this worse for themselves because it's like there's a lot of cracks and really
this is what happens when you have short form video. TikTok will crumble.
You should show a united front at this point if you really want to like somehow have an appeal and maybe win your appeal, but you guys are all fighting. Oh, and I want to add, Tony G apparently donated to Genevieve's GoFundMe $1,600, and the mom is like tripping off of that, right? And Genevieve in the live was like, that's how you know he's not my man, because if he would have donated, why didn't he just send me the money, you know, just through to me?
I don't know what they talking about. Who Tony
if we really knew each other like that. Like, he just donated to the GoFundMe, which also shows his guilt, like him feeling bad that he got us in that situation. Which I'm like, that's here nor there. I'm kind of like, why did
we wrapping this right up. Okay, it might be a false story. Mom was in on it. Next! What's next on the thumbnail? Sorry. Good luck, Mama. Hope you get the money you need. That lawyer's gonna steal the money. I hope you take my advice and you do not give it to the lawyer and give it to your grandbaby instead. They're gonna need all the damn therapy in the world dealing with a mama who not only got locked up abroad but had them in a taxi. And then it's your boyfriend's cousin. That's a lot of trauma to unpack. Dysfunction at its finest. Next. Let's get to the next story. Hold on. Was that on my thumbnail? Sorry guys, I gotta make sure. I'm trying to run through this. Okay, Clifton Powell, we did X. Then let's do the K-pop one here. We're gonna save the last story will be Savannah. Yeah, Savannah's story gonna be last. Should it be last? Or the auntie one? We might do the auntie one last. I don't know. I gotta figure this out. Okay, so K-pop dreams. This won't take too long, y'all. I thought I'd speak on this because you know my background with Korea. I saw this on Reddit and I thought it was very interesting because there are a lot of young people going to Korea to become K-pop stars. And I already knew that. I knew that, there are a lot of people doing like the entertainment visa. That's not unheard of. But, I thought that it would die down, but apparently it's just gotten worse. All right, so we're going to read an article together and I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and opinions because I couldn't find the video. Did I find the video? I don't remember. But let's read. They were drawn to Korea with dreams of K-pop stardom, but then let down. Okay, so this was published February 6th of 2026. Shout out to Hyo-jung Kim and David O. How long is this article? Okay, it's not too long. All right, we're gonna read. Let's read this together. Oh Lord, I wish they had a transcriber or video, but that's okay. Do they have a video for this? No, I think it's just an article. All right. As K-pop popularity soars, South Korea has become a destination for young people around the world hoping to break into the industry. And many take that chance each year to enroll in programs promising a path to stardom. This is like the new wave, y'all. It's very, very popular. That hope brought Miyu to South Korea in 2024. Her name has been changed to protect her identity. Armed with big dreams, the teen red flag. Hold up. How did you get to Korea, Miyu? I need to find out. The teen paid 3 million yen. Okay, she's from China. All right, that's very close to Korea. $19,800 or 14,500 pounds. Or euros. Sorry, euros. I don't know why I said pounds. Is it pounds or euros? No, that's pounds. Yeah, I was right. You see, I know my currency. Pounds. To join a 6-month program at a K-pop training academy in Seoul. And y'all know program is with the E. It's a British person probably writing this. In return, she was to be given professional dance and vocal lessons and the opportunity to audition for major music agencies. There were supposed to be weekly auditions, but that never happened, Miyu told the BBC on a street in Hongdae, a neighborhood in Seoul known for its music scene. Lessons were few and far between, she said. And she also alleged she was sexually harassed by a senior staff member. I believe that. Red flag, Korea. This is a new form of trafficking. I'm serious. This happens quite often. People need to be careful. So we just heard drug trafficking. Now we gonna hear about the guise of like stardom. That's another I guess lane into trafficking as well. There's so many, and I've heard stories of women being offered job opportunities abroad, and then obviously when they get to the country, passports are confiscated, and then boom, trafficked. So it's just people are very desperate. So let's keep reading. The company, which we have not named for legal reasons, has denied all allegations, and the reason for that is because of defamation laws. They need to change it. I heard that there's like a law that might be passed, or they're trying to table it, where defamation will not apply if it's factual information, because as it stands, it is a way to protect insidious and predatory people. Miyu's allegations and those of others at the academy shed light on an under-regulated industry where the promise of opportunity often comes with risk. The BBC spoke to 2 other trainees who attended the same academy. One of them also alleged sexual harassment by the same staff member, while the third said she had witnessed inappropriate behavior towards others, but she hadn't experienced it herself. All of them said the program had promised audition opportunities, which did not happen. And how are they able to still do this is beyond me, and why the government hasn't shut them down. But I know why, because they don't care about foreigners. I have to keep it real. They don't. Korea's not there yet. I always say that. They're not there. They don't care. Because best believe, if this had happened to a Korean national in another country, they would be going crazy. But because it's in their home and it's somebody who's from another ethnicity, and of course it's a Chinese person, I mean, there's a racial element to it too, so they don't care. And this is sad. The company denied this, saying there were opportunities to audition, and added that nearly 200 foreign trainees have participated in its program since it opened in the late 2010s. Are they successful though? Nope. Red flag. You're just stealing money. That's what's happening. Taking people's money. And again, these are teens, so they're very young. And that's another problem. Who is funding this? Red flag. Where's your parents? Me, you? Where your mama at? I need to see her here. Where your daddy at? Where are you getting this money to go? Y'all just sending your kids to Korea? What is going on here? K-pop training institutes are usually classified either as a hagwon or private academies, which are regulated by the education department, or as entertainment agencies. So if it's a hagwon, so basically they're treating it like it's a school. The company Miyu attended is registered as the latter, putting it outside South Korea's education laws. Instead, it is one of some 5,800 agencies overseen by the Ministry of Culture, whose regulatory powers are far more limited. Red flag! So basically, they're using this as a cultural loophole. Ministry of Culture, they're the ones who do all of, those shows that show you, like, if you, like, watch NBC, or I think there was another Mnet and KBS, where they do those foreign culture cooking shows, like, oh, tteokbokki, yeah, like when you're making tteokbokki and you eat it, oh, that's so great, oh, thank you for showing me Korea, and you go to, like, you see foreigners, like, kind of eating and having those experiences in Korean restaurants. That's the Ministry of Culture. And so K-pop is included in that. And again, I'm not going to knock somebody for going and chasing their dreams. I understand it is like Hollywood. I know a lot of people showed up in LA in the 90s and even today to go act and be a singer. That's not the problem. But the problem is, like, what's the ratio of success? I have only seen a foreign K-pop group as, like, I know there are foreigners in K-pop groups, but I would say the only group that I saw someone who was not Asian wasn't it Black Swan, and what's the one where that biracial girl joined? I forgot her name. The one with the curly hair. I forgot. Alex. I forgot which group that was. But other than that, they're few far in between. Again, unless I'm wrong, I don't really follow K-pop like that. Y'all let me know in the comments if that has changed. But majority of the time, K-pop groups are pretty much Asian. So it makes sense why Miyu was part of it. But which foreign trainees are they talking about? Are they talking about other Asian trainees or foreign, like, Western trainees? We need to specify. Their training programs are not subject to regulation or inspection, a local official told the BBC. An official from the Ministry of Education told the BBC that current regulations did not restrict travel and entertainment agencies from teaching language and dance to foreign nationals, so it was difficult to regulate such academy-type agencies. I dreamed of becoming an idol, but what I went through felt more like a scam, Miyu, who is still a teen, said. Of course it was a scam. At least you realized it. But I'm really upset that your parents didn't. Red flag. They are too grown to be letting you go to Korea like that unsupervised. That is craziness. This is where I pursued my dream, but it also brings back my trauma. Miyu was drawn to K-pop in middle school. It was Lisa, the Thai rapper singer who arrived in Korea as a teen and shot to global fame with the K-pop girl group Blackpink, who inspired her journey. Red flag! So they're looking at the anomaly. She went as a teen. Who let Lisa go as a teen? That's number one. But number two, she just happened to end up being in a successful K-pop girl group, but that's not the case with everyone. Gotta make that very clear. Lisa is far from... Oh, she's not an anomaly? Oh, my bad. I guess she's not. But I'm saying, like, how many members? Hold on. When I say an anomaly, though, it's like it's not the norm, though. It doesn't happen all the time. It's very rare. Do you know how many... Hold up. We might need to... You know what? Because they're saying she's not an anomaly. Let's finish reading this, and then I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about here. How many groups try to debut and they don't become successful? That's what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, she is an anomaly, BBC. They're a small percentage of people. It's not everybody that makes it big. Do you know how many groups try to debut a year? Red flag. Anyways, Lisa is far from an anomaly in K-pop today. Twice has 3 Japanese members and 1 Taiwanese member. And New Jeans has a Vietnamese-Australian singer. Hearts to Heart, which debuted last year, includes the country's first Indonesian idol. But making it to the top like they have is tough in what has become a cutthroat K-pop industry. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's a small percentage. A handful of powerful agencies run the show, which means they have to bet on an aspiring star for them to succeed in Korea. HYBE, South Korea's largest entertainment industry and the label behind big names like BTS, does not disclose how many trainees it has on board at any given time. Of course not, because there's too many. The industry average is estimated to be around 20. But HYBE did tell the Korea Herald newspaper in 2023 that nearly 1 in 3 of its trainees are foreign nationals. SM Entertainment, another industry giant, has a dedicated academy for aspiring K-pop performers and says the majority of its students come from overseas but did not provide exact figures. Yeah, it's a money grab. It's a money grab. They see people like Lisa, the New Jeans, and all them other folks, and they think that they could do it too. And the ratio is like somebody trying to become a rapper. Look at how many SoundCloud rappers there are versus mainstream, and that'll tell you all you need to know. It's the same exact thing. Or even actors, like anyone in the entertainment industry. But the number of trainees enrolling is shrinking, according to an industry report published in January. In 2024, agencies reported 963 trainees, about half the number they had signed on in 2020, 1,895. Although the number of foreign trainees reported by agencies doubled to 42 between 2022 and 2024, they are still a fraction of the total figure. Yeah, people, they're not interested anymore. It's a highly competitive selection process, and firms weigh up costs to make the decision. Typically, it takes about 2 years for a trainee to debut, and even then, only 60% of them make it, according to the report. For foreign trainees, the barriers are even higher: language, visa restrictions, and industry connections, all of which possibly worsen already slim odds. Yeah, and you have to look very Korean-esque. Gotta add that. And yet the allure of the fame draws so many like Miyu to take their shot. Miyu and the other 2 trainees the BBC spoke to said their academy catered almost exclusively to foreign students and that there were no Korean students enrolled. Of course not. That's how you know it's a scam. It's hard to know how many foreigners travel to South Korea to enroll in these training programs because they can do this on a tourist visa that allows them to stay up to 3 months at a time. Soon after she got there, Miyu claimed reality collided with what she was promised. She said the standard of the dance and voice training was not what she expected given the cost of the program. $19,000, y'all. That's tuition. Whew. Sis, Miyu, give me that $19,000. I promise I'll do better with that. I'll flip it and give you a profit. Soon after she got there, Miyu claimed... Oh, sorry, I read that already. Let's go down. She said a senior staff member also began constantly monitoring her whereabouts. About 3 months into the program, he took her out, she claimed. He took me to a convenience store alone, saying he would buy me ice cream. While I was choosing, he put his hand on my waist and said, "Good body." Red flag! He called her on several occasions, according to Miyu. Once he asked her to come to the office, saying she needed to discuss outfits for a photo shoot. He told me to sit on his lap to discuss costumes. Yeah, so he was, again, they're using this as a ploy. I managed to sit on the armrest instead. From that day onwards, I get scared just hearing a man's voice. That's very sad. Oh, that's her right here. That's very sad. Another former trainee, Ellen, whose name has been changed to protect her identity, also accused the same staff member of touching her inappropriately. She said the staff member had called her into a meeting room and asked for them to be left alone. He then touched her waist while telling her the Korean word for hip, saying he was teaching her Korean. This is disgusting. I was so scared that I texted my friend and asked her to come quickly, Ellen said. She also alleged that the staff member would come into their dormitory room, an allegation repeated by Miyu and the 3rd trainee the BBC interviewed. He would come, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning, saying he was fixing the lights. This one time he entered my room while I was asleep and just watched me, Ellen said, adding that she had woken up when she sensed someone entering the room. Red flag! The protection. Abuse of power. This is very prominent in Korea. It's not safe for women. I keep saying that. You gotta be careful when you in them streets. I'm not saying don't go. But what I am saying, though, is be very vigilant, especially in those type of environments. It's like they're so predatory, especially in these type of environments where you are basically like, and I fault her parents for that. Sending her to Korea for a dream that may or may nobody did no type of research. Teenager, your parents are supposed to be the ones doing research. We need more information on them parents. Red flag, but I know all I need to know. They got the internet just like us. Damn it. When I was in China, even though I had WeChat, I still had internet to see other stuff. You could get a VPN. There's no excuse at this point. 19,000 is a lot of money. That's a lot of money right there. Whew, boy. He left the room without doing anything, but she said she couldn't sleep properly after that because I was so scared. When the BBC contacted the company for comment, their legal representative denied the claim, saying our company strictly prohibits anyone from entering the female trainee's dormitory without being accompanied by a female staff member, as set forth in our internal regulations. Where the CCTV at? That's what I was just about to ask. Ellen also claimed that CCTV cameras recording both the video and audio had been installed throughout the practice rooms and female dormitories. This allegation was also repeated by Miyu. Yeah, I believe it. They want to control it. Because they used to have CCTV inside of my classrooms, like when I was teaching at Hagwons. They're everywhere. The CCTV was live 24/7. They were picking up the audio as well. I didn't sign any consent to being filmed 24/7, said Ellen, adding that the senior staff member would watch us while we were dancing and make comments through the CCTV. Even if you didn't give consent, sweetheart, baby girl, Korea is like that. CCTV everywhere. Only thing that's illegal is the cameras in the bathroom, the spy cams. That's very illegal. At one point, he told the teacher, "This isn't sexy enough. You need to teach the girls a sexier dance," she said. The company, however, denied that the staff member entered the female dormitory and said the cameras were installed only in common areas such as entrances and kitchens for safety reasons. following past incidents involving intruders. I don't believe nothing what this company is saying. Red flag. They're all liars. I would be honest. Like, I don't believe nothing no entertainment company talks about. I'm being honest, y'all. I don't believe none of them. And that's not just in Korea. That's just in general. The installation was announced in advance and intended entirely to safeguard the trainees, the legal representative told the BBC in a written response. Ellen said she was never told of... Sorry. Ellen said she was never told of this. Okay. These are the cameras. Eventually, Ellen dropped out of the program and left Korea. Thank you. Good job. The three girls told the BBC that they didn't speak up immediately because they were worried that it could harm their chances in the K-pop industry, and they are right. But hell, you would have never had a chance anyways. That company was not going to do you any good. They said they also felt unable to tell their parents, you see? Who had paid large sums for them to train in Korea. And they face other challenges, including the language barrier and an unfamiliar legal system. Yeah, it's a lot of barriers, y'all. And plus, their parents are in China. They don't really know what's going on. They just sending them there. Ellen eventually went to the police and registered a case against a staff member, accusing him of sexual harassment and trespassing. But, this is the important part. But the police dropped the case, citing a lack of evidence. So he's just going to continue doing it. And they're not naming the company, so what good is it? To be quite honest with you, it's sad. Kim, Hyun, whoever's up there, Kim and I forgot his last name. What was it? Kim and O. I'm assuming they still have ties to Korea. So even if you are not a Korean citizen, but you are still kind of like, you still have ties to Korea, you still can't say like anything, like you can't disclose things, because then you could be also liable for defamation. That's crazy, right? Yeah. Whew, boy. All right. The staff member denied all the allegations. Her lawyers told the BBC that she was looking to appeal against the decision. Yeah, but sis, you're all the way wherever you are. She has also registered a separate case against the company for breach of contract because of the alleged sexual harassment, trespassing in the dorms, and a CCTV surveillance. Meanwhile, the company has continued recruiting students and still promotes its K-pop training programs on social media. When Ellen saw this, she was furious. Ellen, you might need to go drop the location. Drop the girl. Drop the Instagram page. We need to know. I need to know. Because without you saying anything, this is the problem. It's like kind of like, it's sad because they can't say anything. But then they're telling us, but then nobody's going to know. So people are still going to go there. Very sad. K-pop has gained worldwide fame, and with that comes responsibility, she said. At the very least, I hope the children who chase this dream can do so in a safer environment. I agree. Miyu says she still dreams of becoming an idol. Miyu, stay in China. You have a better chance of doing something over there. They ain't got no Chinese girl groups over there. Y'all got some good stuff. Why you gotta go to Korea? Stay out of Korea, sis. It's not for you for that. Don't do it, sis. Don't do it. Stay in China. Get your luck there. That'll probably be better. Do not go to Korea. I don't want to discourage people, because then they'll see somebody like Lisa. What's her name? Lisa from Blackpink. But it's not worth it, especially with everything you went through. Whenever things were hard, I held on by listening to K-pop. I still want to become an idol no matter what. That's a teenage brain talking. Okay, we need your frontal lobe to develop, sis. Frontal lobe to develop. Okay, we're going to quickly see K-pop training programs. And I want to see. There's a documentary on that. I know that's Maisley's daughter here, but I'm not going to do that to her. Okay, here. This was a year ago, y'all. Okay. I'm scared of copyright music, but we just going to have to let it fly. Okay, all right. Y'all, yes. Okay. Jump ahead. Wait, let's watch this. No, hold on. I'm being messy in the comments. Let me go scan my comments. I have a feeling some of y'all being messy. I'm just gonna read the ones at the bottom. Hold up. At the star that fell, L, you said, girl, give up. I knew you was being messy. I had a feeling. I don't know. Sometimes I know when y'all being messy. I gotta check the comments. I feel like I'm missing something. Sasha, you said right, it would be useful to know. 100%. Girl, give up. What do you mean you still want to be an idol? Do something realistic. Go to school and get an education. I agree with you on that. They don't care if the company is bad. They only care about debuting. I agree, some girl. They don't care. Yes, it is sad, Sasha. Nicole, you said the channel 4-man. 4-man? You mean 4-man? What's the channel 4-man? Let me know. What is that? Oh, 4-man's voice. Oh, okay. You said I stand an idol who's been trying to debut and be in a popular group for years. He's finally succeeded. The things he went through and never stopped. Wow, some girl. I did not know that. Yeah, there are a lot of them out there. That's why I don't want to harp on someone's dreams, but sometimes you got to be realistic. She's still a teenager, so I think she needs to, okay, this is the thing. You already had a bad experience. This is the thing. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. Sometimes you have to be aware of what God is trying to tell you, or whatever you believe in, universe, energy. Either way, you get a wake-up call. She went through all that in Korea, and Korea does not protect young women. Unfortunately, no. You're better off in your home country. Not saying your home country is any better, but hell, at least the laws they're supposed to work for you at some point, right? Not saying China's any better, but hell. My thing is that, she's still young. She needs time to develop herself. So, I don't know. I feel like she can probably make it, maybe wait a few years. Like Elle said, get her education, do something else as a backup. But becoming an idol is very difficult. It's too difficult. But then I don't want to, to say people can't make it. They, of course, can make it, but it's very slim. All right, continue date and have a boyfriend. They talking about she's spending more time with her man than working for them. This is parasocial at another level. Red flag. That's craziness, because she had a secret boyfriend. Lord. This is the only reason I don't like entertainment. I really don't like the entertainment industry for that reason. It's because, like, in Korea, especially in Korea, the fans are, like, super parasocial. That's not even normal. There needs to be a study done on that. There's something wrong here. Because in the U.S., in Western country, we don't give a damn. You can have whoever you want to. But, like, it's like they control every aspect. Like, even the BTS men, they don't. I've never seen them in a relationship. Are they even in a relationship? Have they ever been? And it's because what? So they can have the appearance of being able to be with their fans? Like, who they will never, ever be with? This is craziness.
Seem to be among...
Okay, Sui, were you part of Candy Shop? I'm not going to go to the video because they love to copyright your girl. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the lineup. Candy Shop K-pop group. Let's look at their picture. Images. Okay. Hi, honey. Is Mimi biting? Okay, yeah, she was tired because of yesterday. Oh, we took Mimi for a long, nice little walk yesterday. She got to play with other dogs. She's exhausted. All right, this is Candy Shop. Where's she at? Where are you, sis? Because you were supposed to debut. You was happy. Did they put you in Candy Shop? Which one is you? Hold on. Hold on a second. Oh, let me go call Dawn. Oh, I think it's this one. Honey, can you come here?
This one charged.
Oh, it is? Okay, thank you. Can you come here? You see this girl right here? You see, I got to make sure I'm not being racist, all right, y'all? This is cultural sensitivity right here, 101. Honey, I say hi, honey. Oh, they can't see you.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah, say hi. Hold on. There's with
Hello,
me.
hello.
Here we go. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, here.
Family gaming.
Okay, here. I thought Mimi was going to start looking at me. Is this girl... This one right here, is this her?
I don't know. It looks a different person.
That's what I thought too, but I want to make sure. Right here? Okay, she looks different. Okay, I thought she was different too. Is that her?
Well, I think it's the same.
It might be. It gotta be this one right here.
Yeah.
What's her name again? Okay, we'll go by the name. Her name was Hisu?
Sui.
Okay, you might be right though.
What is the group name?
Candy Shop.
Go to the neighbor.
That's what I'm doing. Oh, neighbor? Okay, let me go on neighbor. Look at us being... Oh, Oh yeah, he goes to Naver all the time.
Naver is the most of the very common.
Wait. Let's go Naver.
Searching
For
searching
Korea, it's
website.
Naver. Yeah, hold on. I gotta
It's
start.
like a Google in Korea.
But I don't know how to spell her name.
No,
Sui?
just a typing
Oh, Candy Shop.
Candy Shop.
Candy Shop Group.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Oh, here. But it's Wikipedia. Okay, whatever. We'll do Wikipedia. What's her name? Brave. Okay, Sui is in there. Oh, she made it. Yay! Sui made it, y'all. Okay, I was right. It was her. Okay.
Was it her?
Yeah, we were talking about how people go to Korea to become K-pop star, like a lot of foreign people, but then they get scammed.
Where did she come from?
No, this is a different situation. I don't know.
Is going to be among them.
That research is gonna show up the where they came.
Where they came from?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. I commend her for trying to speak English, because it is brave of her, and I noticed that like she's probably trying to practice for when they do become really famous and they have to do interviews. So shout out to you, sis. Let's see what's different about this group than all the other ones. Candy Shop. Okay, all right. Well, at least you know, one thing I do appreciate about the group is there's 4 members. I really hate when there's like 10, 20, 11. Look at Twice. Twice got like 20 members. It's just a bit too much. I don't know who's who. And that's not because they're Korean. I don't know who's who. But it was just way too much. Here, look at all these damn members. Red flag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm tired of that. So thank you for the 4 members. Thank you. At least we can remember 4 names. Okay, you know what? I do see the difference. One's wearing a beanie. They got big hoop earrings. Why they look like sisters? Hold on. They looking a little. They're in New York. Is that New York? That is New York. Or is it Seoul? Where they at? Okay, we see. Oh, yeah, they're in America. Okay, that's what's different. Yeah, they look like sisters. I knew it was setting it up. Hold up. Did they literally do Candy Shop in New York like 50 Cent? Oh, I know. Hell no. Red flag. Hold up. Candy Shop, don't play with me. Do not play with me. Do not play with 50 Cent and Olivia. I know damn well y'all not in New York like 50 Cent and Olivia. What a video at? 1.1 billion views. That's a lot. Look. Y'all, you see he from New York. Y'all know 50 from New York. Look, Olivia's from New York too. Okay, that's the Candy Shop, the New Yorkin version. All right, the 2000 whatever year it was. They're in Times Square. I knew Times Square looked familiar because I was like, why it look so familiar? Hold on a second. They wearing the hoop earrings. Okay. All right, they're dancing. Okay, but I saw the. I know, there it is. That's the difference. Okay, they're more diverse, very inclusive. Okay, I knew we were going somewhere. They look too much like them sisters, but I love the fact that y'all got a little natural hair curly with the fro, and then you have him right here. You see, you got the people of color. Okay, you guys understand. That was a year ago. What month was this? Almost 2 years ago. Okay. Oh, and she even hugged the kid. But wait, they didn't even show her hugging the kid. Hold up. How did we get here? Oh my God, this is a rabbit hole. Hold on. Did you hug the baby? They didn't show you hugging the baby. Did you even hug the baby? Look at you. Arms stretched out. And then they cut to the next thing. Did you hug? Or did you say, look, come in with me? Okay, at least they did that. All right. Okay, we got different nationalities. All right. Okay, girls. All right. I don't know what your song sounds like. I guess I'll have to listen to it after. I like the candy, all the candy. Okay, we're going to have to fast forward, sis. We ain't got that much time to be watching y'all eating candy. Okay, all right. You're in Chanel. Okay, Times Square, wherever you are. All right, y'all at a party. That's supposed to be different. What's so different about this? I like the video. I think Koreans have really good music videos as far as the, what do we call videography or cinematography? I don't know which one. I'm not a producer. Good girl. Okay, all right. Okay, Candy Shop, you got 3.6 million. One thing I will say is I understand because he probably has a lot of young fans. So I am not gonna say that we smoking should be the norm. However, red flag, your daddy smoke. I see. Y'all remember I used to live in Korea all them years. Every time I stepped outside, I just see smoke everywhere. Matter of fact, when I went back for my wedding, downstairs of the hotel lobby, because they can't smoke inside no more. Lord, it was a damn, what would we call it? It was a damn, I don't know, smoke galore. You can smell cigarette smoke all through the parameters. You go buy fried chicken because they love to drink beer and smoke at the same time. And then you would see them ajushis posted up, the unks and uncles, even whoever's posted up, smoking galore. And then you have to smell that while you're going inside to go get your fried chicken. My lungs, I couldn't take it no more. Everywhere you go, smoke, cigarette smoke everywhere. It permeates. Again, I'm not saying it's right because I understand he's on live stream smoking, but that's the least of your worries. Red flag. You got other things to worry about. Bigger team top. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Efforts are underway to establish a labor union for K-pop idols. Yes, to protect their rights. 100%. The head of the preparatory committee is Bang Min-soo, 33, who was active as Cap in the group Teen Top. After achieving success as an idol, he suddenly left the group saying, I was wearing clothes that didn't fit for a long time. What made him turn his attention back to the idol industry? Lord. They really kicked him out because he smoked on a live stream? This is ridiculous. That's why I said that behavior needs to stop. Nip that right in the bud. He is a human. He ain't hurting nobody but them damn lungs of his. This is craziness.
Smoked a cigarette on a YouTube live stream. His fans complained and it caused a massive scandal.
This is my thing. If smoking was prohibited all over Korea, like if he was smoking weed, is that a cigarette? No, that's a cigarette. If he was smoking weed, that's different because it is illegal to smoke weed. So I could understand the ramifications of that. He's just doing what he saw his uncle them doing. What the hell is the difference? This is craziness. And mind you, a lot of K-pop stars, they smoke already and actors smoking all the time. This is crazy. The sad part is I could tell her mom wants to support her, so I get it. But mama, you gonna have to be what is up? You see, this is a problem with the Korean system of K-pop stardom, is that the parents are not allowed to be involved. As far as I know, it's like you go to your handlers automatically, whereas in the Western world, your parents, like especially if you're a teen, your parents are literally, they can be there. That's why you have Brandy with Sonia. As much as I think she's an enabler, but Brandy literally had her mom everywhere. And even though I be digging into Taylor Swift and her crazy ass ways, her mom and dad, they're always there. They're very vigilant. Even if I disagree with how they do it and how their daughter turned out, Lord. But she would have probably been way worse if they weren't around. So, yeah, it's really unfortunate. And you can tell that she's a teenager. So she is not seeing it the way that her mom, notice how her mom changed as soon as she was like, oh yeah, like, right? But of course she's gonna not see the negative impact. She hasn't experienced life enough yet. But trust me, she's gonna have another opinion soon. But it's very sad because the people who are supposed to protect her, which are her parents, they want to support her, but then there's no type of like control over what happens once she transitions into the idol. I'm not the right person to watch this. You know what, sis? Go live your dream out there. I'm not the right person to watch this, y'all. Somebody go send me. You know what? I gotta wrap this up right now. Yo, sensitive enough. I'm not sensitive enough. Oh my God, I'm not sensitive enough for this, y'all. I'm not sensitive enough. Okay, compose yourself. I'm sorry. Yo, okay. Why did I put this on? Why did I put this on? Yo, I'm not the right person to watch this, y'all. Okay, I gotta keep playing. Okay, we go play. No wonder. Hold on. When was their last song? Grand opening, grand closing. A year ago, 10 months ago. Yeah, the member left. Okay. Yeah, bye. Y'all done. Unless you guys can replace baby girl who left. All right, y'all. I'm gonna read a few comments and then I think one more story and then I'm gonna continue the rest tomorrow because it's getting late. Can't believe we are in the 5th generation. I know. I remember girls' generation was the first generation, right? That's crazy. Star Sky, you said hold on. Where are we? Star Sky. Hold on, I read something. I have some girl, you said I have a thigh band. Oh yeah, I think I read that one. Star Sky, you said if they want to hit the global market, they should have some talent. They must. Baby girl singing, who Lord? Lord, Lordy, Lord. When do we finish? I really have to sleep. It's 4 a.m. in the UK. No, sis, you can go. Don't stay. Do not stay. You can catch the replay for this part. I'm going to put chapters. I only have one more story and then the rest is for tomorrow because I'm not going to stay for y'all too long. I got to just do one more story. What's on my thumbnail? Please leave. Leave. All right. Savannah. What's her name? I have to do the Savannah story because it's on my thumbnail. One last story, which is the Savannah Gautrie, because I'm pretty sure some of y'all want to see the update for that one. And then we'll save the rest of them for tomorrow. All right. Let's do Savannah. That's not going to take long. Okay, you guys all know what's going on with Savannah. Savannah Gautrie is the, I think she's a Today Show anchor. And her mom's been missing for the past 2 weeks. Like, her elderly mom was abducted in the middle of the night. And they turned it into this big sensational case in the United States. I think it was pretty early on when people started to get concerned for her mom's safety. Now, ever since her mom went missing, there have been a lot of more questions than answers. And it's very rare that an elderly woman gets abducted like this. Usually it's children. So I'm going to provide an update on this. And we're going to wrap up the rest of the stories because the rest of the stories are not that big. So I think we're good. Yeah, one more story, which is Savannah. And then we wrapping this right up. So let's see the update on what's going on with Mrs. Savannah's mama. Because, Lord, like, it's a lot going on, y'all. And there were some people found out that Savannah's husband is, I think he's involved in the Epstein case, but not in the way you think. So I believe that he is connected somehow to the Epstein case, and Savannah was going to interview the victims of the EpiPen. Sorry, I call it Epstein, but whatever, we're going to call it Epstein. I don't give a damn. The Epstein case. So because of their involvement in this, and I think her husband is some type of Clinton administrator. I don't remember the connection, but he is someone who's on the radar of the current president. And so it looks like this may be allegedly a kind of like a scare tactic. And it looks like they may know where mama is. And this might just be a media ploy. Right, let's hear a few and then we're going to wrap this right up. This is our last story.
Because what's your conspiracy theory? Savannah Gautrie interviewed several of the Epstein survivors,
including Virginia Giuffre, was the woman who last year committed suicide.
Yes. I did follow this thread.
I remember.
And before committing suicide, I don't know if you remember this, released like an Instagram photo saying that she was in a car accident and that doctors were giving her several days to live and that she had organ failure.
What is so funny? Why is he laughing? I don't see what's so funny, but continue.
People were saying she looked dead. She said she was hit by a bus. The doctors had giving her days to live, and then she ended up dead. And it was ruled a suicide. Like, it is so fucking...
Wait, who is that?
Virginia Giuffre.
But then she committed suicide after it?
Yes.
Wait, I'm confused.
It's confusing.
They marked her as dead?
That was the Instagram post. She died a couple of weeks later, and it was ruled a suicide. None of it is lining up.
Y'all know they be doing that to a lot of folks. We might have to do a live stream about that.
I don't know what that means.
To that guy who was a whistleblower at Boeing.
I don't know why they didn't just let her die from this bus accident. I don't know. But what I do know is that literally almost anyone you can think of is in the Epstein list. All of this leads me to...
All right. So y'all heard her. Now, we're going to get to here. This one here. It's only 13 minutes, so I'm going to speed it up. And then after this, we'll do a quick palate cleanser, and I will be back tomorrow evening. Sorry, probably tomorrow, like, probably 4 o'clock my time. 3 o'clock my time. All right, we're going to speed this right up.
We have an update about Savannah Gautrie and her mom. Something really weird happened at Nancy Guthrie's residence, which I still don't... it's not explained. I've been looking all over and I'm like, okay, how did this happen? But this story to me is still very weird. I got to tell you guys, people go missing all the time. And the way that the sense of urgency that, the way people reacted to, we're going to find out who took your mom. We're going to find her. We're going to find.
No, this is the problem. Is she's elderly. Like, it's a liability because you're old. Like, why would somebody want to kidnap an old person unless they have like money or fortune? And I understand that, but it's not a millionaire family. It doesn't make sense. Usually they'll just rob her. They could have just unalived her right then and there and called it a day and took her money. This is not normal. It's not a normal occurrence to take an elderly person. They're more of a liability.
Find her. I haven't really seen that happen with everyday people, man. Yeah. I grew up during a time where there was kids' faces on milk cartons. And I just haven't seen that type of, but I guess it's because of who she is. They detained a guy who they actually had to let go because he wasn't the person. I think they're just trying to find someone at this point in time. But Savannah Guthrie's mom is still missing. Let's go ahead and get into the update about this. Again, weird story, you guys.
Developments overnight, though some are murky and still being sorted out in the kidnapping of Nancy Gautrie. Investigators said they took a person into custody and conducted a search at a house in southern Arizona.
They just picked anybody.
Senior national investigative correspondent Lori Jane Gliha has been in Pima County all week and live now for us with an update. Good morning, Lori Jane. A lot has happened, it seems, in the last 24 hours or so.
That's right, Holly. Law enforcement officers were very busy last night after releasing those photos and videos of a masked suspect tampering with the Nest camera right here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Late last night, investigators conducted a search in Rio Rico, Arizona, and that's about an hour south of where I am. It's very close to the United States-Mexico border. Pima County Sheriff's Department said they conducted that search with the assistance of an FBI evidence response team. It lasted a few hours, and this came after they said they had taken someone into custody for questioning related to the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. They had detained that person during a traffic stop south of Tucson. Well, overnight, Ford Hatchett from our Scripps News Group station, KNXV in Phoenix, talked to the person who said he was detained after he was released. And this is what he told our reporter. Listen to this.
Apprehended for questioning. How would you describe what happened to you?
That does not even look like the man who's in the surveillance camera. Red flag.
Terrifying. Something I didn't do for something. I was being like, I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro. They didn't tell me anything at the beginning.
And investigators showed up to this house, or were you the one who was pulled over at the traffic stop?
I was the one that was pulled over at the traffic stop.
Where was that?
Right here on by Chubasco.
Okay, and you were taken into custody at that point?
Yeah.
And you were...
I was being detained.
Detained, okay.
I was detained the whole time.
Okay,
that's what they told me.
Where were they
holding? At the back of a car. Back of a Miranda car, and then they moved me into a Pima County Sheriff.
Were you being questioned in the car?
At the Miranda car, I was being questioned, but they only asked me for my first name, my last name, my date of birth, and my social.
Okay. What were they asking you about?
Where my whereabouts.
Okay.
Where did I work? Where was I and all that? But
Are you ever up in Tucson?
yeah, I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay. Do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility. I don't know.
He didn't. Red flag.
Do you ever deliver like Amazon packages or anything?
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. So do you think you?
Yeah. So when I saw this, I said to myself, yeah, I don't think this guy is guilty. I don't think he took the mom. I didn't get any impression of that from him. But I think it seems like they're desperate that they have to find someone. But this is a sticky situation because you can't just pick someone because you have to have Savannah's mom. And for those who are not aware, Savannah Gautrie, she is a co-host at NBC News of the Today Show. So this is someone who is a public figure. One of the things I revealed before in the other show was that her husband worked for the Bill Clinton administration.
Okay, so I was
she's
right. He
very
was
well connected.
Clinton,
So this is
yeah.
someone that is higher up. I thought it was very strange that her mother was missing right after this last drop of the Epstein files. And the reason why I thought that is because Savannah Gautrie is in the Epstein files. So we discussed this on the last show that she was discussed because she was about to interview some of the survivors.
Not only that, but allegedly, I don't know if this is factual, but Bill and Hillary were supposed to attend dispositions to give their testimony. There's that.
So that's why her name was in the files in the recent drop that we just had. And then right after that drop, all of a sudden her mom is missing. And people have pointed fingers at the brother-in-law. People pointed fingers at family members. I don't know. Usually you would think it's someone who's close by. Another thing that came to light was that they were able to gather some footage from the front door, which showed a man there wearing a mask, who they believe that is the person who took her. So I guess she had like this Ring camera or whatever. But it's been a number of days now. We don't know if she's alive or not. They did request a ransom and for whatever reason sent that ransom to TMZ.
They was playing games, y'all, the ransom people.
Thought that was rather interesting.
You know what it looks like? I'm gonna be honest with you. It looks like an amateur is doing this. And it sounds just like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but it sounds like, game playing. The administration you guys have right now, they play games like this. They're playing, the people who prank call people and hang up the phone. That's what it sounds like. This is very extremely, I don't know, the way that people are calling for ransoms is very disturbing, actually. It's
as well.
childish.
Savannah Gautrie came forward just recently and said they are willing to pay the ransom, but her mom still has not been returned.
Yeah,
And that's why I think I told you this situation here to me is very weird. I do want to show you something else after this because there was a delivery to Nancy Guthrie's house just recently. And wait till you see what that delivery was. Let's continue on here.
And so earlier in the evening, the FBI was also very active. Law enforcement, they were back in Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. That's about 4 miles away from here. Remember, that's where Nancy Guthrie had dinner the evening before she went missing. And the FBI agents were seen speaking with neighbors, walking through the community, walking through some of those properties. And all of this came hours after the FBI released those new photographs and videos of that masked suspect. That person was completely covered from head to toe. They had a mask, they had gloves. The FBI also saying that person was armed. So, of course, now the questions are, where is Nancy Guthrie? Will she be found? Is she safe, Holly?
And LJ, it seems that there was movement in that Bitcoin account from the ransom note that was sent to Scripps News Group's Tucson station. Do we know anything more about that?
Yeah, we can confirm that there was some activity in that account, but what we know is that it was a very small amount of money, a tiny fraction of what was being requested in that ransom note. They were requesting $6 million. And of course, we still don't.
$6 million. Who's gonna pay that? You see, that's why I said it's childish, exorbitant amount that they cannot afford $6 million. I mean, even if they could, it's a lot of money.
Know the validity of that ransom note, but at this point, because it was such a tiny fraction of money, and we don't know the origin of who was depositing that money, it appears that this is not somebody attempting to pay that ransom. Holly.
Before I let you go, I wanted to ask about tips, because we know that there have been billboards put up with Nancy Guthrie's picture on it across the country in case anybody had any information or saw her. Have the police or FBI been getting any tips after that? Do we know if they're any closer to any more information?
Well, we did know yesterday that there were thousands of tips that had been coming in. The FBI had said that. And then yesterday, the Pima County Sheriff's Department did confirm that there was an uptick in tips that came in after those photos and videos. And of course, there's key information in those photos and videos. Somebody might recognize something. So of course, any tips are very valuable at this point. And we did put up that QR code again so people can, if you have specific video or surveillance or any photos that might help with the case, authorities, as we understand it, are still looking for help solving this case.
So
I thought she got a
here's the
package.
crazier
What's
part.
The package?
Just the other day, a delivery guy showed up to Nancy Guthrie's house to deliver pizza. Nancy Guthrie is not at her house.
That's you know what that was? That was a signal to Savannah. Because hold on, let me let sis finish her thought, and then we gonna get to the next clip, and then we're ending it tonight. I'm gonna continue tomorrow.
And I'm gonna show you, because it's really weird how he was able to just get around law enforcement. Watch this here, watch. We'll show you two different angles, watch.
The pizza delivery that was sent to JLR driver.
Watch this.
That they used Nancy Guthrie's address.
Somebody just came to the Guthrie home. Oh, we got somebody here. It's Domino's. Somebody sent him a pizza? Somebody sent Nancy Guthrie a Domino's. Somebody just sent a Domino's pizza. That's crazy. Somebody just sent Nancy Guthrie a Domino's pizza. You gotta be kidding me. What in the world?
This is sick, yo. It's very sick. Yeah, that was a code. Savannah knows what it is. She knows. Savannah and her husband, they know damn well what's going on.
Somebody sent Nancy Guthrie a Domino's pizza. That is crazy.
Yo, this is similar to the mafia, yo. That's all I'm gonna say. Watch mafia stories. They do similar things like that. Them gangsters.
Now, keep in mind that he had someone in his chat saying that they had ordered him pizza, and it would be delivered at a certain time.
It's not a prank. That's not a prank. That's a clear warning.
Pizza, of all things. It's not the fact that someone in the chat said, hey, I'm going to deliver you. It's the pizza part of all things.
Sis, you ain't watch no crime shows. You don't watch the mafiosos from way back in the day. That's how they show their threats. Mafia. Watch the mafia shows, y'all. Let me see if I could find a good movie y'all could watch. There are a lot of families. Yeah. Gangsters do this. This is racketeering at its finest. We're not going to get into the conversation I really want to get into. I might talk about it tomorrow. Remind me. We're going to get into the Fifi Dobson story tomorrow, though.
Remember, like I told you, Savannah Guthrie, her name is in the Epstein files because she's the one that interviewed the Epstein survivors. This is years ago. And so someone decided to be funny, I guess, and deliver pizza.
No, they're not being funny, sis. Stop it. Nope. That's a nope.
Crazy about this is the way that this guy was able to just walk right onto the property, even though law enforcement is there. That's a crime scene.
It's not, because they're a part of it. Y'all want to talk about Mexico? People always want to talk about the cartel and have the cartel. Oh, how come the cartel have hold on Mexico? Oh, the Mexican citizens, they're not doing enough. Da 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 da. What do you think America is?
So we'll continue here. Watch.
Do not use her address to send anyone.
It's not a prank.
There, anything.
All right, they sent the pizza, y'all. Hold up. Is there more?
Is this an empty place? Yeah. Oh, wow. I know.
Oh, wait. Let me go back. Let me see the delivery driver.
Did somebody order a pizza? I'm trying to figure out who's more. What's it? Oh, it's one of these guys. Okay, man. Okay, because you know where you're at. You know where you're at. No, I don't. Look at the cameras. Is this an empty place? Yeah.
Is he even a pizza driver? Sis, you ain't watching enough movies for me. Red flag. That's not a real pizza driver. He's a patsy. That's not a real Domino's driver. Trust and believe me.
Oh, wow. I know. This was paid for. Yeah, this is the address they gave. This is the address they gave. Yeah. Domino's. Paid for where they ordered. Does it have the name on it?
Is that even a Domino shirt? What shirt is that? That doesn't even that got a dog on it. That looks like a dog on his shirt. Don't they wear do Domino's drivers wear the shirts? Please let me know. I never see my drivers, to be honest with you. They just drop food off for me because I use Uber Eats and DoorDash. But please, that does not look like a Domino shirt to me.
Now let me show you the next one here, right? So pizza delivery for JLR at Nancy Guthrie's house. Let's speed up a little bit more here.
I'm just going to give him a call. It's not anyone you guys out here.
That's not a Domino shirt.
Or somebody prank you. That could be the case too. Yeah. An officer coming over. And an officer coming over. The deputy didn't even know he was on the property. That's what's how crazy too. That's how crazy deputy wasn't even paying attention. This dude just walks up to the door.
You know damn well he ain't on the phone with no damn Domino's. Red flag.
What's up, man?
Just walk right onto the property.
Okay, fast forward.
I didn't order.
How this guy was able to just walk through a crime scene and the cops didn't even see the guy. Watch this.
They saw him.
Apparently someone ordered a pizza out here. And the pizza delivery person showed up and was able to walk the pizza all the way up to the front door, even with the deputies sitting out here. I don't know why the deputies apparently didn't notice that.
That is a Domino's shirt, but it don't look like Domino's to me.
As they're trying to keep people from going on the property. People are just kind of shocked that this pizza delivery person was able to just walk
And guys, it's very easy for people to buy those things. Don't people wear them for Halloween? It's
right
very
up to Nancy
easy.
Guthrie's door.
All right, that's it, y'all. Now, let me tell you why that pizza warning was valid. It's true. It is not a prank. Here. As of February 14th, yesterday, Savannah Gautrie may not return to the Today Show. Let's listen.
Story producer Paula Froelich has closely tracked this case. Sources are telling her now that Savannah Gautrie may not return to the Today Show after her mom was apparently kidnapped. Of course, this has been an extremely traumatizing experience for Savannah and her siblings. Their mom just taken in the middle of the night, the ransom notes being sent demanding millions very publicly. And weeks later, still no word on where their mom could be tonight, even though the family assures the kidnappers that they will pay their demands. For more, we are now joined by Paula Froelich. Paula, appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday night. And I understand your sources are saying that Savannah just may not be returning to the Today Show after this. I think all of us can understand that. Savannah reportedly saying that she feels like her mom was targeted because of her, realizing that her husbands, her kids, her siblings could become targets as well. What more can you tell us about this report? And
This sounds like she knows her mother is alive. That's my opinion, because they're not saying that she's taking time out to go and find her mom. It sounds like she knows exactly where her mom is. My opinion, based on what is being told here.
Paula, appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday night. And I understand your sources are saying that Savannah just may not be returning to the Today Show after this. I think all of us can understand that. Savannah reportedly saying that she feels like her mom was targeted because of her, realizing that her husbands, her kids, her siblings could become targets as well.
Could become targets as well. Now, if my mom was missing, I wouldn't be thinking about all them other people. I'm thinking about my mama. But it seems like she has some type of sense to know that it's connected to her work on the Epstein file. She knows. So I don't know if her mom's alive or not, but I'm going to put just put my money on the fact that whether her mom is alive or not, I really hope her mom is alive and well. That's my wish and my hope. But if she isn't, what I know is that she knows exactly who did it. That pizza was enough.
What more can you tell us about this report and overall how Savannah is doing now?
And by the way, the pizza delivery thing, that sis, I think she posted it a day ago. So that was recent.
I mean, Savannah's a mess, obviously. We've seen it. We all empathize. And, you know, as you said, people would get it if she needed a very long break. First of all, we don't even know where her mother is. We don't know if she's alive. We're all hoping she is. But life for Savannah is very different right now. And it's going to be different going forward. You know, she has to worry about not just her mother. She has to worry about her sister, her brother, her 2 children, and her husband, because this is the unimaginable horror of what she's looking at. And going forward, there will be security for everybody at all times, because this absolutely came out of the blue. And I think she's really concerned.
Savannah, sis, them 2 people behind you, I would not trust my sis. I'm sorry. Something about her sister don't rub me the wrong way, and her brother-in-law does. I feel like somebody got paid off. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, my opinion. I don't trust them 2 folks in the back.
It was because of her job. You know, there was that Today Show where they did the At Home With, and she took viewers to Tucson. She's introduced viewers to her mom before. And people with bad characters could easily look at something like that and say, oh, this is an elderly woman who lives alone.
Oh. It's not people with bad character. They have nothing to gain from this. It was a specific group of people. Let's name it what it is.
Okay, we're going to take advantage of that. And it's just, I don't think she can function right now very well.
Of course not. And we still don't know a motive here. Do you believe that there is more behind the scenes that the public does not know about why exactly Nancy could have been targeted?
Before they answer that, I'm going to mention one more thing and then I'm going to let it ride through. Why would we even concern ourselves with her going back to work? Her mom was just kidnapped. That doesn't make sense, right? That's why I said it was very targeted. Because with the pizza, that was a clear warning shot. No one in their right mind would go back to work when their mom is missing. Why would I go and be like, Happy Today Show, red flag? They're saying this for a reason, to let the kidnappers or whoever is behind the scenes that, okay, I'm not coming back to work. I'm not going. When she says not back to work, it's not just the Today Show. She's not going to do the interview and she's no longer going to touch that file. That's what that means.
And kidnapped here.
I think there's always more than the public knows because, of course, the police and the FBI need to keep things very close to the vest. However, there are things, again, leading back to the at home with and people seeing this. And people also understand, Savannah is very high profile and her salary is in the millions. This has been printed before. So unfortunately, people say, oh, yes, this is an easy mark.
Yeah, and tell me more about the At Home With segment and her inclusion, for all of the viewers who watch the Today Show. Were there enough identifying characteristics there where someone would have been able to piece together where this home is, the address of it, information? As you say, there are opportunistic people out there.
Unfortunately, AI and Google are very good. Most people can find out the address of almost anyone in this day and age, unless the house is bought by an LLC or a private company, which most people don't do. So it's actually very easy. And looking at this video of her with the at home, it's very easy to look at someone and say, okay, she's not going to be well guarded. I can find out where she lives and everything about her in, 10 hot seconds.
I hear
It's terrifying.
It is. It is terrifying. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about this tonight. Paula Froelich, thank you so much.
Good night. Good night. Okay, you know what? All I'm going to say is this about Savannah. Oh, sorry, I'm not even showing the right image, but it is what it is. Savannah, sis, I know it's traumatizing for you. That little segment told me all that I needed to know. So she has decided to give up on the quest of releasing information. Another journalist being targeted. Just putting that out there. We are going to end the live stream right now. Tomorrow we're gonna go over the dating in China as a senior citizen. That was supposed to be our palate cleanser, but we ain't got time today. All right. You said CC Esther, bingo. That ain't no dominoes. Nope. Oh, they're blue or something now. I can't see that color. Usually it's dark blue. That's what I thought. Maybe JLR stands for the main names who are the top dogs of the EpiPen. I believe so too. Poor Savannah only doing her job. Yep. And they are silencing her. And sometimes, people, you got to think about your family. No one would think that a celeb is an easy mark. Who wants to kidnap a well-known person for money? Makes no sense unless there's another reason. Exactly. Not only that, but I'm going to even say something further, is that they had all this information years ago about Savannah. It's not unknown. You can find all that stuff before. Nobody had any incentive. Oops, sorry. Oh, I got rid of my face. Why now? Why her and why now? And to be honest with you, it could be the GOV, but my belief is again, I believe it is, to be quite honest with you, but it could also be people who support him. I doubt it though. I know it's an inside job. There's way too much going on, and there's no way that pizza delivery guy would have been able to go to the front door knowing that she ain't home. Red flag. That's a clear sign. Everybody is in cahoots, even the FBI. You said it's a U.S. holiday for a lot of us. Me too. I'm off tomorrow. Okay, we'll play the... But I know some of y'all are in the UK, so I felt bad for sis who said she was still on the line. I was like, damn, I feel bad now. Or people who are in the European countries. It's a holiday for me tomorrow, too. We have family day. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see how long this is. It's 15 minutes. It's a little too long. We'll do that tomorrow. And then tomorrow we'll also do dating in Vietnam. Because I need to see what the aunties talking about. Aunties are talking about stuff. Childhood patterns. We'll go over the videos we didn't go over today that I didn't get a chance to show. Shein backlash. Okay, let's watch this one. This will be our palette cleanser right here. No, never mind. That's people copying black designers. That's not a palette cleanser. That's an act of treason. Hold on. There was another palette cleanse I had. Give me a second, y'all. We're gonna do one quick. Real and quick. Here, I had a few videos for the palette cleanse. Hold on. Did I? Oh, I only had 3 videos? Oh, Lord. Yeah, today, Okay, I'm gonna find one. Let's find a cute, small, short video. I'm gonna play it right now. Oh, why is my face up here? No! Let's look for a palette cleanse. Palette cleanse. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see. Why is news over here? Oh, God. Everything is so sad, y'all. Hold up. Let me put the browser up. Let's look for a quick and easy palette cleanser. Oh, I had one about this lady who bought a house. Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. I don't know where that went. Why my stuff? Hold on. Let me put my face smaller again. Oh, hold on a second. Oh. Okay, let's do this one here. Okay. You said I'm off tomorrow. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow too. That's why I'm doing a live stream tomorrow as well. I don't want to see his ugly ass face. Red flag. Okay, no, there's too much going on in Canada. It's very sad what was going on. What happened this week. Comedy. What's comedy, y'all? What's funny? I want to see these damn people. What's so funny? What's so damn funny? Okay, let's look for one. No, I don't want to see this one. Okay, no. Okay, these are, why they keep recommending these raggedy ass channels? Oh, not all raggedy, my bad. Look at my face here. Okay, here, let's look at puppies. We gonna find a puppy. Oh, you know Cesar Millan. Y'all know that trainer? Here, we're gonna watch a quick video. Cesar Millan. Here, this is why I always talk about dogs and stuff. We're gonna watch one of his shorts. Let's watch one of his shorts. Here, most aggressive teacup.
If I ever tried...
Hold up. I wish they had a short about this, but let's watch this. This is for Mimi and her kinfolk. Oh, look up cute Sharpie. Oh, okay, cute Sharpie puppies. Okay, we'll do that then, and we'll play this one tomorrow. Cute Sharpie puppies. Okay, let's do that. That'll be our palette cleanser for tonight. And then I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock my time, which will be 6 o'clock Eastern time. And it won't be a long live. It'll be like 2 to 3 hours. So 6, 7, 8, 9. No, probably earlier. Let me come. I'm gonna come at 2 o'clock. So yeah, so we could stop at 8. These so cute. Okay, let's watch this one. Okay, this one's good. All right. And a Sharpay sibling, Mimi, look at what she's doing. Look, I might need to get a Sharpay. This is what she wants to do, y'all. Hold on, bite me. Look at this. Look at this. She's teething. Look at that. I'm gonna get you a Sharpay sibling so you can play. What you said about Cesar Millan? You said they said Cesar was abusing them dogs. Don't tell me that. Stop it. No, not Cesar. Okay, we definitely gonna watch Cesar Millan. Let me go see if I can find a siblings light skin. That's why they doing all that. I don't like that. I guess it's in all species then. All right, y'all. I'ma sign out for tonight. Good night. Love talking to you guys. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Mimi said bye. Bye, guys. She's not even looking at the camera. All right. Bye, y'all. Good night, and see you tomorrow. Good night. Why are you... Mimi, stop sniffing on me. Oh, look at her. She's licking. You see, I got to get used to dogs licking on me, y'all. It's a very strange feeling, but I'm embracing it. Come lick on mommy. Come lick on mommy. The dog's mouth is cleaner than a human being's. I don't know about this one. Let me go brush your teeth because your breath stinky a little bit.